This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place. A place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. That will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you. Run. Run! No, better stay in Manhattan. Get an apartment in Berlin. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Don't listen to the poets who have been here. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. Ay. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
And hello everyone, we are back. We are back on the 2024 European Rowing Coastline Beach Sprint Championship. First quarterfinal of Euroman. Tom Walker from Great Britain against Thomas Neves from Portugal. My name is Piotr Król from Poland and I'm being joined by my colleagues David Hasaj and Yuri Sushak, who competed before in double. Hello guys!
Peter, how are you again? And Yuri is here beside me as well. The first race has just got underway and we saw a very fast sprint down the beach there from Portugal.
Oh, you see how challenging are the conditions today. There are a lot of space for making a failure. We have some issues here in the Portuguese boat. It's a very shame if you have something like that. You're just giving a giant advantage to your opponent, but it can still happen to everybody. So it's the most important part is not to lose hope and just go for it. As you see, the sea is very, 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 very tricky now, and it can happen to everybody. So
and
you see the Portuguese guy, he is a bit in behind, but after all, I think he's trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, very unlucky there for Portugal in the quarter-final. First couple of strokes, I think he came off the seat. And we see there he is fighting to come back into the race, but it's given Great Britain a huge lead, and Great Britain can now relax, row nice and slow, nice and steady, just get used to the conditions. And as we said, the quarter, semis and the finals come fast on top of each other, so it is really, really giving Great Britain such an advantage for not only this race, but for the later rounds as well too.
Tom Walker already approached the turning buoy. The most important part is just to find the line, the perfect line, how to exit this turning.
Yeah, but look how wide Neves is going. I think he's struggling. He's hard with dealing those tricky waves that are on the sea right now. About 26 kilometers per hour west side wind. It's not easy. The conditions are very, very tricky, very, very hard to challenging.
It's very hard to find the perfect line there because the wind is pressing from one side, and that's why you can always lose control a bit of your boat, of your stability, of your balance, and just go completely out of the lane. But as we see that the athletes at the moment, they are going actually pretty straight. The athlete from the Great Britain, Tom Walker, is pretty confident in the lead. The Portuguese guy, but trying, of course, to come back.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Thomas Neves. He just caught the first couple of strokes. We can see there he's not so far behind Great Britain coming in for the finish. So what could we see from him later on in future competitions and world competitions? I think he will have a chance to show his skills at the next championships, and we hope we will see him later on in the world championships.
Well, we have Tom Walker already on the land. He's running direction the putter, and he's done it.
And great credit due to Thomas Neves, who didn't give up, who stuck to the task, and now we see he only finishes not so many seconds behind the winner. So fantastic performance.
Fantastic
from
performance,
Damas.
and as we see, that didn't lose hope, was trying till the end, and that is one of the important things in the big sprint, because and first of all in that kind of conditions.
Yeah, and
The
now
next
it's
lineup is very, 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 very interesting, because we have here the last year's world champion Lucio Fugazzotto from Peloro Club from Italy. He's a very strong Sicilian guy who is very motivated, who knows how to do the job, and already super experienced.
Yeah, and from Ireland then we have Jack here. Jack, very, very strong athlete. He has worked really hard at his training this winter to prepare for beach sprints. Won the Irish trials, outstanding athlete. So he is up against a very accomplished athlete. But I know these two athletes, these are the future of coastal rowing in front of us here now, Lucio and Jack. So we will see how they do now in these tricky conditions.
Race 39.
Yeah, it's really worth to pay attention for those young athletes, because in 2028 beach sprint becoming a Olympic Games discipline. So maybe one of those young athletes we are seeing today in Gdansk can play a big role in LA 2028.
Yes, I definitely think so. So we look here at the dates of birth. We see Jack. He will be in 2028. Jack will be 22 years of age, and Lucio, he'll be 21 years of age. So they will be at the peak of their powers, and with all this experience that they have gained along the way as well. So we are seeing the future of the Olympics now unfold in front of us here, and the 3-minute warning has gone. So they are keeping limber, keeping loose, trying to stay relaxed, even though it's hard to keep the emotions in check when you know at any minute you're going to be exploding down the beach for a run. And after the run, then you have to somehow settle into your rowing, relax, row properly. So it is a big test in front of the cameras, in front of all the watching spectators.
As we should see, the guys are pretty nervous at the start, but you're just trying to keep yourself warm, to feel to be a bit in motion, so the muscles are just not getting too stiff, just to keeping it loose. The conditions are here a bit cold, I would say, but if for the comparison to the other locations where the coastal races could happen. But I would say that the hearts are hot of these guys, and they are very motivated and very, very enthusiastic about having a nice race. And as we see, they're just preparing for the race. Last preparation, last gathering of the thoughts, just collecting, focusing, just making the strategy in the head, and just trying to perform the best.
Yeah, both hands are waiting for order to put the boats in the water.
1 minute.
Athletes are already, and the boats are being put in the water right now. Fugazzotto on the line 2 representing Italy. In line 1, Jack from Ireland. Let's gonna see who gonna secure his spot in semi-final.
Yeah, and we see the handlers getting the boat ready. Down there is Jack's dad, Martin, he's with him all the way on this journey, and he's one of the boat handlers below there. So a very proud moment for this family today, representing Ireland in these very difficult conditions. So important to get the boat pointing in the right direction, and that when the first stroke happens, that they are pointing into the wind rather than away from it. And we see both athletes are down in the sprint position, trying to stay relaxed, try not to stay crouched too much. As we know, if you crouch down too early, you start to lose power, so you must crouch down at the last minute and prepare for your sprint.
It's a bit tricky to wait for the start, because you don't know exactly where it's gonna come. And now the second quarterfinal of the junior single is on the way. We see the both athletes are approaching the boat.
Jack here, slightly faster on the run, very fast runner Jack. Martin, his dad there, giving him a great push off, and Jack here is up and running.
But Lucio, look at his sprinting abilities, a very stable stroke rate. He's just going in front, he's moving this boat, he knows where to go. You see that he's holding tongue, just he knows what to do, and he just delivers the performance what we have here.
Yeah, Fugazzotto started very, very nicely, putting himself in a lead, but Jack sticks really, really close to him. He's not letting him away. Very high stroke ratio for both of them. Now Fugazzotto seems to be leading, but has advantage about Lenho, so as they are approaching second turning point that they are taking by the left hand side.
Lucio at the moment is controlling the race. We see a perfect performance of the current world champion, and you see that he's mastering the conditions pretty well. He's just looking how to get the best for the turning boy.
Yeah, I think Lucio's just relaxed himself now. He knows he's got maybe a length advantage and he knows how important the rounding is, but I see Jack Hare's taking a very tight line on the mark, which is probably a good idea with the wind blowing him away from it. He is doing the same technique as Andrew Martin, where you hit the mark and swing around close to it, but it looks like Lucio is holding that advantage he had going into the mark, and he's coming out with maybe a length clear.
For Lucio is now the most important part that he just stay relaxed, not stressing too much, just trying to find a way to surf into the finish. But as we see that the Irish guy, he's just on the way to make some stress for the Lucio. And
yeah, current world champion Lucio Fugazzotto performed way better on the third turning point. He could make that spin clear, and look at that, how long and hard strokes he is getting, but he's relaxed, his arms are loose, he's looking through his shoulder, he knows he is leading, he is now on the, as I said before, safe mode, looking forward for his semifinals.
Yes, he's on safe mode, alright, but Jack Hare is not letting him get away with it either. Jack is up in a wave at the moment and he is eating into that lead, but Lucio is using his experience from last year, his power, and he's just bringing the boat home. I think Jack may have a bit of a collision with the rigger there, but it didn't stop him, kept going. So Lucio has slowed his stroke right down, and he is just making doubly sure that his boat comes in square into the beach.
very solid performance here from Italian athlete.
And we see Lucio now.
Lucio, he is running direction the buzzer, and he gonna win the second quarterfinal here in junior men single.
And a very, very composed run as well. He knows he's got more work ahead of him, so he conserved the energy. Jack here, very credible performance, man for the future, and put it up to the world champion. So both athletes, very good performance in the quarterfinal.
Very decent, decent race from the Jack, and for sure racing again the best in the world and the current world champions is a very good experience, and I think that. That just to have a certain feeling like where you stand, and like what the work has to be done, what to analyze the race, and also then to come back to think of some strategies, what we can improve, what are the main stresses has to be done in the training. And this is exactly like what's those championships are for, because those are kind of like a preparation even for the world champions later this year. So we wish all the best luck to the Jack, and the best of luck for Lucio in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. Lucio Fugazzotto and Tom Walker are both in the semifinals round, and we are moving to the third quarter final of Costa Under 19 men solo. On the lane number 2, representing Czechia, Jan Varsa. On the lane number 1, representing France, Hugo Taristano Renzetti. Another interesting, another exciting race in front of us among these two young men.
Yes, and as we know, France have a very long, proud tradition in coastal rowing and also in beach sprinting as well too. So again, this is the next generation of French athletes. We know the current generation, they have won so much at senior level, so all countries investing in this coastal, Czechia especially as well too, have really come to the fore as well too in coastal rowing. And these two...
But we are not allowed to underestimate of the preparation of the Czechian guy. One of the reasons why, because they are organizing also the internal cups for the juniors and for seniors as well. But on the lakes, can you imagine this? I mean, if you don't have a sea, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna race in the sea. There are 3 stages of the internal cup, so there is a specific preparation exactly for the beach sprint. So there are some interesting race that may come now.
Yeah, it's true though. I mean, for us that are on the sea and are surrounded by sea, for example, Ireland obviously is completely surrounded by sea, but for countries that do not have sea, it doesn't bother them. They still say this is no problem, we will do coastal rowing, sea or no sea, and they're proving that they can row with any athletes who are used to being in the sea all day every day. So I think it's really a worldwide sport for landlocked countries, coastal countries, lake countries, any countries.
I would say that is something nice about beach sprint, because the main physical preparation you can make on the erg, you can do in the flat water boat. Yes, of course, that there is a certain absence of the too much experience in the coastal conditions, but you know, if you just train a bit more and go a bit more often to the sea, you gain this experience, and then you already are good concurrents also to the guys who are having like sea next to the next door.
Yeah, and you notice there the handling as well too. There's a lot of work has gone into the handling of the boats as well. We see all handlers now. They have a system in place. There's no issues. We see down there handling for France. We have Ejvig, one of the most experienced, most decorated athletes in coastal rowing, and she is passing on her knowledge to the next generation. So to ensure that France continues with the successes.
Well, we have here already the waiting for the start commando.
So from Czechia we have Jan Valsa and Hugo Tastitano from France.
And the third quarterfinal is on the way. The juniors are running toward their boat. We see the slight lead of the France athlete. But the Czech guy, he is a big guy, so he gonna probably have some power to show on the water. But let's see how he gonna master these not so easy sea conditions.
And we see Hugo there on the French boat. He has the high stroke rate, lengthen it out, and he's giving it everything he can now to try stay ahead of Czechia, but he is having a bit of difficulty trying to master the conditions, but that fast stroke rate is getting him in front. He's just managed to get his boat ahead by maybe 3/4 of a boat length. And on the inside then we have Czechia. Jan is using also a very high stroke rate. He's only coming maybe half slide, a tall athlete, half slide, and trying to drive the boat as hard as he can into those waves.
Hugo is already approaching the second buoy. Very decent performance, as we see that the Valsa Jan is just coming back, and that's what I meant. That, you know, the big guys, they on the way out they have a bit of advantage, but there is a headwind, so that is why you have to apply more power to go out. And as we see that this slight loose what was at the start, he compensates through the rowing.
Yes.
Very interesting situation at the moment. A bit bigger curve like for the Czech athlete, but actually they are on the same height, so the race is still undecided, and we're gonna see how they're gonna perform on the way back, surfing back home.
Yeah, two different strategies there. So in Czechia elected to go wide and not to slow the boat as much, and for France very tight and dug in the inside oar to make the boat spin. And I think France has definitely come out of this with the advantage as boat crews look for the wave on the way home.
We see that the stroke rate of the Hugo Tastiano from France is a bit higher. He's now fighting about a boat length in the lead. But this is if you are in the boat, you cannot really say it proper. Is he in front or back? Big mistake from the Czech athlete.
Very hard luck.
It may cost him the quarterfinal.
Very hard luck there, and just at the time where his oar got stuck, we see on the French side Hugo picked up a wave, and he is surfing down the top of that wave as well. So I think all Hugo has to do now, he's inside the last mark. He just has to keep that boat on top of that wave and bring it home. But very hard luck for Czechia there, just got an oar stuck, and I saw his feet also came out, and he had to work very hard to recover. And Hugo is on the wave surfing home with the wave fully behind him.
He is approaching the beach. Now what he needs just a clear enter without any accidents. Yes, and he is just he knows, look at him, he knows that he's gonna be in the semi-final later this day, and he just confidently running into the finish line. Yeah.
And so well done by Hugo.
Yeah, look at him, how happy he is.
And you see there when he came out of the boat,
what a feeling it is like to know that you already at least first place at the European Championships. And solid performance from athlete from Czech Republic, Jan Valsa.
Yes, very, very good display by Hugo. Solid. And we saw there he was able to master the wave on the way home, stay on the wave and surf at home with a faster stroke rate. But again, when, like we say, we have Ejvig is handling below there and probably advising on how to do this. She is a master at this coastal rowing, so French rowing is in a very good position in the future with the way they are able to coach their athletes in the junior, and a very fast time also as well. We see 3:03.
I would say France just does a very good work preparing the juniors for the future racing. Me personally, I know a lot of little kids like from south of France. We met them like last year in the Lausanne. They are all very motivated. They feel exactly this wave. They were racing in Corsica a bit earlier this year. I mean, the vibe that they have in the team is very nice. And that's actually what we need in that kind of events.
And for the next race coming up now, we have Austria versus Finland. So Yuri, you will have emotion in this race.
Of course, I mean, Joy is, our little kid like that once that is very capable. That were doing delivering some decent racing earlier this year on the Philippi Cup and in Cyprus. So he's a very decent racer. This year he started to perform in the pit sprint, but I'm pretty sure that it could be a pretty tight race because the athlete from Finland, Salme Andre, I mean, look, he's pretty a mighty guy.
Yes, and as we know with Finland as well, we have Joel is also driving very hard the coastal rowing in Finland. He is rowing himself and he is winning medals and he is inspiring the Finnish coastal rowing to become better.
Definitely, if you have like in your land a person who is just performing on the top level in this sport, that then you're motivated to, and you have a role model who to grow up to and and I'm pretty sure that their trainer is actually pretty motivated also to find the juniors to perform on the high level, at the international level.
Ah, yes, it makes a massive difference. We think that Joel has rowed more kilometers than any athlete at these championships.
Definitely.
So far, he has done more sprints, more warming up. He has done more 6Ks than anybody else this weekend.
But as you know, that's what actually makes Joel to Joel. He's just a very mighty guy, and I hope that the juniors, the younger generation, will look at him and say, "Wow, he was just a cool guy."
Yes, so the handlers are putting the boats in the water, and these athletes are coming to the line to get ready, and we can see there they are completely focused on the umpire with the flag, because as we know, it is not the hooter that tells you to go; it is when the flag moves. So the minute that flag moves, you are off. And as we see earlier, we have to be careful as well too, not to go too quickly, because you don't get a disqualification, you come on a yellow card, which means you must be more careful.
So the last preparation, the last focus before the start.
Yeah, last seconds before last quarterfinal and the 18-man solo during our 2024 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Street Championship beats. And we're gonna see who is gonna start better, Salmi from Finland or Koch from Austria.
And the first quarterfinal is on the way. Joe Koch is running towards his boy together with Salmi Andre. Well, who gonna be first? Joe Koch is currently in the lead, but let's see how he gonna perform at the start. We see a pretty clear start from Joe, but Andre keeps pretty on the same level with the Austrian athlete.
Yeah, like you say, Joe Koch there, quicker on the runner, and he seemed to be into the boat just that split second first. So good start for Austria in the first couple of meters. And over on the other side with Finland, we have either a seat malfunction or something like that. So unfortunate for this young man, for Andre, to have a problem with his seat just in the very start of the race. And again, as with Great Britain, this allows now Joe to relax. He knows now he can just be more technical, he can conserve energy, he can just row nice and long.
He just has to stay clean, do no mistakes, and then it's gonna be his win. But as we see, the sea is pretty tricky, but Joe the perfect situation pretty well.
Yes, and this is just so hard luck for Andre in Finland, because a young man starting out to have a small bit of a technical issue and not even get to race. So we see Joe now starting to swing his boat into the turn and coming around, and all he has to do now is get that boat up in the wave, conserve energy, and just coast home and get ready for his semi-final if he can keep it on the straight run.
I would say it's always pretty pity if there is just this wave that breaks a seat, or just brings you to lose a seat. It happens pretty often. I mean, it's when the boat gets some airtime, it's pretty easily to lose control over the seat, and it can happen to everybody. So it's a bit pity, of course, because because to have a very tight race is always much more interesting, and I'm pretty sure that would be exactly the case for one of those. But
Yeah, it's very, very hard luck for Andre there now for him. And we can see Joe is actually rowing with 1 foot out of his stretcher. I know, is this a technique used in Austria, Yuri?
No. I think
when you coach,
if I'm not mistaken, I mean, we had at the moment the aerial view. Actually the shoe was completely like broken out.
Yeah,
you see it actually laying on the right side.
Yeah, so Joe is rowing without a shoe. So we have 2 technical issues in this race. Very unusual, but
as we see that. Yeah, you see, it's on the right. It's laying like completely next to him, so he doesn't have a shoe.
I understand. Yes, I thought it was some training technique you were using in Austria so that you could round the buoy.
Yeah, it was like just for better exit.
Better exit.
So
it was tactical for better exit.
So we see Joe Koch coming into to the finish line and winning the quarterfinal of the junior men single. Well done, Joe.
Well done,
and
Joe.
Good luck for the semifinals.
So we know all the semifinalists so far. As the last but not least, Joe Koch from Austria is completing the semifinals alongside Tom Walker from Great Britain, Lucio Fugazzotto from Italy, and Hugo Taristano from France. So we are all quarterfinals, men are done. Now we are moving in about half an hour to start quarterfinal in women solo.
Yeah, some very good performances there now. 4 very, very powerful athletes heading for the semi-final, and unfortunately we had a couple of athletes ran into a couple of difficulties there on their quarters and didn't get a chance to really show their skill, but I'm sure they will come back for the World Championships. We hope we see them for the World Championships in Italy, in Genoa, in September, and they will have a long time from here to September to prepare for the next event and show their talent.
38 semi-final AB Coastal under 19.
Well, just to remind you, the format of the races of the top 8, there are 3 pretty close races. So semi-finals following directly after the quarterfinal, and then the finals just after the semi-finals. This is a bit tricky situation because first of all, you have to be tactical. You have to win, but sometimes you have just to save a bit, probably power. But there is also a tactical difference, because sometimes if you just say, "Oh, I'm gonna relax because my opponent has a certain technical issue or just not fast enough," then you can have the second time, and then you can lose your priority to choose the lane. And sometimes, like in some coastal regions, the choice of the lane is pretty crucial for the whole success of the race. So we see the athletes already at the start and preparing the ground for the perfect start. Lucio Fugazzotto with Tom Walker. A very interesting race to come. I'm pretty sure that those could be actually the main favorites actually for the gold and silver medal, but they are meeting actually in the quarterfinal, in the semi-final.
Yes, and we see Lucio there taking extra care at the start. He went around, tapped down the sand in the first meter to make sure there's no divots, no chances of a slip at the start. So
he's just trying out his legs, just to keep those legs moving, because that is exactly the perfect recipe of success for the first sprint in order to get a psychological advantage. But we see that Tom Walker, he's just not afraid of Lucio. He is already prepared. He's just staying relaxed. He's looking to the boat. He knows that the holders gonna do their job, so he's pretty confident in his power, and let's see where it leads to.
Yes, and some interesting music coming here for the start line as well. We have Guns N' Roses, we had Led Zeppelin, all energy
well,
flowing.
I mean, the atmosphere is here. It's just electric. Everybody is looking for some tight races, and that's what we definitely gonna see in this one semi-final.
what can play a role is that is third race for Fugazzotto, but the second from Tom Walker, because Fugazzotto was fighting to get that into the quarter-final, and they are ready. We are looking forward. Who's gonna start better way?
And the first semi-final is on the way. Lucio Fugazzotto against Tom Walker. Lucio at the moment already in the boat. He starts to row. Tom Walker has a bit issues of the finding the perfect first strokes, but he is going straight. He is looking over the shoulder and trying to estimate where Lucio is.
Yeah, and I think Tom Walker, he's shortened the stroke up, just trying to get the blades in quickly and trying to get the boat away. But as we saw in the quarters in his race, he had an easier run in. But Lucio is absolutely powering this semi-final. He's been there before, he's done it before, he knows now this is the championship and there's no more second chances. He is powering his way down to that mark. You can see he's moved his hands in from the ends of the oar to get more leverage on the oars.
Well, you see how tricky at the moment is the sea and how tricky it can be to hold the line. But Lucio makes it actually pretty close to the second buoy optimum line. So I think he is at the moment in the slight lead, but Tom Walker just not letting it down.
Yes, there's a substantial lead. We saw the power strokes of Lucio, and again he's done like Ander does, in tight to the mark and start to swing around into the wind.
Perfect turn from the Italian athlete we see here.
Yeah, Lucio has definitely stepped it up a gear from his quarterfinal performance. He is really at championship pace at the moment now, and he is getting set to get on top of that wave and start surfing at home. Tom Walker's came around nicely as well too, but there is about maybe a length of water and length of the boat.
But don't forget, I mean, this is pitch sprint. Everything can happen. So let's see. Does Lucio just gonna do his job and bring it directly home?
Yeah, as you said, Yuri, Fugazzotto is already in the lead, but we've seen that multiple times this day. So Tom still can make it. Tom Walker is trying to fight Fugazzotto because on the table there are medals. Fugazzotto is on the way to the final, so the silver is almost in his hands, but he's aiming further. He's aiming for the gold medal of the European Championships.
Tom Walker challenging current world champion, but Lucio is just staying relaxed at the moment. He's just making a little sprint just to show that there is no chance of Tom Walker getting him. But Tom Walker is not losing the hope. Look at him. I mean, he's sprinting. Let's see how they're gonna perform at the beach.
Yes, Tom Walker is saying to Lucio, this is not going to be easy. I'm going to keep on pressure.
A bit early exit, but Lucio is already running towards the final of the European Championships. Lucio is on the way, and he hits the butter. Look at this man. Yeah, but Tom Walker was trying to get him, but unfortunately, it was this race just not enough. Best wishes for the both athletes. They're gonna fight for the medals like later this day. Lucio fighting for the gold, and Tom Walker fighting for the bronze. But let's see who's gonna contest them in their way for the medals. We have here still two athletes that are willing to decide who's gonna accompany Lucio in the final A and who's gonna fight for the medal in the final B.
And we know who is in this semi-final also. We have Hugo Terstitano from France, and then we have your compadre from Austrian rowing, again Joe Koch, who had a very good quarterfinal, and he is challenging now for a chance to have a go at the gold or silver medal. So Yuri was sitting here beside us now, but now he is getting more and more emotional as Austria is progressing through these rounds, and he has to stand up. So Yuri is now standing up with line of sight of the course, so he can see everything.
You want just to see how it develops like at the start. In our commentatory tent, you not have a visual connection like to the both boats, so you cannot really estimate it. So I'm gonna try like to give you the full overview of the race.
Yes, Yuri is not trusting in the technology. He said, if I want to see it with my own eyes, I cannot believe this screen. I must see for myself. So we are about a couple of minutes away from the start of the second semi-final. As we can see, there was not much break for the athletes after the quarter, so you really have to get your recovery shake out the legs, get ready for the next race. But Joe has the slight advantage of not having had to race so hard in his quarter. So the athletes are just coming along now to get prepared for their start, and the handlers, so important to the chance of the athlete. So these two athletes, Joe and Hugo, they will take each other on now to have a go at the gold or silver medal. The winner will be gold or silver, and the second place will have a chance at the bronze medal.
So the second semi-final, what we have here is Daciano Renzetti Hugo against Joao Koch.
Yes, and Yuri is still not sitting down. He cannot sit down. He will not sit down, I think, until this race is over.
I would say until the day is over. That's what because I mean, have you seen those races? All those people just insanely fast. You know how you can just watch quietly and just not to cheer them up, and that's what we see here at the grandstands. The people are already like interested to see some show here, to see the medals, to see how the history is actually done.
Yes, and you see there the conditions, the wind is gusting now and it has come around a bit from the land, so even though the athletes are making it look easy, some of them are making it look easy, but the conditions are starting to get up and become more challenging, and the handlers are now just getting ready to get their boats in the water, and it is so important to have the bows of that boat pointed into the wind so the athlete doesn't have to overcorrect on the first 2 to 3 strokes.
We have about 40 seconds to the start of the second semi-final. We see that the boats are already in the water. Both athletes are already prepared to make this run and to fight for the ability to fight for the gold medal.
And we see on the beach there, we see the boats are being lifted up and down. So it's so hard to keep the oars, try to keep the seat, try to keep everything in line so the athlete can have a clean entry into the boat.
Final preparations for the both athletes. Alle, both representatives of their country. And we have the second semi-final going on. Both athletes are running to their boat. We see that both are actually on the same height. Joe already entering the boat.
Such a fast
and
run
the
by
France
Hugo.
athletes had a bit better start, so let's see how they're gonna proceed it till the first buoy.
And we can see both athletes now, they know this is the semi-final. They are rating at least 40, if not more. We have a shot here of Joe. He's slightly behind at the start. I think Hugo got a slightly better start, but Joe has pulled right up and is overtaking Hugo. He is rating at least 42, 44. I think, Yuri, this is your beach spins training is starting to come out now, rating 44 strokes a minute.
As you can see, like the stroke rate of the Austrian athletes is just a bit higher as the French, but the Hugo is pretty experienced rower, so I believe like that he has something hidden in his pocket. So he has some jokers. Let's see, does Joe manage these jokers?
Yes, and we can see there from Austria, Joe is having the race of his life. He rated until he got past Hugo, who had a length of an advantage at the start line. So Joe now will have to concentrate on the round. He must get this boat around quickly and point it for home.
Joe Koch is entering the turning buoy at first, but Hugo just stays right behind. It's this is the way back gonna be very interesting. Look, that's exactly on the same height.
Yeah, very, very close. It may pay off for Joe that his semi was a bit easier because of technical promise from the Finnish international, but Hugo is not letting up. They are head to head next to each other. What a finish, what a last.
Look at that,
200
this
meters.
is a decent race we wanted to see.
Yes.
The Hugo, he just catches a bit better wave at the moment, but Joe Koch just fighting for his life there because he wants to get also the possibility to earn this gold medal. Both athletes are just trying to withstand the power of the nature and just to arrive first. Joe Koch just slightly behind, but nothing is lost, everything can still happen.
I think Joe has better navigation, better angle, as the Hugo is going wide. It might be a slightly advantage for Joe on the last meters, but it's gonna be very, very
this is
close.
less of the boat length, so everything gonna be probably be decided on the land.
Yes,
What's gonna be? Joe Koch again, Who got Tatsiano?
Joe-
Who gonna be?
Joe has just
Who
got
gonna
a wave.
win?
Joe's on the wave, so it's going to go on the run. This is going to be on the run up the beach. Who can run faster? The two boats are dead level.
It's gonna be a beach finish. Joe Koch slightly in front. Who's it? Hugo is already exiting the wall. Oh no! A slight mistake from Joe. No way. Well, set in the race. Hugo from France. He's just getting into the final of the European Championships here in Gdansk 2024.
Yeah, as Yuri's friend Joe was competing, he failed himself in that race, but this little mistake, leaving the boat, might cost him a medal, but still,
Very
still
decent race is
bronze.
what we saw here.
still bronze medals on the table for him. So, in the final A, we are going to see Ugo Taristano from France racing against Luciano Fansetti from Italy in final B with the bronze medal on the table. We will see your friend Joe Koch alongside representing Great Britain. I remember that was
John.
Tom Walker.
Tom Walker.
Yes, very, very exciting race. Joe did so well in that race, but Hugo on the way home, he had to make up ground, and he did it. He picked the rate up, got up on top of the wave, but Joe in turn then picked up a wave on the last mark on the way home to bring himself into position. So fantastic race, and for the bronze medal, I think it will be as difficult to win the bronze medal as it will to win the gold medal by the look of these athletes.
Yeah, as I said, this is beach sprint. Very short, very dynamic discipline. Short, small mistake may play a huge role. That small mistake from Joe Koch played a huge role, letting Hugo Taristano from France secure his place, secure his silver medal, and give him an opportunity to fight for golden one in final A.
So now the way the draw works here on the time trial is that the bronze medal is coming up very quickly, but there's very little recovery for the bronze medal event, and which is followed by the gold and silver. So Joe has just rode the race of his life, but now he must step to the start line again with only 7 minutes of a break. So it is a real challenge of how he can recover, how good his recovery system is to race for the bronze medal. Slight advantage to Tom Walker insofar as he has a longer break, but we saw Joe there. He really had to give everything in that race to try and challenge Hugo for the position in the final. But both athletes in the quarterfinal, Tom Walker and Joe, did not have a tough run due to technical issues. So now we get ready for the bronze medal position.
Final B, 2 minutes.
That is a very challenging situation at the moment, like for the all athletes, because the break between the races is very small. So you are still pretty full with lactate, but you have to find exactly like this power, this motivation, like to perform your best, because we are here fight for the medals, and that's that's a very
Yes.
challenging.
And you see Joe there with Austria. He has very little time to recover, so this is now a mental challenge as well as physical, because you're now fatigued and you have to gather your thoughts, you have to get going quickly. There's no time to sit back and think about the previous race, what I did or didn't do, so you have to go again. So we see both athletes there. Tom Walker has had more recovery time than Joe, so we will see how this plays out on the race now, on the start especially.
That actually a very interesting thing that you mentioned, that the one who has the earlier semi-final has slightly more time to recover, but I would say that this is a question already of the head. Who gonna be stronger in their head, and who gonna win this bronze medal in the final B of the European Championships in Gdansk?
First medal of today's races on the table. The 2024 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships Junior Men. Tom Walker against Joe Koch. Bronze medal. Who is gonna win it? Both are ready. Slightly advantage for Tom, who had more time to rest. But this is beach sprint. Everything can happen.
And Yuri has stood up again. Now he knows Austria have a chance to pull a first medal out of this European Championships, so he is standing up. He will not sit down now.
And
until
both
this race is
athletes
over.
on the way. The goal was
The buzzer is in. It seems Tom Walker started slightly better. But they are even. Now it's decisive. It's gonna be
Tom
very
Walker already
important
starting
that
to roll,
first
Joe, just
two
slightly
strokes.
Yes,
Both
Tom Walker's away, but he needs to get his hand out to the ends of the oars before and settle down. I think that Joe has got a slight advantage here. He's got the rowing settled a bit quicker than Tom. So Tom has to recover, he has to settle, he has to relax. But Joe also has to deal with the fatigue from the previous leg. So a real challenge for Joe. He's slightly in front, but we could see there on the start line he was breathing very heavily. He was only finished his race with 5 minutes, so he's really under pressure, but he's responding to the challenge and he is moving ahead slightly of Tom Walker in Great Britain. Joe Cock is pulling the race of his life here.
Well, what a race! Look at those! Both wrestlers on the same height, on the way out. Who gonna achieve the turning point earlier? Who gonna make just a better turn? This is still the questions what we're gonna see just in slight moment. Tom Walker just in slight lead over Joe Cock from Austria. GB against Austria.
Yeah, I think that break advantage is definitely telling. Tom Walker, you can see there's pulling away cleanly now. Joe had no recovery time as opposed to what Tom Walker had. So Tom is coming in first, but he is having difficulty getting the boat around. He's gone slightly wide.
You see the exhaustion in the faces of the both athletes. You see that the stroke rate is already not that high, but that is exactly the point where they have to find some power to perform. And we see that Tom Walker just leaving with a slight sprint out of the turning point.
Yes, at the moment coming for the bronze medal position. Tom Walker is powering home, and Joe Cock is hanging on though. He's not letting it go. He's hanging on.
Both athletes trying to find at least some wave to serve, because it's just gonna give you a huge advantage over the opponent. We see Tom Walker at the moment is just slightly in front. The lane of the Tom Walker is not optimal.
But look at Joe, how hard he's pulling, how he's catching up to Tom. Really tight, really close race on this bronze medal being on the table.
Well, Joe does a comeback. You see that he is just not letting Tom Walker just go away. We are approaching the beach, and the both athletes are getting on the same height, so it's gonna probably be decided on this beach. We have a run here.
Joe got on a wave just there before
Joe found just some wave to serve. You see that both athletes are just... Joe at the moment is on the way. Tom Walker is slightly under the wave, but he's gonna find the next. There's it literally on the same height approaching the beach. And
what a race for the medal.
It's gonna be decided on the beach. Who gonna it be? Who gonna have just a clean exit? Tom Walker just slightly more inside. But Joe is starting to run.
What an exit, what
on
an
the
exit
beach.
by Joe.
They're running for the medal. Who's gonna be Joe against Tom Walker? GB gets the bronze medal. What a race! What a race! Have you seen that?
What an exit by Joe. He was out of the boat in one movement, but Tom Walker just had the sprint for the beach and took the medal. There was tenths of seconds between those two athletes. What a performance!
What a performance! What a race!
And remember, these athletes, they're only just after doing another race, and to be able to produce that at the end of it is a credit to their fitness and their conditioning and their will to go for the bronze medal.
Yeah, first medal of today's European Championship goes to Great Britain. Bronze medal from Tom Walker after very exciting race, very tight one. Joe Cock was really close. He was really close in semi, he was really close in the B final. A lot of experience. I think you're gonna take a lesson from that. And we are now moving forward, because in 3 minutes we're gonna have a final A of junior men when Lucio Fugazzotto gonna face Ugo Taristano. France versus Italy, Italy versus France. Italy on the lane 2, France on the lane 1. We're gonna see in a while if the holder of the gold medal, Lucio Fugazzotto, who is world champion right now for junior men. We're gonna see in a while if he's gonna add to his collection another gold for European Championships.
Yes, and we will see the contrast now between the two styles. We see the long, strong, powerful strokes of Lucio, very strong, powerful athlete, and Hugo is a different style of rowing. He prefers to use a higher stroke rate. So interesting contrast between these two. Hugo, very fast runner as well. So the contrast in styles now, we will see how they get on for the gold and silver medal.
But look at the both handlers, they are keeping themselves warm. Their work is really also very important. On French side we have Hedwig, highly experienced women rower, multiple medals. But look at her. She's dancing. She's relaxed. She's passing her experience to the youngest, Ugo Tarisano, who is about to take part in the final air, facing Lucio from Italy. Lucio is a world champion. Lucio Fugazzotto on the lane 2, closer to us, closer to the pier, and on the lane 1, Ugo Tarisano from France. It's gonna be, I'm hoping, a really tight final. Maybe another sprint on the beach.
Well, you see the atmosphere here in Gdansk. Like the DJ just putting some effort, like to bring exactly this vibe of the of party. We're having here a party. Look at both athletes, how they are pushed.
Look at
That's
different
what we wanted
approaches.
to see.
But don't let the Hugo trick you. Hugo seems to be very relaxed, but I think he's very, very focused. He's playing his mind games with Luciano. He's showing Luciano, I'm confident.
Lucio against Hugo. That's the race of today in the men's singles golf for the gold medal.
Yes, Hugo has done fantastically well to get himself to the final, and now he must take on the world champion. Everything is riding on this entry into the boat. Both athletes are fired up, ready to go.
Yeah, silver and gold medal on the table.
Well, and the fight for the
and
gold medal is on the way.
And the starter,
We see
what
both
a
athletes
sprinter, what a
approaching
sprint
their
from
boats.
Lucio Fugazzotto,
Fugazzotto just
world
slightly
champion.
front.
He's getting
already
first to the boat, and we are looking
grabbing
how
the-
do they start.
the
I
horse
think
is already
Lucio gonna
trying
have
to push
an
the
advantage,
first
or
shot.
maybe
Hugo.
not.
Hugo just slightly behind.
Hard strokes from the Tristano, but Lucio with his long, strong push is up in the front for about half a length for now, or maybe even a length.
Yeah, I think Lucio picked his stroke rate up as high as he could to get out. You can see the determination. He's putting every bit of power he can find into those strokes, and he has pulled out a massive lead already in Hugo. I think he knew he had to do that because of the fast rating of the French scholar.
Yeah, this is the last race. This is the A final, the most important time for this young man, man, solo doing our 2024 European Rowing Course and Beach Stream Championship. Fugazzotto already leading, but Tarisano trying to chase him. Tarisano knows that even small mistake from Fugazzotto can change everything. Now Fugazzotto is approaching the spin around. This is the place when he can make that mistake, but we don't expect him to do that. We're gonna see the tactics. I think Fugazzotto is going to go aggressively close to the boy.
Lucio is actually a pretty strategic rower, because I was watching his racing like in different stages of the Philippi Cup, and also like in generally talking to him, like a lot of thoughts on how to improve exactly the line and to find this optimum. And what we see, that is just a perfect line, and he just doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah,
This is the performance of the current world champion. That's he gonna be the European champion now.
Yeah, he's just cut a wave there now, Lucio, and you could see his measured rowing in the quarterfinals where he conserved energy because he knew there was a bigger task ahead. But you could see there when it came to the final on the big day, the world champion, he knew what he had to do: get out in the start, settle down, and then get around the course, take no chances. He did not want Hugo to be level with him at the first mark, and under pressure he got his lead, and now he's applying all his power. He's a very powerful athlete. He's applying all his power, and he's keeping an eye where he's going to make sure that he stays in this position 2 lengths, 3 lengths clear.
But we see that Hugo Tassiano is still hungry. He's still in the race, so he's gonna just try to approach Lucio. But Lucio just has such a powerful stroke rate.
Yeah, Lucio's
He's
going
just in
hard.
control of this race.
Lucio's in control. Lucio is on his way to collect this gold medal of the European Championships.
And
look
Lucio
at
is
that,
exiting
world
the
champion,
boat.
European champion,
Look at this.
Luciano
running towards the gold
Fugazzotto,
medal.
Italy.
Yeah, he's happy.
He
Look
knows
at
that.
him. That is the man.
It's his
Sicilian man from Pelora Club
Luciano
here
Fugazzotto, Italy,
Italy,
European
and following
big
by
sprint
Hugo
champion among
from France.
junior
Hugo
men on the
Tassiano
silver.
finishes
Hugo
in silver, and
Tarisano
Lucio
from France.
Fugazzotto is a European champion in the single scull junior men.
Yes, and a fantastic silver medal performance from Hugo as well too. An athlete for the future as well, but no doubting the champion, the world champion, showing why he is the world champion. Powerful performance, measured his rowing, did everything right, navigation, entry, exit, running, everything was done to perfection. and you could see this man becoming a senior champion, maybe an LA champion in 4 years' time. He has got all the ingredients.
Well, unfortunately, you on the stream, you don't see these pictures of real happiness. What you see here, but they are really, really happy, supported by their team members, by the Giovanni Ficora, Maria Condurse, and Daria and Alessandra. They did a very good job preparing for these races, and now they are all happy to see Lucia winning this gold medal here in Gdansk.
Yeah, very, very nice performance from Lucio. I think he could compete with elite men today. His performance, his results are perfect. Maybe you are looking at the medalists or the following 2028 LA Olympic Games. Who knows? We'll be taking a close look to Luciano Fugazzotto as a world and European champion right now.
But guys, let's not forget about our silver medalist, Hugo Graziano, who is actually a club member of the Société Nautique de Monaco. And those guys are also preparing the best juniors in the world. They have a pretty nice crew there, not currently here, but in general in the Monaco. You can follow them also on their Instagram. You're gonna see just what their effort is actually being done to bring the young public exactly to the coastal rowing and for the beach sprint. So, chapeau for the athlete from France. That was a decent work, but it was enough for the silver medal. Congratulations to the silver medalist, but the gold medalist is Lucio Fugazzotto.
Yes, and what you could really notice about his performance was the way he was able to control the race. He had all parts of the race under control, even though he was absolutely maxed out there for the first 80-90 meters. But his ability to keep composure during the race, keep control of everything, look around, know where he is, know what he's doing. Like you say, this man could be in the senior ranks next year, and he would definitely be very much at home in the middle of the elite senior athletes.
Yeah, after exciting race among junior men, we are now moving to the quarterfinals of women junior. On the first start, we're gonna see Spain versus Sweden. Representing Spain, Lucia Navarro versus Marta Karlsson from Sweden. Marta picked the lane number 2, the closer to the pier, the better one as we spoke. But as we can see through the history, through the results from today's day, it's always up to the athlete, up to their performance. Very, very strong, very strong racing, very, very nice, tight races we have witnessed in those semis and finals. Very, very excited to look for what the girls gonna bring to us.
Yeah, so Marta raced earlier in the last 16 race to come into the last 8. So I think Lucia had the fastest time in the time trial the other day, but that all changes now when it comes to knockout, because there are so many other factors in. So when you are doing your time trial, you have time to relax and settle because there's no other athlete beside you or ahead of you. So this is championship, this is knockout, and everything that happens in the time trial is now history. It's a new beginning.
At the WISA world champion, Giovanni Ficcara said, new race, new life.
New race, new life. That is his motto.
Yes, of course, because this is coastal. There are just the waves can be just different. The sea, sea is this uncontrolled power what we have here in this sport, and this is actually what makes the whole excitement also of the vibe what we have here at the races.
Yeah, the bridge sprint, as we can clearly see, rivalization head to head next to each other is very, very interesting, very challenging races. Everything takes apart, everything matters. The way you start, the way you sprint, then the way how you can handle those tricky waves, because the weather conditions are really, really challenging, as Yuri said before. We are still waiting about 4 minutes before women start, and once again, we are after the junior men finals. Gold medal representing Italy, Lucio Fugazzotto. Silver to the France, to the Ugo Tarisano, and bronze goes to Great Britain, goes on the islands for Tom Walker. Bronze was close to the Austria, but Joe barely made it. He was really close. As I said, small mistakes can change everything. As in his semi-final, he was troubling in leaving the boat. That might cost him a medal that he could have.
Yeah, so we just see joining us there was Michel Caplot from the commission. He is very happy with everything that is happening here this weekend. Technical director along with Katerina, and very pleased with the rowing, the racing conditions, course. Very well run event. So we see our athletes are getting ready. Marta, like we said, was out earlier today, so she has had, maybe we might say, an advantage of having a warm-up race done today a couple of hours ago. I think it definitely helps to get something done, but no doubt about it, she will have a tough job ahead of her to deal with Lucia Navarro, who is the fastest time trialist on the time trials yesterday.
If I'm not mistaken, the Navarro Lucia is actually the part of the very successful rowing family, and we see a lot of representatives at the international stage. Navarro sisters.
Oh yes, you're right. I mean, so many medals, so many podium finishes. So very, very talented. And
but that is actually the culture they have in Spain. I mean, look at them. Like literally every crew what you have here in Gdansk, even in endurance and also in the beach sprint, those are the athletes that can that pretend to be winning like the gold medals here.
Yeah, exactly. But look at that. Look at the girls were doing in a while. They are still moving, keeping themselves warm, because this is very, very important to stay warm, to be prepared to that rapid start, to get an advantage early before entering the boat and keep that in the boat with those few strokes at the beginning to catch up that speed. We're gonna see how Navarro, representing Spain on lane 1, gonna handle it and gonna face Marta Karlsson from Sweden in just about a minute. The boats are being already put to the water. The ball handlers are preparing everything in the best angle, holding them tight, preparing for the athletes to join them.
Yes, and we hear the start music just before the minute of AC/DC Thunderstruck. Yuri, is there any tune in the world that you would not prefer to have starting a race except Thunderstruck?
Oh, I believe we will rock you.
We will rock you.
Because that's where the grandstands are just getting crazy. So we are now.
Yeah, I think the girls gonna rock us in a while as the beat comes up. The everything is on the line. The place in semi-final is on the table. Who's gonna take it, Navarro or Karlsson? We're gonna see in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can see Lucia Navarro watching that flag. She knows the minute the flag leaves the hands, it's go.
And the first quarter-final of the women's solo, junior women's solo, is on the way. We see that the Spanish athlete is just slightly in front.
Yeah, very fast run down the beach by Lucia. She's away already, and a great push from the handlers there. They followed her out into the water and gave the boat a serious push off, and she's already got a length up.
Yeah, very, very nice, very, very strong stand from Lucia Navarro, getting an advantage early over Marta Karlsson from Sweden. We're gonna see how it's gonna happen later on. Lucia Navarro seems to have everything under control, but until race is on, everything can happen, as we've seen in before. 40 seconds on the clock, about a length of advantage, but I think Lucia is going very, very wide. So maybe Marta has a better angle. We're gonna see on the second buoy how it's gonna look like. Maybe Marta can use that advantage and put herself on front.
Yes, but you can see there Lucia very aggressive through the back end of the stroke. She's putting everything into the back end of the stroke. More measured by Marta coming out, but we shall see, like you say, on the mark, on the rounding of the mark. Lucia's aggressive rowing style at the finish has given her maybe a length of advantage. But it uses a lot of energy, as you can imagine, going to these waves. But it has given her a big advantage coming into that rounding mark. So she will round comfortably in first place, and she has made a lot of the angle already before she backs the oar in. Very, very good navigating by the Spanish athlete.
Yeah, very aggressively taking that spin, very aggressively enclosed by Lucia Navarro, and she is on her way back. The last 250 meters of straight line for Lucia Navarro and Marta Karlsson. Lucia Navarro from Spain in front of Marta Karlsson, but we can see who can catch which one can find the wave that's gonna give her a sprint boost, the speed boost over the last meters.
Yeah, and I'd say that was probably the best approach at the rounding mark of any athlete that we've seen today. She measured the angle perfectly and spun it tightly around. So She has brought down the stroke rate a bit, Lucia, on the way home. She has, a lead of about maybe 2 to 3 lengths, so she can afford to conserve a bit of energy on the way in.
But you're not allowed here to give any kind of chance at this stage of the race that Marta just can't even think of getting even closer. So this is kind of a mix of the I want to save some some power for the next races, but still I have to perform because Marta is can get pretty hungry, and if you're hungry for blood, then you're just ready to push.
Oh, I think Lucia is gonna make it. She's going to a semi-final now, getting a landing, looking for a clear landing. We have a little bit different conditions until we have doing time trials when there were stronger waves, putting both sideways. Today, all athletes performing great, and Lucia Navarro representing Spain, saving her spot in the first of semi-final, leaving in behind Marta Karlsson from Sweden. But it was another very impressive from Lucia Navarro. Very nicely done.
Very decent race from both athletes. Lucia Navarro very confident.
Yes, and
win for her this time.
Very controlled.
We wish her the best of luck for the semi-final and for the finals. We're gonna come next. And we are getting prepared for the next race with Italy, Maria Lanciano from Barletta and
Marlene
Kuhr from Austria.
It's worth to mention Maria Lanciano reached the quarterfinal last year during World Championship in Barletta. So I are looking maybe two union medals goes to Italy. Maria Lanciano looking forward to join Lucio Fugazzotto, having a golden for herself too.
Maria Lanciano is very experienced coastal rower. She was in Barletta in her hometown, delivering a super solid performance, if I'm not even mistaken, in the mixed double together with Lucio Fugazzotto, the European champion from some races before. And Marlena Kuhr, she's pretty new into the sport, but she made just a very good impression in the races, internal races, and also Felipe Cups that we visited together with Austrian team. Actually, this lineup was already at the Felipe Cup 3. That was very decent racing from the both athletes. Maria Lanciano just dancing there, feeling herself relaxed, she's doing
a show.
The shoulders relaxed. But the Marlene just stands next to it and thinks, okay, Maria, you can dance, but I gonna dance in the boat. And then we're gonna see who's gonna be first.
Yeah, exactly. I said Marlene is kinda new to the spot, but we've witnessed some surprises. But so small mistake from Maria can be used by Marlene and shaving the spot in semi-final. But reaching quarterfinal isn't a coincidence. She deserved that place. So Maria Lanciano, Marlene Kuhr, Austria versus Italy in the second quarterfinal of today's day.
Look at that, the energy of the athletes, it just kicks in.
And we have Lucio over here after his gold medal, delighted with his performance.
What I have to say?
Lucio, just tell, what are your emotions? How is it to be the new European champion?
Actually, I don't know, I'm very happy. I feel new, and after a pretty tough season, I'm very happy to achieve this goal.
Well, Lucio, that was very decent racing, that was very close races. But we have to look back on the racing at the moment. The second quarterfinal of the women's solo here in the beach sprint. Maria Lanciano against Marlene Kuhr. Italy against Austria. Who gonna fight for the medals later this day? That is a question that nobody still knows the answer, but we're gonna know it in a minute.
Yes, and Maria is keeping relaxed, keeping loose on the start line. She knows entry in the boat is everything.
The change in the view. I mean, that is a game face of the both athletes.
Yeah,
and they're just,
as we say, Maria seems to be.
And
they started.
Quarterfinal is on the way. Maria Lanciano against Marlene Kuhr. Marlene is
gonna see in a while who's gonna get
to the
better
boat.
on their own
Marlene
stage.
is in the boat. Maria is as well. The first strokes from Marlene Kuhr from Austria. She's taking an early lead. Maria Lanciano just slightly behind, but of course fighting for this for this quarterfinals. It's gonna be tight racing. I have already the perfect feel that it's gonna be very interesting. It's both athletes are just on the way for the first turning point.
What a run on the beach from Marlene Kuhr from Austria. When Yuri saw her running down the beach so fast, he exploded off the seat to encourage her on, and it has given her the lead. She was in the lead by about maybe 2 lengths with that fast run down the beach into the boat.
Yeah, Marlene performed extremely nice run, but Maria Lanciano doing extremely over rowing down to the coast. She is like now next to the second turning point, approaching to the turning point. She is leading right now over Marlene, but as we've seen previously, everything can change in the flash in a second. For now, Maria Lanciano from Italy is in front of Marlene Kuhr from Austria.
You see in the close-up how challenging the conditions are. So, you know, nothing is still decided. The game is on. Marlene Kuhr is just slightly behind on the first buoy. Maria Lanciano, but delivering a stable performance. She is already on the way back home. Marlene is still in the turn. Unfortunate. There are some definitely issues at the turning, but Maria just keeping it stroking, and look at her face, how confident she is. She is in the control of this race at the moment, but everything can still happen. Nobody knows exactly who's gonna win it.
Very strong, very tall, powerful athlete, Maria Lanciano, and she, like you say, she has control. All she has to do now is get on the wave and surf that wave home, which she's doing very well. Long, powerful strokes there, and she's tipping the boat along on top of the wave, doing very well.
Yeah, so far so good for Maria Lanciano, swimming, rowing to the hell place in semi-final junior woman this day. Marlene Kuhr is still trying to challenge her, but I think Maria is having a serious lead for now.
Slight navigation issue from Marlene Kuhr. She just goes just a bit too far outside, but that is, you know, that happens pretty often, and in these challenging conditions where the wind is blowing just from the one side, it's not easy to say where you want to come from. What is the best tactics in this race? Maria Lanciano approaching the beach. Just probably 3 or 4 strokes more, and then she is on the beach running towards the semi-final, and gonna fight for the medals later this day. Maria Lanciano, such a confident performance. She's just she knows she's gonna get it. This game face is still on. She knows that she has still 2 races to go, and Marlene Kuhr, a pretty decent exit, and she's running toward the finish line. But unfortunately, this time it just was not enough. But great race, great performance from both athletes. Italy against Austria.
Yeah, very clean exit from the boat from Maria Lanciano. Very competent performance, and she will be very happy there. She was able to bring it home nice and steady, and her exit out of the boat was spectacular. And we can see there straight away, finish the race, clothes top on, ready for the next race, prepare for the next race. So she is getting ready for a semi-final, and she wants to go all the way to the podium. She is now in a challenge for a podium position.
Yeah, Maria saves her spot in semi-final. We're gonna see her back in a while, and we are now moving to the quarterfinal number 3 of today. Junior Women, the 2024 European Rowing Coast and Beach Sprint Championships being in Gdansk, Poland. On the start line, we're gonna see in a while on line number 1, representing France, Amaya Irazoki, against representing Portugal, Lara Faustino on the lane number 2. Lara and Amaya, who gonna be on the semi-final? We're gonna find out in few minutes. About 3 minutes to start. Girls are getting prepared. They are already on the starting line, constantly moving, constantly jumping, keeping themselves warm, because there is knockout stage. If you lose, you are out. Is to stay alive, to be or not to be, between Amaya Irazoki from France and Lara Faustino from Portugal. Who's gonna make it? We're gonna see in a while. We are very looking forward. Interesting race in a while.
Yeah, and we can see there now the advantage of winning your time trial, or coming second in the time trial. First and second in the time trials are qualified in their quarterfinals for the semi, but they are now recovering at the moment, while the second while the third and fourth quarterfinalists are rowing. So every minute counts in this recovery process for the semi-final. So that is why the advantage in the time trial counts for so much when you come to the knockout stages. So we can see here France, Portugal lined up for the third quarterfinal.
And again, Edwig as a boat handler, she's boat provider. She is gonna, as we said previously multiple times, a living legend, I would say, of Corsa rowing. Multiple men of her, a lot of experience, and she's smiling, she's so confident. She knows what Amaya is capable of. We're gonna see if Amaya gonna overtake Lara, or maybe Lara gonna overtake Amaya. What a music, they are getting prepared. Yeah. You should see Yuri now. Yeah, you really should see Yuri.
Yes, I think the DJs, when we mentioned we would like to hear "We Will Rock You," they played it straight away. So it's good that they are listening and they are putting on our recommendations. It's very important to have the right music for these occasions.
Well, the third quarterfinal is about to start, and here we have two contestants from France and Portugal.
Yeah, boats are in water.
Irazok Amaya against Faustina Lara. Lara from Portugal and Amaya from France. Who gonna get this spot in the semi-final and gonna fight further for the gold medal?
Two athletes, third semi-final, one spot in two athletes, third quarterfinal, one spot in semi-final B. Final countdown. They are ready. Amaya Irazaki from France and Lara Faustino from Portuguese.
Let's super focus, and they are on the run. They already started. They have started their race. The third quarterfinal is about to be decided. The
French international start was perfect. It was on the edge of being on the fast start, but she made it. She's first to take a stroke. She is getting speed on her boat. Amaya Irazaki slightly leading on the Lara Faustino, but she's really close to her.
Yeah, fantastic run by Amaya from France there. She was forced down the beach and into the boat, but she is really having difficulty in the conditions now, trying to swing it around there with her left hand and bring it in against the wind. But we noticed there on the beach, just as they were about to get into the boats, the wave on the beach has picked up. So that is going to make the conditions challenging from here on for all the exits out of the boat. And I think Laura from Portugal, she is also trying to get the boat swung over into the wind. So you can see the wind has picked up.
Yeah, the wind has picked up. It seems Amaya dealing with the wind with those waves a little bit better. Her angle is better, but they are really tight next to each other. It's gonna be very interesting race. Second turning point along. I think it's about a length, or maybe length of a leading for France right now.
Yes, and Amaya did very well there. She took the buoy on the rigger, which meant she didn't lose any speed on the oar. So very well navigated there by Amaya. You either avoid the mark completely or else you go right on top of it and clip it with the oars. But you can't clip it with the blades because it throws you out. But I think Amaya has just done enough at this stage to give herself a bit of breathing space coming into around that important outside mark. She's taking it very tight, and if she can stick in the inside oar and swing on that one, this will bring her around.
And we have here a pretty clean navigation from the France athlete.
Very nicely done by the French.
She's a bit earlier on the out than the Portuguese one, but it's still not decided. Both athletes are still in the game. Very confident lead by the by the Amaya Irozok from France.
Yes, and
she's catching the wave.
Amaya has just slowed her stroke down a little bit there now. She's, like you say, she's on the wave surfing it now, and she's able to relax a little bit because she has, a nice lead built up so she can surf down the waves.
So there has some meters to be done, and some races also later this day. So the Amaya is just feeling confident in this race, controlling the race, and just going directly to the finish line.
Very nice, very smoothly, very easy, very confident Amaya is. She's surfing towards the beach, she's surfing towards the semi-final European Champions League, leaving Lara Faustino in behind. Very impressive from Amaya in this quarterfinal.
Yes, she is absolutely using the conditions perfectly all the way home, Amaya. And you can see maybe that training that she gets from Ejvik, who is so used and so experienced at surfing the waves, is definitely telling. Very composed, very controlled finish, and a fantastic exit out of the boat as she comes up the beach to take her place in the semi-final. Very composed performance by Amaya.
Decent race, the third quarterfinal gonna be decided for the French athlete Amaya, following by the Portuguese athlete.
Yeah, on the after the Amaya, Lara Faustino representing Portugal arrives to the finish line. So we know 3 out of 4 semi-finals among women. One last spot on the table, and on the fight for it gonna in a while. Natasha Phillips representing Great Britain against Teresa Oselzla from Czechia. Maybe another title race, because we are only title races today. We're gonna see who, Natasha or Teresa, gonna make that semi-finals complete. Gonna be the 4th one to join the semis.
Yes, and we must remember too, even though this grade is under 19, some of these athletes are only 15 or 16, but they are handling the conditions so well. It is very unusual that we can have so many athletes at these challenging conditions, handling them, rowing out against the wind and against the waves, and then able to beach the boat so efficiently. The waves on the beach now have really picked up, and they're at the stage now on the beach where you are coming in with your boat, and if you're picked up sideways, you will end up being turned completely sideways and maybe out of the boat. So now we have a new challenge for here until the end of the day's racing of the wave on the beach as you come in to take your exit.
Well, as we saw already in the junior men's single, that on the land stands the athlete from the Czech Republic again, and that's what I was trying to say a bit earlier this day, that Czech Republic has a very decent preparation, like for the beach sprint. They have developed their own program, their own internal program that is comparably comparable to the other, let's say, Nautic nations are preparing top level athletes that are able to compete on the international level without having any sea at home.
Yes, we see it here now. We have Great Britain. Natasha Phillips, she won the trials to be on this squad, and a strong, powerful athlete. But again, like you say, Great Britain surrounded by water, and they also have identified a lot of clubs on the coast as kind of bases where athletes can go to prepare for these international events. And Czechia obviously has no coastline, maybe lakes, but the waves in lakes sometimes are big depending on wind, but not the same as the long Atlantic coastal waves or the waves we have here from the Baltic Sea or the North Sea. So very hard to get these conditions for training purposes, but these athletes are doing so well.
But you know what, I believe like that exactly in these conditions where the waves are pretty flat, they are actually pretty close to those races on the lakes. If the lake is big enough, then you don't have really like that much of the swell, but you have really very choppy conditions, and that is exactly like one of the wave types that you are having here, because we have the wind coming from the left side, and this is a pretty flat wind, so it doesn't really create that much of the height of the wave, and that's exactly what makes actually it's pretty unstable. But
yeah,
now
about 31 kilometers per hour is wind coming from the west to us on our left side. Czechia and Great Britain, Natasha versus Teresa for the last 4th spot in the semi-final among junior women, and they've started very clearly on the edge for Teresa, on the edge of Forstad.
Yes, I think Natasha seemed to get away first, but Teresa is quicker on the run. So Teresa's into the boat already, and we see here now Great Britain are just leaving the beach at the moment, but I think Teresa's handlers have got her away quicker. And yes, Teresa has got a fantastic start from her handlers, giving her maybe a half-length advantage already. But we can see now the conditions are already starting to push these athletes away from the mark and into the middle. So they need to come out of the middle as soon as they go past that mark. We see Natasha Phillips is tall, strong athlete, and she's able to use her power, not rating very high, but using long, powerful strokes into the wind.
What an impressive start from Natasha Phillips representing Britain. She done it very, very well, taking it over massive lead over Teresa. If she is dealing but she's struggling right now, but she made it. She is touching with the blade, but it's clear, it's allowed still.
Yes, definitely big lead put up by Natasha Phillips, but you can see she's using her height, using her power. She's coping with the conditions by keeping the stroke rate down and keeping the rowing as long as possible. So I think very sensible approach by the Great Britain athlete. She's in front, no need to do anything spectacular, no need for sprinting, just keep it long, keep it steady and get down to that rounding mark.
But as I said, the wind got stronger and we can clearly see that how Teresa is struggling. Look how wide Natasha is going on the third turning buoy on the spin. She is struggling, she's going very wide, but she is now getting herself in a right position. We're finding right nice angle to the beach, getting nice straight line. She is in a big advantage as she is on the straight line on her way back. Teresa is just right now approaching the third buoy.
Yes, and Teresa started her turn very far out from the buoy. I think the wind is really playing a factor in her race here. It is keeping her pushed away from her marker. Natasha is also finding difficulty with the conditions, but she's using her head, staying long, staying slow, no sprinting. Just keep the boat straight, keep it going, conserve energy, and get ready for the semi-final, which it is likely she will be in if she is able to keep this long, strong rowing. And she's up on the wave now, bringing her home.
Yeah, she was the right way to secure that place, secure that semi-final, and give you her chance to fight for medals in today's races. Natasha Phillips representing Great Britain, but you can clearly see in a minute when it got stronger how many that changed, how the junior women had a problem, and we can see now the Teresa in serious trouble.
Yes, Teresa has had a capsize there, but she's done everything right, taken her feet out and called for the safety boat. So very good call there by Teresa. You're quite entitled to flip the boat back up if you want and get back in, but I think the wind has just been too strong for her on that side, so very wise decision.
Yeah, definitely wind played a huge role as Natasha Phillips is now securing her spot. It's another big advantage for her because she can be relaxed, she can go slow to the finish, save some power for the semi-final she's gonna take in a second.
Yeah, so she doesn't have to run so hard up the beach. We saw Teresa running there, very fast runner. But Natasha, she can just jog the beach to the line now, conserve power and relax. She is in the fourth quarter-final, so she will have the least amount of rest as opposed to the first one. So this will be an advantage for her that she didn't have to race so hard. And great to see Teresa is back in the motorboat in the rib, and such a fast job done by the safety crew out there. They have the boat, they have the athlete, the oar secured literally in the space of under 60 seconds, so absolutely fantastic stewarding.
Yeah, the rescue boat worked perfectly, secured the rest, everything is fine. Now we are looking forward for the first semi-final of today's day, where Maria Lanciano gonna race against representing Spain, Lucia Navarro versus Lanciano, Italy versus Spain, Spain versus Italy. Who gonna make to the final? We're gonna see in about 2 minutes. Girls are getting ready. Lanciano again, as she did before. She is dancing, she's relaxed. She's getting prepared for that semi-final.
Yeah, we saw Lucia in the quarter-final. Very good athlete, handling the conditions well, calm, composed, and thinking her way around the course. So she, like we say, she had the fastest time and handled the conditions very well. And now she will take the first semi-final, the first chance for these athletes. Now, as we say, the winner will go and challenge for the gold and silver medal, and the second place then has another go at a bronze.
I really believe that this could be exactly the lineup actually for the gold medal, but unfortunately the procession system just decided that they're gonna compete in the semi-final.
Yeah,
so
so
pretty classical like lineup, Italy against Spain.
So it happens in knockout stages. Navarro versus Lanciano. As you said, small final in that semi-final, but the medals are on the table. Let's gonna see in a flash, Navarro or Lanciano, who stands a chance to get a golden for herself and who goes to the final B and fight for the bronze.
Yeah, so we just see Teresa coming in on the beach now unscathed, which is fantastic. She's had a capsize and it hasn't phased her. The safety crew were so quick to bring both athlete oars in, and now she can relax and she can learn and she can come again in the next day in the World Championship. So well done to her for holding her head, and she's back in now and she's smiling, she's happy, so she can relax for the day. And we see on the start line we have
At the moment, we see exactly the difference of two different athletes. The attitude to the race. The Maria Lanciano just dancing around, keeping her so loose, just trying to relax before the start. And we have the Navarro, who is just concentrated and focused to deliver the best race.
Yeah, and the handlers, the boat handlers below now, they're really earning their jobs down there now, because the waves on the beach have picked up significantly. They're at least a half meter higher. So not only is the entry into the boat a challenge, the exit is also challenging as well. So the handlers getting the seat in the right place, so when the athlete sits down, the seat is under them. Spain versus Italy. This is a championship.
Well, we are about to start the first semi-final, and if you just tune in, this is here gonna be decided who gonna fight for the gold medal later this day. Who gonna be, Spain or Italy? That's the question we're gonna know the answer.
Maria Lanciano from Italy,
and
they
it's on the way!
started.
Maria
versus
against
Lucia. Lucia versus
Navarro.
Maria. Lucia
Who's gonna be
seems
the
to be
first at the
seems to be
in the
faster,
boat?
seems to be stronger on this running part, and she gets to the boat as first in front of Maria Lanciano.
Yeah, Lucia is an incredibly fast runner, and that has given her a length straight away before ever rowing a stroke. So unbelievable sprint down the beach there by Lucia Navarro for Spain. And we just saw her take a quick glance over to check on Maria to see how close she is to her, but I think Lucia has the advantage here, but Maria is powering through it on the far side beside the pier, outrating her, doing everything she can to get in front.
Yeah, same scenario. Maria getting to the boat on a second, but few strong strokes, few strong pulls, and she is in front. Maria Lanciano representing Italy in front of Lucia Navarro from Spain. But as you can clearly see, wind got stronger. Wind is very, very strong. The women athletes are struggling on their way. They are second buoy, they passed the second marker, and they are ahead of the spin. When everything can change, we're gonna take a look in a while who's gonna handle it in better. Maria Lanciano on the lane 2 on a far post from us, and or Lucia Navarro in the blue boat.
Very decent performance from the Italian crew with Maria Lanciano in the junior women's single.
I think
we see that both athletes are pretty close at the turning point, so this is gonna be close race. Who's gonna bring it home? Maria Lanciano is already on the way back, fighting against going with the waves. The Lucia Navarro just slightly in front, but it's still not decided.
Very tight on that turning point, on that spin. It paid off, but Maria pulling strong, long strokes, and Maria is back on front. But it is really close, really sprint. Everything can happen.
Maria Lanciano just making a navigation mistake at the moment. She just goes a bit too outside. Let's see. Gonna it make some difference in the race outcome? We never know. But she's just a bit outside. She's fighting against this side wind, and we're gonna see. But they are staying on the same height. So actually, the line is still fine, because she's gonna just make it pretty nice, like to the landing flag.
Yeah,
Lucia Navarro is just slightly in front, but who knows who's gonna run faster, who's gonna exit the boat faster? That's still the questions that we don't know the answer for, and we're gonna see at the moment. Maria Lanciano just fighting to come back into this race after small navigation failure. Lucia Navarro just going straight to the finish line, and she is already almost
Lucia
about
Navarro dismounting at this time. Perfect. Perfect.
Just runs it to the finish, and the first contender.
She secured her spot in this A final of today's race. Lucia Navarro from Spain. Lucia Navarro goes to final A, as Maria Lanciano goes to final B.
Yes, you had the longer stroke of Lucia Navarro, the long, elegant stroke that brought her home over the waves on the way home. And Maria shortened up and sprinted as hard as she could to catch up, but unfortunately Lucia had the wave on the way home and kept her boat on the wave all the ways, and the dismount was flawless. Out of the boat, up the beach, and now she is going to challenge for the medal position.
I mean, we saw at the moment like the decent race of the both contenders, and the first contender for the gold medal is already decided. It's gonna be Lucia Navarro from Spain that's gonna just fight in the final A just in some minutes. And Maria Lanciano, she's still in the game and she gonna try to get the bronze.
Yeah,
but who
Maria
gonna accompany them is still not decided, and we're gonna see just in a few minutes, so stay tuned.
Yeah, Maria to the final B, Lucia to the final A, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen in the second semi-final. That's gonna happen in a while. On lane number 1 representing France, Amaya Irazokwi, and in the lane number 2 representing Great Britain, Natasha Phillips. Both athletes performed extremely well in the previous quarter-finals. Now they are next to each other in the semis. Let's gonna see who's gonna fight for silver, for gold with Lucia, and who's gonna fight for a bronze with Maria.
Yeah, we see Natasha in her race there. She had the advantage of not having to race so hard, and she was able to pace herself, keep it slow, keep the rate down. But now we're on the semi-final. Now there is no take it easy. There is no easy race here. It is championship. Semi-final is championship, so she is going to have to go for it here. It won't be possible to just keep control, keep nice and steady. You have to sprint it out, especially against Amaya from France, who pulled a fantastic quarterfinal earlier.
Yeah, and Amaya had some more minutes of rest before the semi, more than Natasha. That may play some role, but we're gonna see in a while as they gonna start just in a flash, just about 2 minutes. The boat handlers are waiting for the umpire signal to put the boats in the water. Everything on place. Great Britain, represented by Natasha Phillips, on lane number 2, versus France, represented by Amaya Irazaki, in second semi-final of today's races in coastal under 19 women's solo. So juniors, maybe as we said before, it's gonna be an Olympic discipline in LA 2028. So maybe as we are wondering if one of the men who we saw before is going to play a big role in LA, maybe one of the girls gonna play such a big role too, and we are looking forward, we are hoping for that.
Oh, I think so. In the semi-final stage now, the boats are just going in the water, and we saw Maya in the last race had a bit of trouble in the first couple of strokes, but put it behind her, got going, and rode a fantastic race to come all the way through to challenge for the semi-final spot. Natasha Phillips, strong, very powerful, long, powerful, strong strokes, but she knows now that she will really have to up it and sprint this. But we can see on the line, Natasha looks very relaxed. She's focused on it, and Amaya is ready to go as well.
But the next time is over. It's time to focus, because place in final A is on the table. We're gonna see who's gonna fight with Lucia in the final A for the gold medal, and who's gonna join Maria in the final B for the bronze.
So the final preparation, and the second semi-final is already on the way. Great Britain against France. That is a perfect lineup for in this semi-final. Decent racing is about to come, and you're gonna see how this girl's gonna just make through those big waves what we have here in Gdansk.
And Amaya is so quick in that run. She was definitely into the boat first, and she's up and running already, but so fast. Once you get past those first 4 or 5 waves, then you can settle, but you have to fight your way past those waves first. So she is definitely in front, maybe a length, maybe a small bit more, but she is now lengthening out the stroke. Amaya is lengthening out the stroke, as is Natasha Phillips, trying to get the power on now to close that gap.
Yeah, Natasha Phillips proved that in previous how strong she is, how fast she can row, and I think they are now even, because Natasha is working very, very hard, and I think she is having a better angle before that second buoy. We're gonna see in a while who is going to take it better and even tighter. Yeah, but Amaya is going very, very nicely towards that buoy. We're gonna see how she's gonna handle it. Yeah, very, very close, very, very slightly touching with the blade, the buoy, but didn't lose too much speed. She maintained that, and she's going to the buoy number 3.
Well, that was perfection by Amaya. She took the buoy on the rigger, and the wind is blowing her across on top of that, so she lost no speed. So very, very close at this stage coming into the mark. I think Natasha has been pushed wide, unfortunately, so she really must correct. She must correct and come in.
Well, look at this tight racing. Both boats are approaching at the same time. The GB athletes just has a bit of more.
Look how wide Amaya is going. The wind is strong. The conditions are very challenging, but Natasha going very tight to the buoy, and very
she probably just caught a slight crack.
They are even, I think, right now. They are on the even. We're gonna see from the drone, but I'm gonna say Amaya might be slightly in front, but Natasha is very strong one. very few pulls and they are even. Yeah, what a race going on, what a race for the final.
Yes, I think Natasha is using every bit of the power she has. You can see she has so much power in her strokes, but like you say, you cannot write off Amaya. Very accomplished oarswoman. She is well capable of pulling through if she can catch a wave. So which of these two crews can catch a wave? That is what is going to decide.
There's a very, very tight racing we have here in this second semi-final. Who's gonna enter the final A? We have Natasha from Great Britain. She's just in slight lead, but this lead is almost nothing. When they gonna come to the pitch, the exit, that's gonna be the decided aspect of this race. We see that the navigation of the both crews are actually, not pretty close to the perfect. They're on the same height, so it's gonna be a beach finish. Who's gonna run faster?
Yeah, they are next to each other. Irazaki for France and Phillips for Great Britain. On the previous race to the boat, Irazaki proved that she's faster on the run. We're gonna see if she's gonna make that again. If she's gonna secure the place in the final, we're gonna see that in a second.
Amaya is just about to land.
She is the faster runner, and Amaya is clean out of the boat. Now it's a foot race.
Amaya is running toward the finish and gonna be the second contender here in the final A and fighting for the gold medal. Chapeau for the British athlete, for Natasha from Great Britain, who gonna just accompany Maria Lanciano fighting for the bronze medal later this day.
Yeah, Natasha Phillips versus Maria Lanciano in the final B in a while for the bronze medal versus Viva la France, Viva la Amaya Irazaki. She just joined Lucia Navarro in final. So in final B for the bronze medal, we're gonna see fight between Great Britain and Italy in the final A, and the gold medal being on the table. Amaya for the France and Lucia for the Spain. We are looking forward for such a great finish, for such a great race. That's just in a moment. So stay with us, be with us, because it has beach sprint. It's everything very, very fast. Everything happens in a flash. So we can't go away. You have to stay with us.
Yeah, and you can see there the advantage of the run. You could see Amaya was first into the boat. You could see on the water Natasha seemed to have more power, more boat speed at times, but again, just as they came to the finish line, Amaya was able to get up level, and once she got out of the boat, she had the advantage in the run up the beach. So even though this is rowing are both equal components in this sport, as we can see there, the ability to outsprint your opponent for the buzzer as well as getting into the boat quickly.
It's really sometimes it's very crucial, and sometimes very decide for the outcome of the race, and that's what we saw here. That Amaya just did a better exit. She just made no mistakes. She went pretty clean. She got exactly this momentum, like to keep running and just to stay clean in the run, and that's what actually was needed for the win.
Yes, and it'll be interesting now for the gold silver final to see, can she. I think there is more that she can do. I think she can. That win will give her confidence. So I think she can do more and challenge Lucia Navarro for the gold medal. I think it'll be a very interesting race for the gold medal.
But we at the moment, we have even to concentrate on this fight for the bronze medal, because fourth place is very unthankful place. The first place that's actually not receiving a medal. Nobody wants to be in the first position. And here is the fight between Maria Lanciano and the Portuguese athlete.
So we're getting ready. So for the B final, we have Maria Lanciano and Natalie Phillips or Natasha Phillips. And unfortunately, as we said in the previous B final, Natasha will not have a lot of recovery to prepare for this race.
No, I would say the shortest recovery time is actually for Natasha, because she was just straight away just outside there rowing. So she's still not there. I mean, in the head she's kind of trying to focus on the next race, and to forget that actually you was performing like hell, like just literally 3 or 4 minutes ago, and how to find exactly this power in order to perform just at the top of your opportunities.
Yeah, you can see the two athletes on the start, and Maria Lanciano has had a longer break and she is recovered and she is ready to race, but Natalie has only just got out of the boat, so she is doing her best to breathe in as much oxygen as she can and try and reload and get ready for a shot at the bronze medal. So very, very tough job for Natalie. You can see there she's breathing very heavy, and already the umpire is calling her to get ready and attention.
Well, and now the first medal can be decided exactly now. Wait. And let's go! The first final B, where it's gonna be decided. The first medal in the women's solo gonna be decided now, and it's on the way. Maria Lanciano is currently already in the boat. She's sitting and trying to make the first strokes. Natasha from the Great Britain, she's just slightly behind, but still, nothing is lost, because this is just an early lead for the Maria Lanciano from Italy.
Yeah, we can see there Maria Lanciano, the advantage of having that bit of a break, get a bit of a recovery into the legs. She was able to get down that beach faster and get into the boat quicker. So a huge advantage there. And already Maria Lanciano is making full use of that fast start. She's outrating Natasha Phillips. She knows that she wants to get this medal won on the way to the mark.
I can imagine that Maria Lanciano just is pretty pissed that she didn't go to the final A because the stakes were high. But you know, the Lucia Navarro, she was just not such a easy not to crack. And you see here how actually the attitude changed like through the races. But you know what? But Natasha is just there.
Yeah,
and she's not just letting Maria just go away.
No, I think Natasha's power and her strength is keeping her in the race, even though she's fatigued and she's trying to get through those big waves that have just came through the boat. She has got so much power. I think she could be a very promising athlete for the senior ranks in the future.
The only thing we can wish for Natasha, not to lose hope and just try to keep pushing and just following the Maria Lanciano from Italy. Maria is already exiting the turning buoy. Natasha is almost is about at the half of the turn.
Yeah,
a bit wider, but I think no way.
Yeah, Natasha is struggling while the Maria has a nice straight line. She is heading for the bronze medal, heading for the second medal to the Italy today. She's gonna join Lucio Fugasotto, who holds golden. Maria gonna bring them second medal, gonna bring them bronze for the Italy, as long as she is leading over Natasha Phillips. But let's wait. As long as they are on the water, everything is open, everything can happen. What a small little mistake, maybe everything can happen. It's a beach sprint, as I said previously multiple times. Everything counts, every second is very, very important.
Look at this aerial view of Maria Lanciano approaching the finish line and the exit point. Very clean rowing from Maria. Maria at this point, she's feeling herself confident. She's pretty sure that she's gonna get this bronze medal. She's just trying to make it clean, to make clean strokes. Look at that, how beautiful it is. This is the beauty of our sport, and that's what actually those pictures are actually making us going to the boat and just enjoying the row.
Inspiring.
Maria Lanciano is approaching and taking the bronze medal in the women's solo.
Look at her, look at that emotion.
Solo.
Maria Lanciano from Italy, bronze medal of European Championship. Look at that emotion. That's all sport is about. But let's not forget about another finalist, Natasha Phillips, representing Great Britain after great performances earlier on, finishing on the 4th place of today's races in the 2024 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships in Gdansk, Poland. Beautiful race. We are looking forward to what's going to happen next when the final between France and Spain is going to begin in a while.
Yes, how difficult was that for Natasha Phillips to do that just straight after another race? And you could see Maria Lanciano, like you said, she wanted to prove a point. She was rowing so strong all the ways home.
Yeah, and it's time. In about 4 minutes, we are going to the final of the junior women solo during our European Championships in Gdansk. Final between Lucia Navarro from Spain and Amaya Irazoki from France. Amaya or Lucia or Amaya. France already has silver that was earned by junior man earlier on by Hugo. We're gonna see if Amaya gonna add, we know she's gonna add another medal. We're gonna see if it's gonna be another silver or maybe gold. Gonna see in a while. Everything is on place. Girls are getting ready. Less than 3 minutes to the A final of junior women.
Yeah, I think that Amaya has a real chance here. It is a big task up against Spain, against Lucia Navarro, but Amaya has shown there to come through the quarter and the semi-final. She is really talented. athlete. So this could be a very close final. The run down to the beach is critical for both athletes, but both athletes are just getting ready now for the start of their race. But we see Lucia doing the run down the beach in the quarters in the semi-final. Very fast runner, extremely quick. She's into the boat and she's away and she's able to get that extra length on her. But we see now Amaya representing France, gold and silver medal to be decided between these two athletes, and I think we have a great final ahead of us here now shortly.
Look at Amaya, she is still showing someone to her ball holders to put the boat in a better place, find a better angle on the first stroke and with the two strokes to be exactly on the right. But look at that, as Maria Lanciano was dancing, she was relaxed. Now Lucia and Amaya, they are both fully focused on that gold medal that is just in front of them. Unitas just reach that in the head. Look at that, beautiful pictures, and we are having fun.
Yes, this is what the sport is all about. It's all about the beat, the rhythm, a rhythm and a beat. And as we say yesterday, a zen in one with the sea.
Yeah, just being there in this moment and just enjoy the races, just enjoy the road, just enjoy the run, just enjoy the atmosphere, what we have here. We are the seasides. We have to, just to chill out, enjoy the races. And but you know what? Those girls at the moment, those are the one who I really have to be focused now.
Yes,
and you see those game faces that they have now on.
Yes, so Lucia Navarro, she has had the advantage of more break, more recovery, more everything. So we'll see the start of the race is crucial to get the boat ahead.
It's a gold medal. It's a gold medal at the European Championships 2024. We're gonna be the European champion in the women's junior. So the race. And it's on the way, the finale of the junior women's solo. Both athletes are approaching their boats. I think Zamia is just slightly in front, but Lucia Navarro just exactly at the same time in the boat. They're making the first strokes, and both athletes just came clean out of this starting point.
We could clearly see how important it have from the handlers of the boat. With Lucia going on the lead, really nice, smooth start rowing. Amaya is left behind, but still everything can happen, as we've seen in previous races. Lucia Navarro, Amaya, bronze, silver and gold medal to share between them. Who's gonna be gold and who's gonna be silver? Gonna see in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Lucia slightly quicker getting into the boat, but the boat handlers, the Spanish boat handlers, did a fantastic job, and they added at least a length to her lead, which she has at the moment now. And Lucia now has settled down, and she is powering the boat into the waves. And we see Amaya there just having to navigate with one hand just to come around that marker, which is costing her ground.
Well, we see here the example, like how crucial it is, like following the perfect line, and how difficult actually it is just not to make any navigation mistakes, because we have Amia who is just who went just a bit too outside and was forced just to make the additional correction strokes, so she doesn't miss this point, because this would cost her a penalty, and penalty that is not something you can afford to use so easily in the final A. The Lucia Navarra, she's exiting the turning point earlier in front of the Amia, but this is the fight for the gold medal, so I'm pretty sure that Amia is gonna try to make a move.
Yeah, she's not so far behind. She has gained a bit of ground at that turning marker, but Lucia is in command of the race, out in front, rowing strongly, and she is on top of the waves, surfing at home. But I see there Amaya has also got the boat up in the wave as well, and she is making ground as well. But Lucia has a substantial lead built up at the moment and looks very solid, very strong, rowing very well. So Amaya has just
at the moment for Lucia, just the main target, not to make any mistakes, just to stay loose. She's in the lead, controlling the race. But you see how challenging are the waves, and the Lucia is also fighting against the waves. It's not gonna be so easy to come to the beach. It gives a certain opportunity for Amia just to make a move.
Yeah,
but Lucia.
The grandstand is getting ready. The grandstand is getting ready to welcome European under 18 women champion. It's gonna be Lucia Navarra from Spain, leaving in a second place Amaya Irazoki from France. Lucia Navarro now on the beach. Perfect clean exit, perfect, and she is running. She's running
Lucia
for gold.
Navarra is
She's
going
running
to be
for
the
the
new
win.
European champion in the junior women's solo, and she's there. And look at her. She's just exhausted, but this is the exhaustion of happiness. And because she knows that she's a champion, following by the athlete from France, Ami, with a nice roll up. What an atmosphere.
And France and Spain celebrate gold and silver, and we see the boat handlers in the water as Spain came into the finish, and you could see how important the boat handlers were to that victory and how much it meant to them.
Yeah, very, very nice. Also a final as Lucia Navarro representing Spain gets a golden medal for herself, leaving Amaya another silver medal. So 2 silver medals in junior for France. Hugo and Amaya both are silver. And now a quick interview with winner.
Muchas gracias. A więc warunki były całkiem dobre. Jestem bardzo wdzięczna swoim fanom, swoim kibicom i bardzo im dziękuję za to, że uczestniczyli ze mną w tym sukcesie.
So some fantastic races there in the junior women under 19, and we have Spain. We have Spain in first place, France in second place.
I would say both athletes are pretty happy with their standings. Those were the silver and gold medal, what we saw there. They're happening. And yeah, we see that these moments of joy where the Mia just celebrated with her family, with her coaches. Because, I mean, she may lose the gold medal, but still, this is a silver at the European Championships. So there is only one person who was faster than you. And I think that, you know, you can be already pretty happy with this result. And there is a lot of years of careers to come, and this is something that motivates also young generation just, you know, to stay in the sport, and just inspires also the team colleagues, the club colleagues to perform their best and to, you know, just just keep the vibes on.
Yes, and we're here in the commentary. We're also being inspired. We're listening here to Clearance Creedwater Revival, John Fogarty. How could you not be happy listening to the tunes of the 60s and the 70s?
So to the sum up, because we are moving out now from the junior to the elite men, they're gonna start in a while. So among men, golden, Lucio Fogazzotto from Italy, silver, Ugo Taristano from France with a bronze medal on his neck, Tom Walker from Great Britain. In women, we just witnessed that Lucia Navarro being golden medalist, being a European champion, Amaya Irazoki from France with a silver on her, and Maria Luciano with bronze one. And now on the first quarterfinal of men, we're gonna see a real big deal. Miramon Quiroga, actual world champion, gonna face, representing Poland, Adam Bunowski. Adam did really impressive, pretty well in previous round. We're gonna see how he's gonna face a champion, highly experienced, highly rewarded in coastal rowing, Adrian Miramon Quiroga from Spain. Spain versus Poland, Quiroga versus Bunowski in about 5 minutes from now.
Yes, Adam is 22 years of age, young athlete, up and coming, but now he must challenge the world champion. So we know that it doesn't phase athletes at this level, that you must face maybe a world champion or a medalist. They are in the position they're in, but the athletes behind from 1 to 8 in the quarterfinals, there's very little between these athletes at this event, whereas maybe in previous events the spread was a lot more. But every athlete here now in this quarterfinals feels that they have a good chance of going through to the next round. So Adrian Miramon, he will know that he is in a race for these next 3 races And we can see there they're just congratulating, shaking hands before they race. Always great sportsmanship shown by these athletes as they get ready to take each other on in the first of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and we are in Poland. Adam Bujnowski representing Poland, so the crowd gonna be with him. Maybe they're gonna add him wings, maybe gonna help him catching the waves. But as we are moving to the elite men races, the conditions are changing. Maybe the wind a little bit weaker, but the waves are getting bigger and bigger every minute, every second. We're gonna see if that's gonna cause some problems, but I'm quite sure Miram Kuroga knows how to deal with them. We're gonna see how gonna handle them Adam Bujnowski. You're gonna see how you're gonna perform facing world champion, because it's not every day you face such a person like Miramon Quiroga is. So 3 minutes is between us and start when Miramon Quiroga faces Adam Bujnowski.
Yes, and Adrian has the complete package for this. He's fast runner, very, very agile, very athletic, able to get into the boat quickly. And as we saw there in his earlier rounds, his first maybe 5, 10, 15 strokes could be anything up as far as 60 strokes a minute. He knows that he must get his boat in front at the start. Then he's able to navigate, then he is able to relax a bit, not take the pressure off, but get his rhythm and take control of the race. I think that is his greatest talent. He's able to control the race early and he can stay in front. And as we see there on the navigation and the marks, he does not make mistakes.
Yeah, for some reason he is a world champion. We seen that last year in the Barletta when on those waves, high waves, he caught a wave and won that golden medal. Miramon Quiroga, Adam Bujnowski, they are both ready. I see Bujnowski, I don't see Quiroga, so Bujnowski is waiting. But Quiroga is already next to him. They are both ready. The boat handlers are ready too. They are just waiting for the order to put the boats on the water. Everything is on place. Everything is already in our Gdansk 2024 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championship. First time in Gdansk, and as I said, I hope it's not the last time, because I think everything is perfect. The weather is nice, the sun is clear, the water is clear, everything is on place. Gdansk is a beautiful city. It's perfect place to host such an event in the future.
Yeah, so the boats are in the water now. The handlers, you can see there, the job the handlers have to do is so important to keep these boats lined, keep them straight, keep them exactly where the athlete wants them. And we can see there's a slight seat elevator there to give a bit more height in the seat. So important that stays in place as well too.
Well, and now it's about to start the first quarterfinal of the men's solo. Miramon Quiroga against Bukowski Adam.
The tension.
The tension
Feel
is
the
just
tension.
you can feel the tension in the eyes of the contestants. And the first quarterfinals on the way. Miramon Quiroga is already on the way to his boat here, but Adam Bukowski is not letting the Miramon just.
And look at that! No respect for the world champion. Zero respect. Adam
you see how the
Bujnowski,
Adam.
very, very strong start. Very, very impressive. But next to him is Miramon Quiroga. Very, very excited start. Very exciting start of the race, where Adam Bujnowski takes an ill advantage over Miramon Quiroga.
What a performance so far by Adam Bujnowski. Absolutely lit it up going down the beach, got into the boat first and got going, and he is throwing the gauntlet down to the world champion. You would not tell who is the world champion out here. Adam Bujnowski is rowing the race of his life against the world champion.
Well, what a performance from Adam Bukowski. Who would expect that says 16th actually from the time trial? We're gonna just make such a race with a current world champion.
But the Miramon Quiroga is getting closer. Quiroga is getting closer. He's more experienced. But in Quiroga already in front of Bujnowski. But very, very impressive. Who can
A slightly better navigation from the Adam Bukowski. Miramon
Yes.
just goes pretty close to the boy and making a perfect turn. Look at this fast. That is. But let's see.
Well recovered by Adam Bujnowski. He's a very strong man, 22 years of age, and he has pulled himself right back into the race again.
Look
This
at
man
that,
is
Adam
backing
Bukowski.
from nothing.
Adam Bukowski currently leading in front of the current world champion, Miramon Quiroga.
But Adrian Quiroga, nothing will get in his way. He has risen to the challenge. He knows he's being challenged very heavy, and he is rating as hard as he can to try and stay ahead of Adam Bunovsky, who's a real threat.
And he's doing, look at that, how smooth, how he feels the water, how he catch this was Miramon Quiroga, the world champion, surfing towards the beach in front of Adam Bunovsky. Come on, Adam, try to contest, but Miramon Quiroga.
Adrian is just, just showing that he is a world champion. He's just doing a very decent sprint and just setting him apart like from the opponent and bringing him directly to the semi-final. And does he gonna be a future European champion 2024? Well, we don't know it for sure, but at least what we know is that he goes into the semi-final as the first contender in the men's solo.
And Adrian Miramon comes up the beach to hit the buzzer. He will know that he was in a race. He was challenged like he has not been challenged for a long time in a quarterfinal.
2 minutes 44 seconds. Very impressive for Quiroga. 2 minutes 50 seconds. Very impressive from Adam Bunovsky, but it's Miramon Quiroga taking a spot in semi-final, and Adam Bunovsky, very impressive start. Very nice from this young man.
Yes, if Adam Bunovsky was up against anybody else except the world champion, he would really fancy his chance of moving to the next round. But what a prospect for the future for Polish rowing going into the World Championships. What a performance from Adrian Miramon to take back the advantage. But Adam Bunovsky, definitely 22 years of age, maybe another man for LA when he will be 26. So we're seeing all these future champions.
We are hoping so as a Polish citizen. I'm hoping for it. But what a class, what an experience from Miramon to take advantage, to take a lead. Now we're moving forward to the quarterfinal number 2, and competing will be representing Lithuania, Zygimantas Galisanskis, and alongside him Michal Giroto from Croatia. So another very interesting race in front of us, but we are in quarterfinals. We are expecting only interesting races.
That's right, yes, and we can see Adam there being interviewed after the race. Well deserved after a performance like that. He's barely got his breath back, but great to recognize his efforts in that quarterfinal.
Very decent race from Adam, very decent. Because against current world champion, just trying to sprint out and just to keep that lead. I mean, chapeau. That's what we actually want to see, that nobody is afraid of even the world champions. And just trying their best, everything can still happen. And it was just, it was super effort. He was just going on the same level with Adrian like for a long time till the turning buoy.
Yeah, Adrian's experience at the turning buoy where he was able to dig that inside oar and just swing around the buoy, that bought him a bit of time. But going out down the run down the beach, rarely would you see Adrian overtaken on the run down the beach, and Adam was gone. First 5 strokes he was gone a length clear, and he was taking no prisoners. So great to see the challenge. And our next quarterfinal, then we have Zygimantas
Galiskanis
and Michal Giroto from Croatia. So the Lithuanian definitely was second, I think, in the time trials. So, but as we see in the last quarterfinal, time trials don't make much of a difference when it comes to quarterfinals and championship knockout. So there's a big difference in intensity.
Yeah, Galisanskis is highly experienced, very good rower. He was taking a part in the final B last year in Barletta, where he finished on the 4th place, losing to represent Germany Karl Schutz. Now he's looking forward for a medal. He is going for this semi-final. His opponent gonna be Michal Giroto from Croatia. About a minute or maybe 2 to start. The ball handlers are ready. The athletes are ready. They are waiting for the signal. Look at the back grandstand. There's some people gathered as the weather isn't good, so the Polish people, Polish citizens making the crowd, they are gathering there to help the athletes, and they are now, umpire gave an order to put the boats in the water. Now it's time for the boat handlers to set everything up for the athletes.
Yeah, and it's just ease a small bit again now. The wind and the waves, it's kind of coming and going during the day. It's just ease off a small bit here now, and they are ready on the start line under the starters' orders.
So now is about to start the second quarterfinal of the men's solo between Croatian athlete Michal Giroto and Lithuanian Zigmantas Galiskanis.
Attention.
And it's on the second quarterfinal. Both athletes already running in towards the boat. Both are sprinting. Michal Giroto, I think he's just slightly in front. Yes, he's already sitting in the boat, taking the first strokes. Galiskanis is very strong man. Look at him. That's his powerful strokes. The first strokes are very important. They're very important just to make the first early lead. That gives you just a bit slight psychological advantage. But Michal Giroto is not letting him down so fast.
Yes, you saw there, even though Michal Giroto was first into the boat and first away, the power of the Lithuanian Zigimantas. But I think Michal Giroto has settled down and he seems to be rowing high stroke rate, but rowing very well. I think he's rowed himself back into the race, and it looks like he is maybe slightly, maybe quarter length behind, but a collision with both athletes into the markers has slowed both of them down, but there's very little between them, maybe half a length maybe for
that is nothing. At this kind of races, that's absolutely nothing. Michal Giroto is very experienced and very fast rower from Croatia. We're racing with him pretty a lot of times, like the Philippi Cups and also internal races. Galiskanis is already even well decorated, because he was like last year in the.
But look at that pure class for Galisanskis. Pure class, perfectly taken, nearly perfectly that spin, and he's in front of Michal Giroto from Croatia, but he's still sticking very close. Let's gonna see how he's gonna perform on this last 250 meters. Who gonna catch the wave? Who gonna get that sprint boost and set himself in better position because before that run final?
Wow, look at this speed. I think you can see that there are the waves that you can serve. And you have to make slight corrections if you want to stay in the line, just to come directly to the flag, in order not to do any additional meters during running.
Yeah, I see there Zigimantas. He's surfing the waves, but he is still rowing at full speed, full power. He's taking no chances here with Michal Giroto, because he knows
and
he
look
can't
at
let him close, but he's surfing down the back of the wave.
He is on the wave, and that's what you can see. But here
Beautiful
it's very
pictures.
important just not to oversteer it. Otherwise, it can be very big mistake.
But he's experienced one. He lands
He's
perfectly.
already exiting the boat. Zigimantas Galiskanis, he is gonna make it to the semi-final
So
and fight further for the
Zigimantas
gold medal.
Galisanskis.
Very decent performance from both athletes. Michal Giroto is just trying to catch him just under, but it's unfortunately not enough. Very good race, very decent race between two equal opponents, and that's what we wanted also to see here at the European Championships.
Yes, and Zigimantas there all the way home. He knew he had to row as hard as he could, because Michal Giroto on the run, as you can see, very fast runner as well too. So in the back of his mind, he could think that I can't come to the shore level with this man. He could overtake me on the run. So these athletes, they're thinking about what they're doing, thinking about their opponent, and we could see there just on the way in, a wave came to Zigimantas and was threatening to turn him sideways, and he's checked his boat, stuck in the oar, spun it around, got it going straight again. So many components to this sport. You have to keep thinking. The unexpected can come from any time to you, so you must keep thinking all the time as you are rowing.
And now in the third quarterfinal, gonna start in 4 minutes. We're gonna see both very young athletes. For Portugal on the lane number 2, Goncalo Delgado, and he will be facing representing Germany, Franz Werner, 24 and 26 years of age. So they are still both young. They still have some time, but both are very experienced. Werner or Delgado. Who gonna be the third one to be in the semis? We're gonna see in a while. Now in the semis we have for now to remember it will be Miramon Quiroga, the actual world champion, and Zigimantas Galisanskis. Who gonna join them? Goncalo Delgado or Franz Werner?
Yeah, we saw there that Portugal have had the choice of lane with the faster time. Goncalo Delgado had the faster time, but we saw Franz Werner in the last 16 race earlier this morning. Extremely strong athlete, one of the strongest performances of rowing this morning. So this will be a very interesting race between these two athletes, and it looks like France is very focused on this race. You can see he's in the last 8 of a European Championship and we will see him applying all his power now on the way out against the waves. But Goncalo Delgado, very athletic, very fast runner, and very quick to get into that boat earlier this morning.
Yeah, very agile Delgado against very, very strong Werner. Gonna see in a while who gonna perform better, who gonna secure a spot in semi-final, who gonna stay in play, who gonna stay in a fight for the medals during European Rowing Coast and Beach Sprint Championships 2024 being taken in Poland and in Gdansk at the beautiful Brzeźno beach.
So we're just nearly under starters orders now. The boats are still yet to go into the water. So there's a slightly longer break between races in the quarterfinals, but you'd think you have a fairly long break between quarterfinals, but when it comes to semis and finals you realise that I've only just raced and I have to go again, so it's very difficult.
I'm not sure if the breaks are longer or the athletes are moving very, very fast. I think this is the same schedule, but we are seeing very, very good results. I think the direction of the wind slightly changed. The waves now are helping the athletes on their coming back to the shore. So it's very, very important to deal with those waves, to find that wave, to feel, to sit in the top of it. Maybe not the strength may decide, but that feeling, that sitting, that surfing.
Yes, and we saw Zigamantis there on the way in the last run. He was, you see a lot of athletes rowing harder on one side, trying to straighten the boat, but he had no difficulty in backing one of the oars in on a couple of occasions just to make sure he didn't get spun around and turned the wrong way around. So the momentum of the boat is driving you to the beach anyway, so there's nothing lost in sticking in an oar to make sure that you don't spin around. So we see how these athletes cope now with these higher waves that are definitely breaky on the beach.
It's now about to start. The third quarterfinal between Germany and Portugal. Franz Werner against Gonzalo Delgado. Very, very, very strong guys. You see how they are focused. No. And they're on the go. They're running toward their boats. Portugal against Germany. Who gonna be the first at the boat? Franz Werner is a very good sprinter. He's already in the boat, but the Portuguese Delgado is also. The first strokes. Portugal just went a bit slightly in the first early lead, but nothing is decided yet. Franz Werner is very strong athlete from the Germany. He has several medals, like from the under 23 in the sculls, in the quadruple sculls. So you know, it's he's pretty new to the coastal rowing, but still. He's a very, very strong guy.
So we see Goncalo Delgado has settled down nicely. He is rowing very well, but the power of Franz Werner is really showing now. You can see the difference in power application here. Franz Werner going close to the mark, but take it on the rigger, so he didn't lose much speed. But you can see him really moving that single with the power strokes. But I think Goncalo Delgado still has a slight advantage coming for the mark.
A little mistake from Franz Werner, losing control of the blade, put Goncalo Delgado ahead, and now Delgado is taking the spin. It's gonna take how he's gonna hold it, and I think he's gonna do it perfect, very, very tight. And now 1, 2, or 3 strokes, and he's in. But Franz Werner sticks very, very close. He's very, very powerful, very, very strong one from Germany international. And you're gonna see in a while, Delgado seems to be in front, but Franz Werner very, very close to him. It's gonna
Franz is sticking to Gonzalo, and they just gonna have a real fight till the end of the race. This could be a very, 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 very close race. But Delgado Gonzalo just trying to keep the lead, trying to just keeping relaxed, just to have this control. But you know, you're not sure if you're just rowing in this boat. You are confronting these waves. You never know how it's with the opponent and who gonna have the better wave and who. Look at that! Franz just started to sprint, and he just gets a bit better, faster speed at the moment. A bit navigation issue from the Franz Werner.
Getting closer every minute. Smooth move from
Franz Werner just trying. Just building up this power.
From
Who gonna be in the front?
Next to each other, very, very close. Werner still trying, still fighting for Sidas. He's trying to fight on the last meters at the Delgado going to approach.
No way! Franz Werner just kept us, but he can just run toward the start line. Well, such a pity. Such a pity, but this happens, you know. This is something. Congratulations to the to the Portuguese athlete Gonzalo Delgado for entering the club members of the semifinals later this day, and yeah,
Yeah, so good
it's
performance
a bit
also
pity
from Franz Werner.
Franz Werner for delivering such a performance till this little mistake that was just directly on the exit. I mean, that is big sprint. That can happen to absolutely everybody. You just lose a basic type of concentration, or you just overpush. You just forget to concentrate on the balance, and yeah, you just capsize. And the race is but you know.
But what an impressive time by Delgado, 2 minutes 44 seconds, very, very impressive. And now we know 3 semi-finals. We are moving forward to the quarterfinal number 4, where Jerry Owen gonna face Jan Fleisner. Owen from Great Britain, Fleisner from Czechia. Owen won in the previous race Giovanni Ficara after really, really impressive, nearly perfect run, nearly perfect for him. We're gonna see if Jerry gonna look for that perfection yet we won one more time, securing a spot in a semi-final, or he's gonna be Ian Fleisner. We're gonna see in about, I think, 4 minutes, because he's gonna start at 14:51.
Jerry Owen, very experienced athlete from the Great Britain, just winning very decorated and very successful singles colors at home. And was able to qualify to the European Championships. That was a pretty long way. There were a lot of decisions that's supposed to be made, and there was a really tight fight between internal fight between the representatives of the Great Britain. But Jerry Owen just made his way all the way here from Great Britain, and we're gonna see how he's gonna perform against the Czech athlete.
Yeah, so we saw there in the earlier rounds the high rating of Jerry Owen was enough to keep Giovanni Ficara at bay, and we have Jan Fleisner, who was longer, more relaxed rhythm. So will the high rating of Jerry Owen, will that be able to keep him in front of Jan Fleisner? We will see now in a couple of minutes.
I would say that exactly this kind of conditions are pretty good for Jerry Owen. Because, you know, like, he's a smaller guy here, a bit more agile, he's good in the running, and he can deliver, like, very solid performance, like, exactly on the run, just getting this early lead, high striking, and, you know, like, if the boat just a bit unstable, that is exactly the thing that you need in order to just be in front.
Yeah.
And, you know, to stress out your opponent, and just, you know, your opponent that he just a bit too hectic. That's actually the perfect plan for the race.
And we've seen in previous race when Jerry faced Giovanni Ficara how Jerry is good at surfing, how he feels the weather. The waves are now to the beach, so if Jerry gets one for him, sits on the top of it, it might be a big difference. But look, he is short but very muscular. He is very, very good sprinter, very, very good runner. Alongside him, Jan Fleisner from Czechia, strong one, tall one, and both athletes are fighting for that one spot in the semi-final. The boats are being put in a water, so it's about to begin in a flash. It's about to begin in less than a minute. One last spot in semi-finals of European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships is on the table. It's on the reach of a hand of the both athletes, Jerry and Ian.
Yeah, so we're on the starters' orders now, counting down that minute, and there's a lot of tension on the start line for these athletes. They're really focused, watching that flag, and the tension is building.
The tension is incredible here. Jerry Owen against Jan Fleisner. Who's gonna be the last member of this club of the semi-finals? Wow, the tension is really high.
A long wait.
And the last quarterfinal is already on the way. Jerry Owen against Jan Fleisner. Who's gonna be faster? The Czech athlete is just slightly faster than the athlete from the Great Britain. Jan is already in the boat, making the first strokes, but they are not so clean as those are from Jerry Owen. Jerry Owen just taking the first early lead, and let's see who's gonna get to the first turning point front.
Yes, I think Jan Fleischer was just slightly quicker, only fractionally quicker into the boat than Jerry Owen, but Jerry Owen has made back that ground already, and both athletes are going as hard as they can at the moment, trying to take the advantage. Jan Fleischner's rate is up, heading for 50 strokes a minute. trying to hold off Jerry Owen. He is at 50 or 48 strokes a minute. It's the highest rating I've seen of any of the athletes so far.
But look at that, like both athletes, a really high rate, because Jan just shows incredible high rate speed. It's still they are on the same height. Look at that, like
and Jerry's cadence, Jerry's ratio is almost the same as Ian. They are both taking very short, very hard puts, and they are now at the spinning point. Look at that, just a minute on the clock, and they are now in the middle.
Yes, I think that Jan Fleischner still has not been able to get ahead of Jerry Owen with that fast rate, but Jerry's turn is far tighter, and I think Jerry has opened the length.
You see the experience of the athlete, and he's already going back. He's on the way back.
Yeah, Jerry is taking
Jerry Owen
the
could
lead.
make it to
About
the
a
semifinals.
length. About a length also for Jerry right now on the last 2.5 meters to the beach, to the last spot in the today's races semifinal. Jerry Owen against Ian Fleischner. Jerry Owen now leading, but still some time.
But that is
so
a pretty
everything
close lead. Nothing is still decided yet.
Yes.
Look at that. Jerry Owen just tries to keep loose and keeps stroking pretty high. And this could be the recipe of the success for the outcome of this race. He has pretty good line. The waves are helping him out. Just he's on the wave. Jerry Owen just leading by a very slight.
Yes, he is unable to shake off Jan Fleischner. Jan Fleischner is not
But
giving up
Jan
on
Fleischner
anything.
just makes the moment a bit navigation. He's just going a bit too much inside. Let's see how he gonna exit the boat. But at the moment it looks like Jerry Owen gonna take the last spot in the semifinals and fighting for the gold later this evening. Look
Jerry
at that,
Owen is
Jerry
out
Owen
first. Jerry
exits
Owen
the
is out
boat and he
first.
runs.
What
Jan
an exit by
Fleischner
Jerry Owen.
against Jerry Owen. Jerry Owen just coming closer. It's gonna be super close. And Jerry Owen just joins this club of the semifinals and they're gonna fight for the gold medal later
Performance
this day.
by Jerry Owen. He took the lead at the marker, better rounding, and took the lead, but Jan Fleischner would not let him get away with it.
So we are looking forward to the semi-finals when we have 4 athletes. In the first semi-final, Miramon Quiroga against Zygmantas Galisanski, Spain versus Lithuania, Lithuania versus Spain. In the second semi-final, Jerry Owen is gonna be against Goncalo Delgado from Portugal. Portugal versus Great Britain. So we are looking for very, very nice races. Delgado and Owen are both kind of sprinters, kind of agile, fast athletes.
Yeah, and we saw there Jerry Owen just has all the ingredients required. He was under immense pressure coming into that turn, but his turn was flawless and it gave him a length on Jan Fleischner. Jan Fleischner did everything that you could do to try and reel him in, but he just could not get that last length of water on him. So Jerry Owen is going to be a formidable opponent in the semi-finals for whoever he's drawn up against. I think it may be against Adrian.
He's against Delgado.
Delgado is
Adrian Miramon Quiroga is going to be faced by Zygmantas Galisanski. So Zygmantas and Quiroga, both very, very experienced, very, very strong athletes. On the other hand, we are having young one, Jerry Owen, taking over, representing Portugal, Gonzalo Delgado. So they are separate. One semi-final number 1, Miramon versus Zygmantas, the experienced one, against second semi-final when Owen against Delgado, the younger ones. We're gonna see how it's gonna perform, how it's gonna order. The medals, all medals are on the reach of your hand. Every golden, silver, and bronze. Who gonna play in which semi-final, in which final? We're gonna see in a flash, in a while, because it's about 2 minutes to start a race between Quiroga and Zygmantas.
Yeah, and Jerry Owen there, the last of the quarterfinalists, so that, as we said earlier, that gives him a slight bit of less recovery time coming into his semi-final. We will see how will that affect him in the semi-final, because he had a very, very tough quarterfinal race. Tougher, I think, than probably most of the other quarterfinals. But in the semi-final, as we know, anything can happen. Goncalo Delgado, very accomplished performance in his quarterfinal as well. So I think we have 4 really strong competitors here.
Yeah, of course. Every race is every own history. Both quarter-finals, both for Quiroga and both Galisanskis, were tough ones, were close ones. We're gonna see who recovered better. The time amount was, I think, long enough for both of them. So now, world champion Miramon Quiroga versus finish on the 4th place last year Zygimanta. So another small final we are witnessing the semis.
Yes, and we saw Adam in the quarterfinals. He did everything right. He got the run down the beach, he got the start, he got the stroke rate, he got everything nailed down. So if Zigimantas can perform in the similar manner and keep it going all the ways around the course, he has a real chance of putting a big challenge up to the champion. But Adrian Miramon, the champion, he is known to rise to every challenge that comes. The more you challenge him, the faster he gets. I've seen him in Shenzhen 5 years ago putting up a time of 2:28, which is nobody has hit those times yet here. So there's more in this man if he is challenged.
And it is now final countdown before the semi-final go start. Miramon is the white flag is up. It was very close. Miramon slightly faster on this run, getting to his boat first, but Zigimantas right after him in a second.
Yes, I think that Adrian knew from the quarterfinal he must get down into that boat quicker, because Zigimantas very strong athlete, and Adrian has got a lead and Adrian has got a stroke rate going and a rhythm. He is powering it, but Zigimantas seems to be holding him.
Yeah, the brutal force that Zigimantas has keeps him alive, keeps him next to the champion. That they are next to each other, head to head. But Miramon Quiroga proved how good he is at surfing but home. But for now, it's up for Galisanskis.
Yes, I think like you said, the incredible power of Zigimantas. He has an exceptional ergometer time as well of 2 kilometers, and he is really challenging the champion. And Adrian is looking across. He can see he is being challenged by Zigimantas, and he knows that Zigimantas will be doing the same speed going out as he was coming in. So the turning by now is going to be crucial for Zigimantas. He must nail the turning.
Yeah, he must stay tight. He must be close. He must maintain as much speed as he can, because Quiroga is very experienced. But they both are experienced. Yes. But Quiroga is professor. Look at that, how tight he is.
I think Zigimantas has just gone a smite bit too wide, and Adrian has pulled one of the top roundings of the day out of the drawer just when he needed it. And I think
look at
Adrian
that
is home.
Pure class from Miramon Quiroga. Now in the straight line, last meters of the rowing course before the beach sprint final. But Gdansk is still challenging the champion, still keeps his distance to the Miramon Quiroga from Spain. Lithuania and Spain in front, Lithuania in second.
Yes, and like we said before the race, Adrian Miramon, he was seriously challenged coming to that marker, but he went into the
he looked at made so easily, smooth moves, perfect. Really joy to watch Miramon Quiroga from Spain on his way to final A, as Gdansk is on his way to final B, but he's not giving up. He's trying to challenge Miramon until the end.
And you can see there Zigimantas, he has moved his hands out near the gates of the oars, so he is holding the oars in a stronger grip to get more power. But Adrian is skimming home, and look at how agile he is to come out of the boat.
Very agile, very sprinter he is, and he is running to the finish line, and he knows he slows down. 2 minutes 39 seconds. Wow. But Zigimantas is here close. He's saving some strength, some power for the final B, who's gonna take a part.
Yes, and you can see that even though he is fatigued after running that race, he still had the thought process to say no need to run, save energy. I have a bronze medal race up ahead.
Yeah, bronze medal in front of Zigimantas, golden medal in front of Quiroga. Quiroga is going home with a medal, silver or golden. We're gonna see who is gonna face. We're gonna see in about 5 minutes from now. The gaps between starts getting longer and longer, because we are looking at very high level of performance that is showing to us.
Yes, and we see there when you're being challenged as Adrian. That's why he's such a champion. Everybody is challenging him. Everybody is doing their best to try and stay in front of him, overtake him. But he knows, I have to round this faster than the other guy. I have to row home faster. There is always more. He can bring the stroke rate right up wherever he wants, whatever it takes to win the race.
Yeah, Miramon Quiroga secures a spot in A final. Now, second semi-final in front of us. Jerry Owen gonna face Goncalo Delgado, Great Britain versus Portugal. And only one place in the final, only one of them gonna have a chance to face Miramon for that golden one, for the gold, the highest reward of our European Championships in Gdansk. Jerry Owen or Goncalo Delgado. They are both very agile, very quick ones on the beach, very nice and smooth on the water. It's gonna be very nice race, but we are looking forward. It's a semi-final, as we say.
Yes, and we can see the high rating of Jerry Owen as being proving a very tough nut to crack. Two very good athletes have tried already. Jan Fleischner tried very hard, but the stroke rate that Jerry Owen is able to maintain going in and coming out, it's very hard to crack that high stroke rate, as well as his ability to surf and his navigation. He really has all the ingredients, and we see the athletes there, they shake hands before the race, as always. Even though it is a challenge, you shake before the race and afterwards also. So this is a real decider. See who gets in for the gold, silver medal.
Yeah, really joy to watch. That is the beach sprint is about. Quick, dynamic in LA 2028. Maybe Jerry, who is actually very young, same as Goncalo Delgado. They may play a part. They are getting now, as they are still young, very experienced ones, as Jerry Owen representing Great Britain is. But the Delgado is also a strong one. I think they're gonna race until the end. We can expect everything. The smallest detail can be crucial, can play a big role about being in the final A or final B.
Yes, and we will see now if Goncalo Delgado, will he adjust his rowing now? Will he increase his stroke rate to try and match the high rating Jerry Owen, or will he keep the same elegant rhythm? He's a very elegant, very classy oarsman. Will he try and trust his rowing and hope that will get him around the course? But Jerry Owen's navigation and Adrian's navigation, I would say one of them, two of them, they are absolutely fantastic navigators, and their rounding of the marks as well too is a standout performers there as well. So this will be a very interesting semi-final, and like we say, the advantage for Adrian, having won his time trials, is now he is resting while his opponent is about to race, and that matters so much psychologically, that you are resting while your opponent is churning out kilowatts.
Yeah, exactly. But also as Delgado, also Jerry, they are about almost 10 years younger than is Miramon. They are resting, they are recovering faster. That might make a difference. We're gonna see who's gonna join Miramon in the grand final, Jerry Owen or Goncalo Delgado. Last a minute, boats are ready. That is already. Look at that. Look how they are focused on the boat. They see nothing on the boat.
Yes, they are completely focused on that flag. Jerry Owen had the least amount of recovery coming into the semi-final, so we shall see now how they do at the start. The run is everything. The entries of both of them was very clean at the last quarter-final stage. And they're away.
And clean start. I think Delgado done it better. Delgado in front. Banjeri is very strong on it, and we see that he is getting to the boat. Jerry first to the boat.
Jerry Owen was behind at the start of the run, but he managed to overtake Delgado on the run coming down, which is absolutely phenomenal.
High stroke ratio, it makes work. Look at how he's dealing with the waves, how fast he's speeding up on his way to the first marker. But look at that, Delgado is up front now, but Jerry is very close to him.
Yes, and Delgado hasn't changed his rowing stroke. He is still using that long, elegant stroke, hanging the start of the stroke and really pushing hard into the back end of the stroke. So Delgado has not changed his rhythm for anybody, opponent, whoever he's up against. He is keeping the same classy rowing, and Jerry Owen is punching it as hard as he can into those waves with a high stroke rate.
Yeah, but the wind got stronger rapidly. Delgado is leading for about a length over Jerry Owen, but it's gonna all happen at that spin. Jerry Owen proved that he is very good at surfing, at going his way, finding his way home, sitting on the top of the wave as well as Delgado did. We're gonna see in a while as Delgado gonna be first on the. It's gonna be wide or it's gonna be tight, very tight, maybe too tight even.
I think Delgado must stick that oar in deeper. Jerry Owen is starting to catch him at the rounding already, so Delgado has just opened the door for Jerry Owen at the rounding, and Jerry Owen has pulled himself right back into the race with his rounding.
Delgado is also on his way back. I think Delgado will be slightly over the Owen in slightly advantage, but it's gonna be very tight, very close to each other. It's now all about finding that wave, coming back, that surfing on the top of the wave. Delgado is doing it very nicely, as well as Jerry. Look how easily, how smooth, how delicate the moves are.
Yes, Delgado is showing all his class, all his rowing ability, and he's able to hold off Jerry. But we saw there at the rounding, Jerry had a fantastic rounding, but Delgado had to produce a really good rounding as well to hold him off. But we cannot ride off Jerry Owen. If he catches a wave, he can pull out 2 to 3 lengths on you straight away. So, and we see Delgado there, he is struggling to keep the boat straight, rowing with one hand there, trying to get around straight again. So
yeah, a lot of corrections from Delgado. Jerry seems to have better straight line. Oh, Delgado massively in front of Jerry. Delgado for Portugal. He's already about 10 meters from the beach, and we're looking forward to clean exit. And there it is, very clean exit. Goncalo Delgado for Portugal joins Miramon Quiroga in final A, as Jerry Owen from Great Britain joining final B, and he will be facing in this final Zygimantas Galisanskis.
And that's a very big ask to face Zygimantas in the bronze medal after that performance. I think that Jerry, alright, he was in the last quarterfinal. He had a very tough quarterfinal, and I think it might have taken a lot out of him. And with the less amount of rest then for the semi-final, probably told him but on the way home. But you cannot take away from the classy rowing of the Portuguese Delgado.
Yeah, and very elegant on the rowing, very elegant, touching with the blades the waves. 2 minutes 46, and another great result. And we now looking forward for Jerry. It will be difficult because he's gonna to take a part very soon, in about 4 minutes from now, in the final B. It will be Jerry Owen, Great Britain, and Lithuania, Zygimantas Galisanskis or Owen. Who's gonna take bronze medal for himself? Gonna see in a while.
Yes, it's going to be a very tough ask now for Jerry Owen to turn it around after only 5 minutes and race again against a man with the power of Zygimantas. We could see there Zygimantas last year in Barletta, he was in the bronze medal against Karl Schultz, but Karl had the advantage that time also of having a longer rest, and Zygimantas had to turn around and face into that bronze medal with very little break. So the roles are reversed this time around. Zygimantas has the longer break. So Jerry Owen has hardly just came up the beach, and now he's already being put under starter's order. So it's a tough ask for that bronze medal.
Yeah, 3 minutes. If Zygimantas gonna take that bronze for him, or gonna lose another second in a row B final, gonna see in a while. Jerry put a jacket on to remain some heat in his body, not to get cold, because it's a bit windy, a bit cold today in the Gdansk on our European Championships. But they are both getting ready for the B final of Elite Men Beach Sprint Coastal Beach Sprint Championships.
Yes, and I think this is the toughest race of all, is the race for the bronze medal, because for the last athlete to finish the quarterfinal, you're so fatigued and you're still trying to get your breath, and you have to go again.
Yeah, you are just leaving the boat and you are about to jump into the boat once again in about 5 minutes of time. It's really challenging, really tough to handle. It's part of taxis. We're gonna see if Jerry has something left for the final, of given everything he has in the semi, trying to overtake Delgado.
Yes, and the quarters, and he's just walking across there now to take up the starter. You can see Zygimantas has recovered from his very powerful race with Adrian Miramon, but Jerry is still breathing hard, trying to get as much oxygen into the body as he can to get ready for his challenge at the bronze medal. But as we see, navigation is so crucial. Zygimantas, we know he has the power, but he still has to nail all the navigation marks.
As I remember, as a very experienced rower, his navigation is very well too. But Jerry Owen, almost 10 years younger, young boy, short one, but very strong one also. Look at them, both very great athletes. Zygimantas against Jerry Owen against Zygimantas Galisanskis. Lithuania versus Great Britain. Who's gonna take it for himself? It's gonna be near the Poland to the Lithuania, or going to the Great Britain on the islands.
Yeah, so the boats are put into the water, and the racers are under starters order already. And we see Zigomantis, he has definitely had more recovery time. You can see he is definitely more ready for the race. So I think it is the advantage is definitely with Zigomantis before the race starts due to the tough racing that Jerry Owen has had to go through. But we will see on the day. All it takes is a seat to come off or an oar to stick or anything like that, and anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly. Everything can happen. We're gonna see in a while. Zigomantas has easier because he had more time to recover, as you said. But I don't think that Jerry gonna give up. Jerry gonna fight until the end. Gonna fight for his life and for this bronze medal being in reach of his hand.
Ah, yes, he will. He knows no other way. He will give everything he has.
Look at him.
He will
look
give
at him.
everything for this medal.
He
And
see
now-
only the boat and the bronze medal hanging on his neck during the victory ceremony. Zigimantas Galisanskis versus Jerry Owen.
So Zigomantis got away in the start.
But they are even, I think. Jerry's great sprinter, but Zigimantas proves he is very, very good sprinter too. Reaches his boat slightly faster, starts very, very good strokes. Yeah, very, very powerful guy. Look at that.
Yes, I think Zigomantis has said to himself, I need to lay down a marker in the first 5 strokes, and he has done that. Very powerful strokes by Zigomantis. And we saw him there just get out of the water a bit
But
quicker
Jerry
than Jerry.
sticks next to him. That short, rapid touches of the blade, high cadence, very, very high stroke ratio, keeps him alive, keeps him close to Zigomantas in this fight for a bronze medal. Bronze medal of the European Championships in Gdansk.
Yes, and we can see Zigomantis there rowing. He has moved his hands in from the ends of the oars in a bit to get a bit more leverage on it, but unfortunately you lose a slight bit of control, but it allows him to get that massive power he has on and get more leverage. So by moving his hands in, Zigomantis is getting extra leverage for all that power, and it is working. I think he's pulling ahead, but he must be careful on his navigation into that mark. I think he's a bit too far away from it.
But I think Jerry closed the gap, he get himself closer, and this spin might be crucial. How gonna deal with that?
Yes, I think Zigomantis has taken an approach of stay wide first and come in tight second, and it's working for him because he knows Jerry Owen is so accomplished at rounding the marks.
Piece of art, work of beautiful. Zigomantas Galisanskis making that spin, putting himself in big, but some mistake from Galisanskis. He need to do a lot of correction, but his speed, his power is in his hands. Bronze medal is right now in his hands. If Jerry wants it, he needs to take it from Galisanskis.
Yes. So Zigomantis has moved his hands in, as we said, to get more leverage, but the problem is you don't have the same control of the oars, but he seems to be on a wave at the moment and he seems to be surfing it down. So Zigomantis has taken a chance here to make sure of the bronze medal, and that chance is working. He's surfing that wave and he's opening the lead, and fatigue now is starting to come for Jerry Owen after that earlier race. So I think Zigomantis, now his difficulty is to keep the boat straight, bring it in, surf those waves in and make sure he comes onto the beach.
Yeah, it seems Zigomantas has it under his control. Bronze medal of European Championships probably goes to Lithuania, but I don't think that Zigomantas gonna let that to Jerry. Zigomantas about 2 seconds from landing.
Yes, he did everything right in that race. He absolutely
some
nailed the
troubles.
rounding. A slight wobble there getting
But
out of
that
the
won't
boat.
be enough for Jerry, that won't be enough. Zigomantas Galisanskis representing Lithuania, bronze medalist of European 2024 Bridge Sprint Championships.
Yes, and what a challenge from Jerry Owen as well. He knew he had his hands full, but he did everything right, as he always does. Fantastic rounding with Zigomantis, 4th in the Worlds last year, well deserving of a medal here today, and tactically he did everything right there.
Yeah, very, very tough day for Jerry. He started with Giovanni Ficara, he overtook him, but after that in the quarters he had to, after semi he moved to from the semi-final to the final B, so he had very, very little time to rest and had to try to fight against Zigomantas. So now it's time for a cherry on the cake. Final A. Miramon Quiroga representing Spain against Portugal international Goncalo Delgado. Both want that gold for themselves. Miramon is world champion. Is he gonna be a European champions in about a minute? He wish. He wants that. But Delgado not gonna let him freely. He's gonna fight for it.
Yes, Giancarlo Delgado. He's going to have to row the absolute race of his life here to take out the world champion. But we have seen him rowing his rowing has been very good all along. So he just has to find another level to be able to handle the high rating of Adrian Miramon. We see there Adrian Miramon when he's in trouble, when there's somebody challenging, somebody ahead of him. He doesn't panic. He keeps rowing, but you see he keeps looking. He's all the time looking across at his opponent. And when the time comes then to pull the trigger, then he brings the stroke rate up. Then he takes the lead, and then you see him bring it back down again to control again slightly. So that vast experience he has of racing so many top athletes and coming out of so many difficult positions means that he has the advantages here. But as we said, Giancarlo Delgado, he has to row the race of his life here to challenge the champion.
Yeah, we are looking forward. We're looking forward who's gonna take him, Miramon or Delgado. Miramon is a champion, highly rewarded, highly experienced, and as you said, he's very, very cold-blooded. If something is not on his hand, is something going wrong, as he had in quarters, I expect it was when Bujnowski challenged him very, very strongly from the beginning. Miramon kept doing what he's the best at. He found himself found the way back and made that to the semi, made that from the semi now to the final A when he's gonna face Giancarlo Delgado from Portugal.
Yes, and that's the difference in the quarterfinal as well. Like you say, Adam Bujnowski really challenged him hard, and a lot of athletes would be, it would bother them because they are 2 lengths behind. It's a quarterfinal, and they would say, "Oh, I have to catch up. I must do this, that, and the other differently." But Adrian didn't. He paced himself through the race. And we just see Jerry Owen going past there, very, very tired after his efforts, but very happy that he made a world or a European semi-final.
Yeah, he can be happy because he performed really, really well. As I said, for him it was very, very tough races going on, and this bronze medal was really close to him. Being fourth on the European Championships is also very, very good result. Now the boats are on the water. Gonzalo Delgado in the lane number 2. Miramon Quiroga lane number 1, the wider one. We'll see.
And we see the tension is building now. The pressure is really building in these moments just before the race, when the athletes have to control. They have to control the emotion, control the heart rate, control everything, and focus on the starting flag. Giancarlo Delgado's boat handlers, they're having a tough job keeping that boat straight in the waves below there. And we know how these athletes depend on their handlers for everything.
Yeah, exactly. And they are ready. And they started very, very tight one, very, very close. But Miramon, he's a sprinter, he's very, very strong, he's very, very fast, very agile, and got to the boat first. And Miramon started rowing. Delgado joins him, but look at that short high cadence that Miramon has. Very, very high ratio, going very nicely, very nice, clean start.
And great work by the Spanish handlers. They followed him out in the water. You're allowed to go in the water as far as until the height of your shoulder, and they made sure they knocked every inch out of that to give him that push. But look at the control of Adrian Miramon in a final of the European Championships, and he is as composed and controlled, keeping an eye out. You see him looking there every 3 to 4 strokes to see where Giancarlo is.
Yeah, last corrections, and he's gonna overtake that left second boat. But the Delgado is still close. Delgado is not letting that easily. But I think it's about a maybe length and a half of lead for Miramon, or maybe even better from the drone. We got a better picture. We're gonna see how it's gonna look like after the spin, after the third buoy at the 250 meters away from the beach, away from the shore. They are approaching now. Miramon is already here.
Miramon's here already, and you could see there he took control of the race. He is not going to wait around at the rounding now. 3 to 4 strokes. He wants to get up in that wave, and he wants to get home. He does not want to give any chance to Delgado to catch him on the way home.
Once again, I'm going to repeat myself. Beauty, piece of art. Miramon Quiroga is an artist on the place. Artist with the oars. Really, really smoothly, really nicely, close, tight spin, and it's everything in his hands. Everything in his hands with this gold medal and European champion title.
Yes, and you can see there he's outrating Delgado by maybe a stroke and a half. Up on top of that wave now. He's about 42 strokes a minute, and he's just staying on top of that wave all the way home.
Yeah, he shows he's a true master, true champion. A special, unique athlete, Adrian Miramon Quiroga from Spain. He truly is. But Delgado also, being a silver, being a vice European champion, is also a big deal, also a huge reward.
I think that is, yes, Adrian has mastered the waves. You know, he's a, no matter what the waves are, sideways, behind you, full on, he's mastered. And you could see him loosening his feet there. He will celebrate when he gets out of the boat now. He just will not just run straight up the beach. You know he will celebrate. And he's out of the boat.
Yeah, he knows.
And here he
Look at
comes
that.
to the beach. He is a
Hands
showman as
in
well
the
as a
air.
champion.
He knows that
Yeah.
world champion he was. Now he's both world and European champion. Adrian Miramon Quiroga representing Spain.
Yes, and a very fine silver medal performance by Giancarlo Delgado from Portugal. He can be very proud of his silver medal, but what a performance by Adrian Miramon for the gold medal. A true champion performance, and he celebrated as he ran up the beach.
Very, very nicely done by Adrian Miramon Quiroga, securing that gold medal for him, securing that gold medal from Spain. 2 minutes 46 seconds. Another stunning, great result from Spaniard.
Yes, and just to see him during the race, the way he was able to control every element of the race, rowing away, he found his rhythm very quickly, and he was able to control the race, looking across at Delgado every 3, 4, 5 strokes just to make sure where he was, looking at the mark, and then as we saw at the rounding, 3 to 4 strokes around, nothing wasted, not too wide, not too close, and journey home then was just as fast as you could probably move a boat.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very tightly taken that spin. Just 2, 3 strokes, and he was speed up. He was on the right way, right angle towards the beach, towards the flag and the dismount point. Now it's about a 6 or 7 minutes even to the first start for the first quarterfinal of the women. We're gonna see again Spain. Ainoha Casanova Kaipena against Tabea Minichmeier from Austria. So Yuri, who has taken over microphone, leading a show right now. He's gonna be, I think he's gonna go mad when the Tabea appear. Another his colleague from Austria.
Yes, and we saw Tabea just passing there now, getting ready for her race a couple of minutes ago. But like you say, Yuri has been handed his own private microphone, and he is over there now interviewing the champion. So we may get him back, or we may not. We shall see. But he will miss being here, able to jump out in front of Tabea. She is running down the beach and encouraging her.
Yeah, but I think he feels right. He feels good with that microphone in his hand, and thanks to that, he has taken microphone for himself. We both have some time to talk, because when the race started, Yuri started talking. It was never-ending story.
He is such a character, a fantastic personality. And
Yeah.
he is really focusing on his beach sprints now. Like we say, he didn't row in the endurance events at all in the Europeans here. He concentrated completely on the beach sprints, and I think that is his focus now for the summer as well, to knock more seconds off his mixed double.
Yeah, and he showed up very nice performance in previous race when in the double he lost for about I think a second to the Czechia team with Alex Suski overtaking him at the run. But it was very tight one of the best races we had today's day.
Ah, yeah, very close, and a close run up the beach as well. So the men's solo bronze, silver, gold medalists have been decided, and we are onto the solo women.
Once again, gold medal goes to Spain for Adrian Miramon Quiroga, our champion. Silver medal goes to Portugal for Delgado, and the bronze medal goes to Lithuania for Zygimantas Gali-Sanskis. J. Owen finished 4th and 2nd in the in the final bid. And as we said, 5 minutes from the start of women. On the first start, Casanova and Minichmeier. And now Yuri's doing some interviews. He's having really fun.
I think he has moved on from interviewing the athletes. He is interviewing the spectators. So I think he will come over and interview the world rowing staff as well too before he's
maybe rowing staff, maybe even we can get an even interview. Who knows? Yeah, the weather isn't the best because it's cloudy, it's windy, it's raining a bit. But I think in the grandstand there are still a few people watching, enjoying the show. We are witnessing very nice show. Then we did for European Rowing Course and Beach Sprint Championship. Today Beach Sprint on the Friday, endurance races. Endurance races were also very, very exciting. A lot of happened, a lot of nice finishes. But I personally, for me, the big sprint, it is wow, the fire all the time. This high speed, everything you like in the sport, quick and dynamic. And that is, I think that is the reason why it's going to be an Olympic in LA 2028.
Yes, and it's a different approach to the sport of rowing as well too. So, as any rowing coach, their thing is always get out long, reach it up, keep up tall, reach it long as you can, and nice smooth on the finish. But for the beach sprint rowing, it's a totally different style of rowing. You don't reach as far, you get the oars into the water, and you use a lot more of your shoulders, and you really power into the back end of the stroke to keep that boat ticking along. And then, as we see there, when you get the wave on the way home, then you have to adjust your stroke. You're not actually putting any weight in the oars. You're just tipping the boat along, tipping to keep the speed in the boat. So we see the first of the quarterfinalists now. They're just coming to the back of the start line here, getting ready for their race. And it's the way you're rowing, the style of the rowing, that really decides the speed of the boat in these conditions, because you don't have time to settle down and get ready. You have to keep the pace up.
Yeah, you have to be ready at start, because this is very, very short distance, just 500 meters on the water, and about, I think it will be maybe 100 running, 50 at start, 50 at the end. So it's very, very close, as we've seen, under 3 minutes. So it involves really high speed, really enough power. And now we can see in the back how the boat providers are they are having fun.
Yes,
I think it's lane one, so they maybe must be Spaniards, team of Casanova.
Yes, and it's a tough job, the handling. You're in water, you're getting cold. The athletes are obviously warm, going to the race and warm out, but the handlers, they're there all day holding the boats, keeping them straight, and we see some of them there with wetsuits trying to keep warm, because you have to be able to perform as well.
It's also very, very important role to play, to keep that in the right spot, in right position, to when athlete arrives, have a good night angle, and then the holder helps at the beginning when the pushes the boat to speed up, get a little speed up. That is crucial on the first meters. When you catch that speed up, you can just continue, catch that rhythm and go on and flow.
Yeah, so from the time trials this morning, we think Tabia had the faster time. So she has chosen lane 1, which is the outside lane. So they are under starters orders as we speak. We're about to start the next block of racing, which is the women's solo. So the music goes down and the tension builds up.
Yeah, representing Spain, Ioha Casanova on the lane 2. Representing Austria, Tabia Minichmeier in lane number 1. Both highly focused. Last seconds and the quarterfinal of the women solo is about to begin.
And the different approaches to the start, you can see Spain down low like a sprinter, Austria up taller. Slightly different approaches here.
I think she's gonna go lower in a while. Yeah, and she went. But Casanova proved that she is very, very fast runner, and I think she's gonna reach the boat as first. We're gonna see in a while. Tabia is already here, is already stroking, already very, very nice start from Tabia Minchmeier.
Yeah, I think Tabia had the quicker start there. She's away already, and she's probably pulled out maybe half a length, but rowing long solid strokes. Different to the shorter, sharper strokes. She's getting long, sweeping, powerful strokes on it, keeping an eye on the navigation marks.
Yeah, very nice, long and strong strokes. And I think her angle, her navigation is very, very nice. But as she getting close, I think she gonna need some corrections right now.
Yeah, she needs to get out a lot more, or else it's going to be a very tight turnaround. And I think she's made the correction, but just about.
Yeah, that's a gate for Casanova. I think that Casanova already overtook the Minichmeier on the lead. We're gonna see now, hopefully, a picture from the drone, because it's about halfway through on the rowing. They are now turning, spinning around. They are even. They are really close to each other.
Yeah, I think Tabia was very close to that mark, so she needs to get further over now. I think she's gone way past it. So a lot of corrections to be done here by these two at the marks. And we see here
Tabia is in front, but Tabia is already turning, spinning, as well as Casanova. So they are even really close to each other. Tabia slightly in front, but just a little bit, not too much. There is nothing that that Casanova cannot cannot get closer to her, and she hopefully will in a while. I think she's gonna try that.
Yes, I think Tabia, like we said, the faster of the time trials, but she seems to be in control of the race there now. I think she's probably got a bit more power, a bit more length in her strokes, but Casanova's rowing long, strong as well also, but I think Tabia probably has that bit more power, that bit more athleticism, that bit more length, and she's surfing down the back of that wave, keeping a close eye on the navigation, so important.
Yeah, but Casanova is doing nice, long, strong strokes too, trying to power up, trying to cut some speed. But from this point of view, I think it is at last a length, maybe length and a half, leading for Tabia, representing Austria. And Yuri is... I'm not sure he knows that Tabia is leading, because he's very calm right now. But he gonna went mad when she arrives on the finish line. That's gonna be very, very soon, because she's about, I think, 20, maybe 30 meters from this one line.
Yes, I think you're right. He hasn't realised it yet, but when he does realise it, he will explode. I can see him there just watching the beach. So Tabia is coming into the beach, nice and clean, very clean exit, and jog up the beach. Don't use too much energy coming up the beach. Very, very composed performance.
Everything under her control. Looking over her shoulder where the Casanova is. But Tabia is our first semi-finalist among women. Casanova didn't make it, but she tried. Very, very strong run at the end. And Tabia Minchmeyer from Austria, the first semi-finalist of our today's competition. And now we are moving to the semi-final number 2, when you're gonna see Janneke van der Meulen, a world champion right now, alongside Maria Tacek. Maria had a fast start in the previous races, so she needs to be very, very careful about that. But she's the young one. She's gonna be rapid on the running, because she was had a very, very good sprint. Maria Tacek, Janneke van der Meulen. Van der Meulen in the lane number 2. Maria Tacek from Poland in the lane number 1. Maria had better time early on.
Yeah, so as we say, Maria, very, very fast runner, high rating, high stroke rate, but up against the world champion, Janneke van der Meulen. Janneke is going to row, as she always rows, long, strong, powerful. She's extremely powerful and extremely tall. So I think Maria will have to get into the boat first, and will have to get away with her fast strokes and try and stay ahead of Janneke, and obviously navigation has to be perfection.
Everything has to be perfect when you want to overcome the world champion that Janneke is. But I think Maria gonna try it. As you said, she is a good sprinter. She has a very high stroke ratio. That is only way she can do that. She need to be in the boat first, found that high rhythm, and keep that all way long to overcome, to beat Janneke.
Yes, you're trying to take on all that experience. She is not even 20 years of age, Maria, but all the experience of Janneke. As we said, she was in Shenzhen 2019. She has competed in so many of these events and won so many medals that she is a real champion from the early days. But Maria, I think if she can sprint into the boat faster and get that boat away quicker and just keep the rate up, I think that's her best bet, is to keep that stroke rate as high as possible. Don't come up too far for it, and kick it off in the back end as hard as she can.
But the crucial first thing is she gonna be a patient. She can't start too early, because that means the second yellow card, and that means the SQ for her. So she needs to be very, very focused to watch the flag. When the flag goes down, then only then you can start. They are in the starting line. The boat provider the boat holders are waiting for the signal to put the boats into the water.
Yeah, and we can see out there as well too, the wind has eased off a small bit again. It kind of comes and goes, but it has definitely eased a bit, and the wave on the beach hasn't changed, but the wind has eased a bit, so it's still pretty strong out there, but it will give these athletes a bit of an easier trip than it was about an hour ago.
So I think the wind is not more than 30, I believe about 25 kilometers per hour. It's not as strong that it was that area, but still you need to take care of that. I don't think that the girl's gonna struggle like the junior women had the trouble in their last races. But now the boats are put in the water. Maria Maria Tacek from Poland versus Janneke van der Meulen from Netherlands in the second quarterfinal of Coastal Women's Solo Beach Sprints.
So we're going to see two contrasting styles here. The tall, long strokes of Janneke van der Meulen versus Maria Tacek. So, as we say, if Maria Tacek can get down the beach faster and get in faster and get going quickly, her handlers will definitely be doing the best they can to get her away quickly. And Maria's down in a sprinter position, ready to go.
Yeah, she knows she has to do it. She has to do that rapid sprint like a bullet to the boat.
And she's away first.
On the edge, but
edge.
perfectly timed. And I think she's far away from Janneke.
Far faster, yeah. She risked the yellow card, but it was worth the risk. She just got it right, and I think she is away faster.
Look at that, as Janneke is struggling, now Maria is already 3 or 4 strokes away on the course. We're gonna see which tactics, which style gonna pay off. That short, quick, or the long, strong ones from Janneke.
And that will give Maria very much confidence in the start of the race to know that she is out in front. So Janneke now will relax. She will know she has to come from behind and come into the race with the long, strong, powerful strokes.
Another similar situation when world champion Janneke is been facing very young Polish athlete, and similarly to the race between Bujnowski and Quiroga, Polish international takes ill the lead. We're gonna see if she's gonna maintain that until the end. But Janneke van der Meulen, world champion, is working very hard, long, strong strokes.
But she has really been challenged hard by Maria. Maria is around that second mark quicker. All she has to do now is really focus on her position for the last rounding. You can see there Janneke's experience is helping her to stay in the race. Long, solid, strong rowing. But if Maria can get around that boy a bit quicker and use her fast stroke on the route home, Janneke coming around flawlessly. You can see the years of experience. Maria's trying to get around.
Yeah, Janneke is slightly up front. I think she's gonna be in a half, maybe lane and a half advantage. Yeah, massive advantage. I think Maria gets stuck to the boy. Yeah,
Maria's stuck on the boy, and I think she is.
Oh no, that's terrible. That's terrible mistake from Maria.
Yes.
But she is very, very young. Not even 20 years of age.
But you could see there, Janneke, even though she was second to the mark, all the experience she has, she just got that boat around that mark effortlessly, 3 to 4 strokes. And now you can see the concentration on her face. Just keep it straight, keep it level, and keep it coming home. No need to go outrating.
Yeah, everything is under her control. Janneke van der Meulen going very comfortable position to her semi-final.
And that is the difference with these world champions. But
look at Maria, she is trying very, very hard. She's fighting so strong, but going far, going very, very wide off her course.
Yeah, and Janneke has just gone slightly off as well too, I think. She's come over to the, Maria has gone over to the middle. And we're in the situation now where we have both crews are pretty much in the same lane, which can happen. It's hard to get your bearings sometime, but Janneke is safely out of the boat, and again she will jog up the beach, conserve much energy as she can.
Yeah, and Janneke van der Meulen, second women athlete to be in the semi-finals of today's European Championship. And we are look where Marisha landed. She landed on the spot of Janneke van der Meulen. But Marisha is running strongly, very, very strong, very nice sprint from her on these last meters. Look at that.
Very fast runner, and just unfortunate for her, she just got stuck at that rounding marker, but aside from that, you could say very, very credible performance, and definitely a future star for the future to put it up to the world champion.
I would say she performed really well until that small mistake that costed her a lot. She paid a lot for that spin, for that third buoy. Maybe in the future, she's not even 20 years of age, and she faced the world champion Janneke.
Yeah, and you can see why the world champions are the world champions. They just remain so calm, so cool during these races.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody's in front of them, it doesn't bother them. They don't try and fight the waves. They just keep doing what they're doing.
So now our competitors will be interviewed, and we are moving slightly to the quarterfinal number 3 gonna be taken in 4 minutes from now. Great Britain Claire Jamison against Raminta Morkunaite from Lithuania. Lithuania in point.
And we see there that Maria is being interviewed after her race. She has barely crossed the finish line, barely got her breath back, and she is being interviewed. But it's so nice to recognise her achievement in taking on the world champion and performing so well.
Yeah, she was asked what happened, and but she says, I don't really know. I just lost control over the boat. But she is still very young. A lot of in front of her, and taking part in European Coastal Beach Sprint Championships is a huge advantage. She can, even if she didn't make to the semi-final, she can take a look on her own eyes at the athletes like Janek world champions. Now, Claire Jamison, Raminta Morkunaite. Again, Raminta very young one, Claire almost 30 years old, Raminta 23. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. We see that Raminta had better time during the trial, so she picked her line to be the lane number 1, the wider one away from the pyre.
Yeah, and Claire Jamison, very experienced athlete of this. She's coming through the trials for GB rowing and representing Great Britain for the last couple of years. A lot of experience, been on the podium as well too. Very strong, powerful athlete, and her erg scores etc. would be up on the higher ends for the women's rowing. So, into weather like this, she would definitely have the advantage in the power. So it's all down to the running.
Very nice, strong applause for the Maria Tarczyk from Polish audience, from the crowd here. Now Claire Jamison Raminta, as you said, Claire very highly experienced, highly rewarded coastal rower. So it's gonna be tough for Raminta to overtake her, but we're gonna see if the Claire gonna show that cold blood, that patience on the rowing on the water.
Yeah, we need for Raminta to we need to get into the boat fast. She's a fast runner. She needs to get into that boat, and as we said, when you're dealing with these experienced athletes from coastal, rate and more rate to get yourself ahead of them.
Everyone is ready, ball handlers are ready, athletes are ready. The tension is at the highest point, about seconds from the start.
We need the boat handlers from Lithuania then to get her into the boat and get that push off, which is so important to get that extra length. So for Raminta to take this race, she must get out in the start of the race, because with Claire Jamison's power, and Raminta is way ahead going down the beach already, which is a huge advantage.
Very nicely for Raminta, very nice sprint to the boat that she's already in.
And Raminta's away already ahead of Claire Jamison.
I think that's at least 7, maybe 8 seconds before that Raminta got area to the boat than Claire.
Yeah, so Raminta has done everything right so far. She's got a good line, she's got into the boat, she's not reaching it up too far, she's tipping it along with that high stroke rate, but she will need to do everything she can to keep that boat from coming into the middle now, and she's got the angle right already. You can see there the wind is trying to push her away from that second mark, so she has to correct again.
Yeah, the wind goes from the west, from the left hand side, is pushing them to the middle. It's pushing Raminta to the middle, but she's doing corrections as Claire seems to go going straight. David took a look how it looks like from point of view from.
Yeah, you can see there when you look straight down the line, the wind has picked up again now, just gusted there, just the athletes got into the boats, and both athletes were pushed very much so into the pier side. A real gust just came just at that point. So Raminta has adjusted and she is straightened up again, ready for the mark, but both of them were pushed way off course.
But can you feel that, how the strong wind appeared? We're gonna see how the girls gonna deal with that, with a stronger wind. Claire Jamison and Raminta Morkunaite, Great Britain versus Lithuania.
And Claire has come around and she has driven the boat right out of the middle of the course to counteract that strong gust. So the power of the Great Britain athlete has brought her into the lead, and Claire Jamison is now powering home. But as we said, when she rounded the mark, she didn't fully round it, she stayed out in the middle, and she is surfing the wave now all the way home.
Yeah, very nice, very smooth, very nice surfing from her. But Raminta, we don't see the picture from the road due to the strong wind, but Raminta sticks, I think, really close to the clear. But for now, Claire Jamison is leading in the third quarterfinal.
Yeah, the strength of the British athlete showed there. Just when the correction was needed into the wind there, she was able to straighten the boat into the back and bring it into the correct course for the way home. And Claire just has to keep the boat straight down and bring it into the shore.
Yeah, Raminta is just about next to the first marker as I think about 2 lengths of lead for Claire Jamieson. She is about to leave. She is taking a look where the dismount is, where the holders are, and now she is clean, nice, in a very, very comfortable position for Claire Jamieson, securing her spot, securing a place in semi-final B.
Yes, very, very composed performance. Flawless exit out of the boat, but she knows that she really has to keep the pressure on when she is running, because Raminta is probably a faster runner, but Claire had the advantage on the water there. Her power was able to keep her out in front.
Yeah, such a nice not race. And in front of us, the last quarterfinal of women, the 4th one, and the last spot in the semi-final. On the starting line, we're gonna see again very, very young Martina Kite from Croatia, 22 years of age, against Patricia Batista. Patricia was very, very strong in previous races, so it wouldn't be easy for Martina to overtake her.
Yes, we saw Martina rowing earlier on in the last 16 races. Very strong athlete, so it'll be an interesting battle between these two athletes. They don't rate too high, either of them, so maybe that will suit the conditions now, because as we said, we're getting some big wind gusts here now that weren't there earlier in the day.
Again, the wind getting strong, the waves are getting bigger and bigger. Can make some trouble to the athletes, so Martina and Patricia must stay perfectly focused, because keep that navigation, keep straight on the point, keep locked on the markers to make everything as they want. Martina Kite versus Patricia Batista. Patricia in the lane 2, Martina lane number 1.
Yeah, you could see in that last race there now both crews being driven over towards the pier substantially on the way out, so I think the crews coming in the next rounds will see that, and they'll know that they must really oversteer as they are coming from the start. So I wouldn't even be trying to round the first mark. The wind will do that for you, but the minute you're gone past that, to really oversteer to get yourself over into the middle of the course. And we can see the pencil marks are moving around very much as well in the wind as well, so it'll be a tough spin for these athletes now for the rest of the day, as the wind is gusting now.
As I said before, the wind is going to get stronger. For now, as I see, it's about 27, maybe 28 kilometers per hour. Steam still going from the west, and I think it's gonna keep like that until the end. Last quarterfinal of the women solo beach sprint. It's about 2 minutes to start. Martina and Patricia. Patricia and Martina, 2 athletes, 1 spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, so quarterfinal 4. So these two would have been close in times on the time trials as well too. So very, very equal athletes here, very well matched. And the winners of this then will face the winners of quarterfinal 1. So that's the disadvantage, as we said earlier, being in the 4th quarterfinal. You don't get so much recovery. So in a tight race like this, it can take a lot out of you, as we saw in the last men's solo, where Jerry Owen had some really tough races before coming up to the semi-final stages.
Every race now is far for the knockout stage, head-to-head. Very, very interesting to watch, very joy to watch. Martina versus Patricia, Kais versus Batista, Croatia versus Portugal. Portugal already has a medal, a silver, that Delgado earned in the elite men. We are looking forward. Is Patricia Batista going to join the last stage of the semi-finals, have a chance to fight for that medal, or the younger Martina going to show, hey, I'm here, it's time for us, time for youngs.
It's great to see for Portugal to be on the podium as well. Manuel does a load of work in Portugal to promote coastal rowing, and I know he is doing a lot of work in coaching as well, so it's important that all nations are starting to come together, and we see different nations on the podium from all over.
Yeah, and attention, last seconds, and they've started. White flag goes up. I think that Patricia started better, sprinting down to down the beach faster. But yeah, they are even. I think even Martina was first.
Martina far quicker to get the
Yeah.
oars going. It's actually
Very nice start.
but she's come off the
Aye,
seat.
aye, aye.
But even with coming off the seat, Martina has still recovered so quickly. That was very impressive.
Yeah,
And,
Martina the young one, so we see this lack of experience going off the seat, so that opened the gate for Patricia to take a lead. But Martina is really close. This is about, I think, about a meter lead for Patricia Batista representing Portugal over Martina Kajc representing Croatia.
yeah, I think Martina has got a better line out for that second pencil boy. She made the adjustment very early, and you can see the high rating of Martina Kajc, as you said, 22 years of age, high rating, and keep that boat tipping along.
And
Patricia,
very nice navigation, she is young, but look at that, he is going nearly perfect to this. Oh, maybe too wide. But the Patricia Batista, look at that, very nicely done. Just small adjustment on the navigation, and she is now approaching to the boy number 3, to the spin, the most technical, the most tricky part of this race.
yeah, it looks like Patricia has pulled out a lead now. I think she has probably a bit more experience on the coastal rowing as well too, and she is definitely going to hit the mark first. So it's just a case of bring it into the wind, which she is trying to do. But I think she's got the right idea of backing in the oar at the mark so that the boat spins quickly. Very good turn, and sets her up for the home journey.
Yeah, way better done by Patricia than Marina Kajc. Patricia also is on her way back, on her way home. But as well as Martina, that's pulling very long, strong strokes, powering up, getting that boat speed to stay alive, to stay close, stick to the Patricia Batista. I think it's about not more than a length leading for Patricia for right now.
No, it's close, and Martina's power is telling now. She is closing up and she is surfing, and the boat is surfing.
Yeah, but I
lovely.
think she put the boat a little bit to our side. We see the lack of experience that Patricia has, going very nice, very smooth in straight line to the finish.
Yeah, and you see there Martina, you can see there just when she was about to surf and just about to get the boat up on the wave, she kind of pulled it as hard as she could to try and drive it more, whereas what you do is you relax, and as she's doing at the moment now, just relax and let the boat surf away on the waves.
Yeah, I think Martina saw that Patricia's really close and tried maybe a little too hard even, and she missed that wave. She was slightly put slightly aside, that Patricia took advantage of. Another experienced athlete with cold blood, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for time to attack.
Yeah, so Patricia is coming in to take that last slot, nice and comfortable. She knows that she probably doesn't have to run too hard up the beach either, so she will be able to save some energy. But she unfortunately will have the least rest of all the semi-finalists now coming into the semis.
Yeah, and there she is, Patricia Batista, representing Portugal, our 4th semi-finalist, and behind her Martina Kajc, very young athlete, but very, I would say, still nice performance. That one small mistake on the way back she paid a lot for, but it will be a huge lesson for her for the future starts. So to sum up, Patricia Batista, Tabia Michima, Janneke van der Molen, and as the last but not least, Claire Jamieson. In the first semi-final A, we're gonna see Austria versus Netherlands. So it will be Tabia versus Janneke versus Tabia. Both tall, both strong. So we're gonna see a similar technique, similar approach. How are you gonna see how they perform? 4 minutes to start.
Yeah, so you're going to see Tabia, a young athlete, up against the experience of Janneke van der Meulen, but Tabia looked very impressive in that quarter-final. So, and as we said, I think she had the faster time as well in the time trial, which gives her a bit more rest as well coming into this first semi-final. So we see now the world champion will be definitely challenged by Tabia in this first semi-final.
Yeah, but the champions are familiar with that challenges coming up, and they are familiar with dealing with them. You're gonna see Janneke van der Meulen from Netherlands on the lane number 2 against Tabia Minchmai on lane number 2. Netherlands versus Austria versus Netherlands. Both very strong, both very want to get a spot in the final and fight for a gold medal.
Yeah, so they're 3 minutes 3-minute signal has passed, and we are just counting down the seconds now for the 1-minute warning. Tabia is 25 years of age, up against Janneke, 38 years of age, so be interesting to see now the recovery from the quarterfinals. As you say, similar athletes, tall,
Yeah, as I said, very similar
Athletic.
style, long, strong. Tabia had a few minutes more to recover than Janneke, because Tabia was in the first quarterfinal. Janneke took a part in the second one when she was facing Maria Tarczyk from Poland. We're gonna see in a 2 minutes how it's gonna form. I think that Janneke will be. I think it's gonna be tight one, because it's a very similar style of both of them. So I think they're gonna reach boats at the same time, and you're gonna see how he's gonna perform during race. The experience is on the Janneke's side.
Yes, definitely. But I saw Tabia rowing in the quarterfinal. She's deceptively strong in the boat, and to get the boat through the waves on the way out there, she's as strong as any athlete going out. So I think if she can get into the boat first, get in the run and get into the boat first, Janneke is going to have a job in overhauling her on the way out. But as we saw, Janneke's navigation on the marks is perfect. It was in and out.
Yeah, I think if there's only chance for Tabia if she is first to the boat. If the Janneke takes the early lead, she will not give that up. She will take the lead on the beginning and secure that, control it until the end. But we're gonna see, because it's gonna start in less than a minute. They are ready. The boats are in the water. The holders are ready for the athletes. The athletes are fully focused. Janneke versus Minichmea. Tabia versus Van der Meulen.
Yes, and there's a long pause here. The tension is really building up now. It's trying to keep control of everything.
Waiting for so long is really cruel.
We can feel the tension here. Not to mind the athletes, there's a really long hold on this one, which they do sometimes, because if the boat in the water isn't straight, they do like to give fair play. And as we say, Tabia is the faster runner. She is down the beach faster than
Janneke
Janneke.
slipped a little bit right before the stunt, and that's a great for Tabia. She is first. Tabia in the boat.
Tabia is away, and she has 2 lengths up already.
Perfectly, very nice. Gonna see how is Janneke gonna deal with that, because as we've seen before, the champions are ready to challenge. They are not giving up. They are ready for the contestants to give them a chance. Okay, go. I will wait for my time, and that is what exactly Janneke is doing. Tabia is leading for about a length. Also very long, nice and strong pull, strong strokes. Janneke and Tabia, both of them very similar, as I said, style. I think both of them navigation is perfect so far.
Yeah, you can see Janneke there now. She's not changing anything. You can see her really building the power after the catch of the stroke. And I think she's slowly closing on Tabia. Tabia just had a slight tip off the marker there. And I think Janneke's taken full advantage now of that slight tip off the mark. And Janneke's just pulled slightly into the lead, and we know what she will do on the rounding marks after her performance in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they are getting closer to the third buoy, 250 meters of the big, and they're gonna be at the same time.
Yes, Janneke
very close.
So tight for Janneke coming around the buoy, but very well done by Tabia also.
Nice.
Digging in that oar to bring the boat around.
And now 1, 2, 3 strokes, and she's in the straight line as well as Janneke. You are looking for a drawn. You are looking who's in front. They are even. They are even.
I
now
think even Tabia has slight advantage. Who can surf?
I think Janneke is found her wave. She's saving nicely, but Tabia sticks close to her. She has a wave for herself too that she lost. I think right now she's trying to find one. Janneke Van der Meulen representing Netherlands, slightly advantage, about length and a half, maybe length leading.
Yes, I think Janneke again at the rounding, that's where she gained the advantage there. She was just able to get that bit tighter, use her strength to get around in maybe 3 strokes. And Janneke now is settled into her long rhythm, long steady strokes.
But Tabia managed that spin very well too, but Janneke must have done it even better. We didn't see because we have a drone on the Tabia, but they are now. Janneke is a little bit correcting strongly.
Yeah, she's still surfing down the waves, and you can see the difference with Janneke there with the rowing. You can see Tabia is getting the power on immediately on the oars, whereas Janneke is pausing slightly, letting the power build first, and that's how the boat's running. So Tabia is just using rate and power now, but
tight one.
But Tabia is fast at the run. Tabia is very fast at running though. I think Tabia might get her on the run.
I think that
Tabia is going to get her on the run. This is one of the best finishes we've seen for the day.
But look at that,
What a
how
finish by
close!
Tabia.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
What a finish!
What
Tabia
a
has
finish!
taken out the world champion on the run. On the run,
Now
she has
the
taken her
question is how much Tabia is going to pay for that sprint. She win. Janneke doesn't believe it. I think Janneke doesn't believe it. But she's looking, oh my god, you done perfect.
What a
Congratulations,
finish.
Tabia.
What a sprint finish. It looked like Jana had done everything right on the water, all she had to do, and Tabby even fell coming out of the boat, but she knew she had one chance left to take that slot in the final, and she took it.
Yeah, Tabia knew that she's better sprinter, that she's faster. She decided to dismount a little bit earlier and put that everything in that sprint, in that run. And we have first final A for Austria, and they have silver medal at least, or even maybe gold. Tabia Michmia joining a final. To the final B goes Janneke van der Meulen. So we are now looking for the semi-final number 2, where we're gonna have representing Great Britain Claire Jamieson and representing Portugal Patricia Batista. Patricia and Claire, both very experienced rowers. I'm gonna see in a while how it's gonna look like. Claire very, very strong. Patricia very, very fast. She proved that many times today on the previous races. The both handlers are getting ready. The athletes are preparing themselves before the start. It's about 3 minutes to the semi-final to be taken.
Yes, and you could see there in that last semi-final how the different aspects of the race counted for so much. We had Tabia faster on the run into the boat, faster to get away, but we had the navigation of Janneke, which brought her back into the race, didn't hit any of those marks, and her rounding mark, and Janneke seemed to have the race under control coming home, but Maria, as we said, she jacked up the stroke rate coming for the last 80 metres, went for it, got to the beach, got out as quick as she could, and overtook on the run. So it just shows you that all the elements, you need to master all of them to be sure of victory.
Yeah, exactly. That's as we've seen in the previous race, everything is important. I would say Janneke and Tabia did extremely well, but Tabia is better runner. That she proved, overtaking Janneke just at the sprint, at the last meters, and joining the final A. Now it's gonna see who is gonna be alongside Claire Jamieson from Great Britain, or maybe Patricia Batista from Portugal. You're gonna see in about 3 minutes, about 1 minute to start the second and the last semi-final of the women today.
Yes, and again here we have a contrast. We will have a contrast in running. We know that Patricia Batista is a very fast runner on the land, but Claire Jamieson very strong in the water. So we see how these attributes match up.
As we saw, presence, everything counts. Everything is important. We're gonna see what's gonna play a bigger role. Who's gonna less expose the weaknesses? Patricia, the sprinter, or Claire, very powerful rower. Both are ready. Both are on the start line, looking at the flag to goes down.
Yes, and Claire also very good at the navigation as well too. No errors made there, and the tension builds. Well, they leave it build as long as the last semi-final. So tough on the athletes.
And they start.
And Patricia's away.
Yeah, Patricia
already.
started very, very
Already
nicely.
she has pulled out a huge lead.
As we said, she is a sprinter, but the Claire isn't far behind.
So Patricia's away. Can the handlers get her away? I think Claire did okay on the entry as well too. The handlers did well to get her away as well. But Patricia Batista is rating it off the start line. She is rating
tight.
it as high as she can.
Claire slightly in front because of that power, but Patricia is doing also very long and nice strokes, going alongside her, not letting Claire to go away. They are next to each other, so everything can change now. I think they navigation, both of them, it's nearly perfect, having a nice straight line to the second boy, and it's up to her. Now I would say that Claire might be slightly in front, but
yes, I think
far.
she is. She's really playing on the power. She's picked up the stroke rate, and she is piling on the power as well too. Claire Jemison, she is ahead. Not much though. I see Patricia Batusta has made a massive push there again to try and pull that lead back, but I think Claire is slightly in front of her. It's very difficult to
slightly,
tell.
but not fair. Nothing that Claire couldn't do in the next meters. 250 meters after them. They are now approaching.
And Claire
They
is
are doing at the same time. I can see
Same time.
Claire spinning on the screen and Patricia spinning.
so
My-
Patricia
oh,
slightly wider, but Claire and Patricia come out of the
But
boy.
Patricia has a better angle, I think. But
Yes.
Patricia need a bit corrections, as we can see now. But both are still very even, very close to each other.
So all Patricia has to do is stay close. Claire is surfing down the waves, but Patricia Batusta is definitely slightly in front, maybe half a length, maybe a length.
I think Patricia lost her way for a while, putting Claire Jamison slightly in front, but this is still very close. Now Patricia Batista looking for a way for herself. They're gonna speed her up.
Yes,
But both, I think both are need to adjust their position. They are still very close. I wouldn't be surprised if it will be another big sprint finish, but very similar scenario.
yes,
Claire in front, but the representing Portugal, Batista is better sprinter. So who knows? Who knows?
Oh, definitely. If Patricia Batista can stay within a length of Claire Jemison, we are going to have a foot race to the buzzer in front of us here. I think Claire has just caught the oars there on a wave coming in, but I think she has built up enough of a lead that she can hold off the sprint. But we see Patricia Batusta has just caught a wave as well.
Yeah, powering up
Slightly
so much.
sideways, but she is
It will be big sprint final.
picking speed up. I
It will
think
be run.
Patricia Batusta might have got herself into a chance of taking a place here with
They
that last
both
5
are
meters.
running.
And here
I
comes
feel-
Patricia Batusta.
Very
She is the
tight,
faster runner.
Very close.
What a finish from Patricia Batusta.
Yeah, she
She-
is a sprinter.
And she is delighted with the last
Wow,
10 strokes.
Wow.
Those last 10 strokes she caught a wave and brought herself into a position to take advantage of her sprinting ability. What a finish from
What
Patricia
a finish.
Batusta.
What a semi-finals. Both very similar scenarios. The sprint finish is the crucial. What decides about making a spot. So, a
Yeah.
final.
Both
Tabia Minchmeier against Patricia Batista. But before that, a final with a cherry on cake, we see a final B where Janneke van der Molen gonna challenge Claire Jamison.
Yes, we just see walking past there Lukas Sastanovic, one of the coaches with Austrian rowing. Very happy man. He can see that Tebia is now in a position to challenge for a gold medal, and he saw her performance in the semi-final. So Austrian rowing very happy. Claire Jemison, as we say, unfortunately she will have not very much rest before she must face the world champion. That is a very tough ask after a performance like that. But
Yeah. But you need to overcome such a huge task to be a champion, even a bronze medalist, because the bronze medal is on the table. It's gonna be between Janneke van der Molen from Netherlands and between Claire Jamison from the Great Britain. Another not really good, not really comfortable scenario from British athlete that after competing in semi-final and making to final B, now Claire Jamison area on Jerry Owen. We're gonna see if the Claire has enough time to rest, to catch up, to get some power before she going to face Janneke van der Molen, the reigning still world champion. You're gonna see if she's gonna add to her collection bronze medal of the European Championships, or is Claire gonna take that away from her?
yes, and it was the same with Jerry Owen. Very unfortunate to be in the last quarter-final and having no rest time for the bronze medal, and unfortunately Claire will also have the same issue of not so much rest. But we see Lucas there, the coach of the Austrian boat. He's just gone over the boat. Everything is being checked, double checked and triple checked. Every drop of water is being taken out of the boat, oars out. I think he is dismantling the entire boat over there and putting it back together from scratch to make sure that Tevye has the best chance of taking this gold medal home for Austria.
Yeah, there's no place for mistake. As you said, everything need to be checked twice, maybe even four times to be perfect, to be ready for the last rounds. Final B, 2 minutes. In the final B, Janneke van der Molen from Netherlands against Great Britain against Claire Jamison. Jamison or van der Molen? I think van der Molen as a champion is slightly in better position, having some more time to rest. But Claire is very, very strong rower. They are both not the best sprinters, so it will be main about how they perform on the water in the rowing part.
Yeah, and we can see Claire there now coming to the start now. She's still trying to get as much breath as she can into herself. It's so difficult. You're there breathing so hard, and next thing you hear 1 minute, put the boat in the water. And
she looks very exhausted.
She's
honestly
exhausted, and that 1 minute, it goes so fast when you are hoping that it goes slow.
Yeah, Janneke seems to be relaxed.
Yeah.
She knows her position is better. She's comfortable about that. Her target is the bronze medal.
And Janneke knows also as well too that, like you say, she's not going to be out-sprinted. Claire and Janneke probably similar in sprinting. It is on the water is their most advantage.
Yeah, they are even on the sprinting, I would say. We're gonna see, because it's the second can decide. It's very important to time the start perfectly. Yuri running the show, as you might probably hear that in the background.
I think Yuri knows that Austria are going to be on the podium. There's at least a silver medal and maybe a gold, so you will see the excitement levels of Yuri building as we come to this gold medal race after this one. But for now we focus on the bronze medal race. The tension builds.
Exactly. Van der Molen and Jamison. Jamison, Van der Molen, Netherlands versus Great Britain. Great Britain versus Netherlands. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna win bronze medals third on the European Championships?
And the starter keeps them on the line for that small bit longer. The tension
As
builds.
I said, it's cruel. It's really, really cruel. And again on the edge, and I think that Janneke, yeah, look at that. Janneke van der Molen.
I think definitely Claire has had hardly any recovery from that race, and Janneke is in the boat already, and you can see the focused determination on her face. She knows first 3-4 strokes. Mitchell Steenman, in charge of boat handling, gave her a massive push off there, which ended her another length as well too. So advantage Janneke.
Yeah, she's looking for her rhythm, fighting Katrin, and keeping in control, keeping Claire in the distance. Very, very nice sprint from the Janneke. I think that few minutes more might be a key, like what she was able to sprint much faster than Claire did, but the Claire as a strong rower, very long and strong push, strong touches with the blades, and she keeps very, very close to Janneke.
Oh, she is. I mean, she is not letting Janneke get away from her. I think maybe she is probably stronger. Janneke has the more length, the more elegant stroke, but Claire Jamison is holding on to Janneke van der Molen, and she is not letting her get away from her.
But she needs to make a sharp turn now that after the second buoy, Claire Jamison. Janneke seems to be in a better line, but I can see her ball holder that giving her advices from the shore to move a little bit to the pier. But now Janneke is leading for about length, and they are at the spin. The Janneke, highly experienced, probably gonna take it perfectly. She's gonna be wide, but
fantastic.
nicely.
Janneke just stopped the boat dead there with the inside door and sat there until the boat stopped moving. So Janneke's out of the buoy already, heading for home. Claire is trying to deal with the waves.
To exit the third buoy. I think she's gonna make that gap bigger advantage in front of Claire Jamison from Great Britain. But yeah, for now it's for Janneke van der Molen. But she was in such a position, Russia, in semi-final, and the things has changed. We're gonna see. And for now, it's bronze for Janneke.
Yes, like you say, she was in a similar position, but Tabia went for it. And I think you can see there now, Claire now she's rowing strongly, doing everything she can, but Janneke's got the wave and she's got the, couple of lengths of an advantage. Yeah. She can relax a bit and really lengthen it out.
She's very, very comfortable. So she see that Claire is far away from her. She's leading by far, very, very nicely lead by Janneke van der Molen from Netherlands, world champion and possible third athlete of the European Women Coastal Solo Beach Sprint Championships. Janneke van der Molen from Netherlands making her way to the beach.
Yes, all Janneke has to now really is just keep the boat nice and straight, dismount out of the boat and just make sure that there's no mistake in the last couple of lengths, and she's safely into the beach.
And Janneke is here. Claire still has about 20 meters, and Janneke is sprinting. Janneke is sprinting for her bronze medal, from the bronze medal from Netherlands. bronze medal for Janneke van der Meulen from Netherlands, third
And
in the European Championship.
The volume has just gone through the roof here for the reigning world champion taking the bronze medal. Yuri on the microphone and the music, everything is at max volume here.
Yeah, but I barely can see Yuri because the crowd went mad with very loud for a while. And Janneke with her daughter.
Yeah, and very well done by Claire Jameson too, who had to race so quickly.
Race 65. Women's solo. Final.
And the next race, women air final, and approaching Tabia Minichima from Austria. She is gonna face representing Portugal, Patricia Batista.
Yeah,
So
so Tabia, the younger athlete, the
Both
faster time.
runners, kind of sprinters. So we're gonna see. They're gonna try to make as fast as possible to the boat, take an early advantage. Because in case of running, I think Patricia is slightly better, but not too much than Tabia. And Tabia, as I remember, has had a few more minutes of rest.
Yes, and Tabia, deceptively fast runner. We saw her there, what she had to do to get into the final. She was able to find another gear when she sprinted up the beach. So it will be an interesting contest between the two of them.
Yeah, 3 minutes to the start of the last solo race today. Three finals are done. Now last fourth final of the solo races. Solo women 2024 European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships Gdansk. Really nice races, very tough races, tight races. Now Tabia versus Patricia, Minichima versus Batista, Portugal versus Austria.
Yeah, so the athletes are coming around the corner now, getting ready. The wind has just gusted up again now, just as the athletes are about to get ready. We see the really strong gusts of wind are just coming in now. So the real challenge now will be to keep the boats across the course and keep pointing them into that wind, which is blowing as we're looking down the course here from left to right, looking down the start line. So you nearly have to point your boat at 45 degrees to make sure that you're not blown off the course.
Yeah, as you say, the wind got stronger, and I think it's a little bit changed the direction. It's going both from side, making the swim in the surfing, the last meters, making them more difficult. But this is final. They know what to do. They know how to do it. Tabia and Patricia and Tabia.
Yeah, so we're talking about less than a minute to go here. Tabia Minchimar and Patricia Batista, very evenly matched. But as we saw there, Tabia was able to find an extra gear or two when she needed it to be able to take out Janneke van der Meulen. So I think maybe the advantage, like you say, with the extra rest time is with Tabia.
But Tabia showed everything she had.
Yes.
As I said, we're gonna see now how much she's gonna pay for that finish that she overtaken Janneke. The tension. Final countdown.
Again, the tension is building, which
The
makes it
gold
even
medal
worse. The gold
is like,
medal.
in front of you.
Yeah,
So
you know the gold medal is only less than 3 minutes away. You can nearly touch it. It is so close.
yeah, they both can feel the gold medals hanging on their necks. But only one medal, two athletes gonna take it.
And
they've
I think
started.
Tabia got the best start. Yes, she did. Tabia has just got the best start.
Yeah,
She is
nicely
sprinting
done by
flat
Tabia,
out down the
very
beach.
nicely done. And Tabia is taller, is stronger one. I think they're long, strong.
I think
yeah,
Tabia
nice
is
start.
away. She just flowed into the boat. It was effortless.
Yeah,
Fantastic entry.
she's very tall but yet very agile. She did it very nicely. And look at that, very nice early lead for Tabia in Austria.
Yes, that's one of the best entries I've ever seen. She was literally into the boat in a split second, and it has gained her 2 lengths of an advantage already on Patricia Batista. So long stroke already by Tabia, long stroke on the other side by Patricia Batista. Long, powerful
this is
strokes.
the last race. You need to show everything you have, everything you've got in this race. The gold medal is right here. You need to take it. 1 gold, 1 silver.
Yes.
We're gonna have a silver photograph out. Now it's looking for a gold for Tabia and silver for Patricia Batista, but everything can change on the last
Yes.
meters. As
And
you've seen.
look at the quality of the rowing that Tabia has. She's reaching it up a lot more and finishing away further back than Patricia Batista. A real display of rowing
Yeah,
Oh,
look at Tabia. She's
she
going
is.
wide. Oh,
She's going wide. She's leaving the door open for
it's an
Patricia
open gate
Batusta.
for Patricia. She
If
says,
Patricia has gone tight and rounding inside. So Tabia,
yeah, Tabia still up front, and this long pull, strong strokes. But I think Patricia is a bit closer after that turn than she did before. But still, it's for Tabia. Tabia is leading for that gold medal for European champion title.
yes, you can see Patricia has closed up the lead definitely from that. She had a far better rounding. So Tabia is just hitting a mark on the way in, but Lucky hit it with the rigger rather than the oar, so it hasn't slowed her that much. But Tabia now is doing what she did against Janneke van der Meulen. She can see a gold medal in front of her, and she is rating it far higher than Patricia Batusta at the moment.
Yeah, and it's worth to mention that Tabia is in very nice in navigation, very nice straight line to the boat handlers are waving her, they are waiting for her, for Tabia to sprint and get for her a golden medal. But Patricia is still close. Patricia is not giving up.
Yeah, but Tabia knows the gold medal. She wants that gold medal. You could see that determination in the run for the line in the semi-final.
Yeah, look at Yuri. I don't know if he believes that.
Yuri can see. He has just come to life. Yuri will now go out of control completely when Tabia comes up and hits that buzzer.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm smiling. Yeah. Tabia, Minchmeier, European champion among women.
Gold medal, and so well deserved. The gold medal champion. What a performance.
After that semi-final, she heavily deserved that. Very nice final. Very nice final race.
And Patricia Batusta very well performs in the silver medal position, but it was Tabia just had more power, more determination, recovered from that rounding. Very good performance by both athletes.
Yeah, very nice race. European Championships. Solo starts are over. Gold medal for Tabia and Austria. Tabia Minchma. Silver goes to Portugal with Patricia Batusta, and bronze goes to Netherlands with the Janneke van der Meulen. Very tight, very interesting race both in semis and in finals. Now we are start to move forward to the start of mixes in about 7 minutes. So as you can see, the schedule is very tight. It's very tense.
Yes, there's no room for error. We see the rain is starting to come down now, and the wind squalls are picking up. But those athletes showed no issues whatsoever with the weather conditions. They handled them very well. And we see Tabia there now being interviewed after a race. Delighted with her performance. Up and coming athlete, future medalist for the World Championships in Genoa. So a new athlete on the scene of coastal rowing. And we see there now the singles are being moved off the course, and the doubles now are being brought into position as we get ready for the two doubles races, the junior doubles mixed and the senior doubles mixed.
And now I have here also the elite holder from the Austria. How does it feel actually to bring a person to the European Champions? Well, what is the most important for the boat holder to be in order to bring an athlete for the championships?
I think the most important thing is to be calm, ready,
you think about the things that the athlete won't do to the stroke of the competition, and will that be on the scoring for the guy or the other goal.
So, are you following the Austrian national team world champions and further?
Yes, of course.
Indeed.
And you can follow them as well on Instagram if you want.
Yes. Austrian rowing dot also.
Azura, Italy versus Czechia in the first quarterfinal of junior mixed doubles.
So there's a bit of extra work done here by the handlers, because not only has the athlete coming down the beach to get into the boat, but the second athlete must also get in and get settled and get set. So very well done in the Italian
Look
boat.
at Ella,
Nice and
Ella, how
relaxed.
fast she started for Czechia, but Azura isn't far behind her. I think they are approaching the boat almost in the same time. It'll be close. It will be very, very close.
Yeah, and Ella just trying to get her feet in there. She hasn't got her feet in yet in the Czechia boat, so it's just cost them a couple of strokes there at the very start. She was finding difficulty to get in her feet, but no such difficulty in the Italian boat. They're up and running already and navigating and rowing very well together. And now Czechia are back up and running, and they're using the fast, shorter stroke where you don't reach as far ahead and you get it all into the back end of the stroke.
Just one.
And Yuri is here. He's come over. He's got his own personal mic, and as we said, we were commentating on Yuri's commentary during the course of the last couple of races. So,
yeah, representing Italy, Lucio Cozzolini and Azura Severini. Facing, representing Czechia, Adam Novak and Ella Justyna Nejezechlebova. For now, I think the Italian side is slightly in front.
yeah, you can see that the Czechia rowing, they have really shortened the stroke up to cope with the challenging conditions. But I think a lot of the advantage was lost at the very start of the race, where the Italian crew got off the beach quicker, and both athletes on the Italian double are swinging that boat around the marker. Very good rounding in these conditions by the Italian crew.
Yeah, but they are now, for now, going very, very well. Both the teams of the juniors mixed double sculls.
So it looks like the advantage is with the Italian crew on the way home. They're out in front at the moment, rowing very well. Had a fantastic rounding as well too. So all they have to do on the way home now is to keep the boat straight, keep it moving. They had the faster time in the time trials, and they have maybe 3 to 4 lengths advantage over the crew from Czechia of Ella and Adam. So the first of the junior mixed double crews just coming in past the first mark now. We have Azura Severini and Lucio Cozzolino, and we see they're just making a couple of last minute adjustments to the navigation as they come in. And just coming into the beach now is the Italian double, and we have coming up the beach now is Lucio Cozzolini, taking his time coming up the beach again. Experience, conserve energy. He's thinking about the next semi-final, and as the first quarter-finalist and the fastest the time trial, he will now have the most recovery for his semi-final.
But very strong finish from the Czechia, from the Adam. And now we know who is in the first semi-final is being taken by Italy. Lucio Cozzolini and Azura Severini, first semi-finalists of the mixed doubles on the Juniors European Championships. On the second quarter-final, we are going to have Austria against Great Britain. Leah Sanders and Sol Hyde for Great Britain against Vincent Zwick and Antonia Gigasher.
Yeah, so those young athletes now in those conditions handled them very well. We saw no issues whatsoever. Navigation, going around marks, going around the outside marks, very well done by these crews. And we see the boat handlers are getting the boats ready now, tipping the water, getting the settings moved, the foot stretchers, moving oars. There's a fair bit of work to be done between races, having to get tender for 2 athletes rather than 1. So we are now preparing for the second of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, about 4 minutes to start the second final. Austria and Great Britain. Great Britain and Austria. Austria lane 1.
And we see over on the Austrian side there Wolfgang, the coach, giving the few bits of last minute advice to his athletes before they race.
Mixed under 19 mixed double sculls, quarterfinal 2. 3 minutes.
Okay, so we're under the 3-minute warning at the moment. The boats are ready. Athletes are ready.
Yeah, let's talk a bit different tactics when the Vincent from Austria is going to run first instead of Antonia. You're gonna see who is gonna be facing on the first meters on the run. It will be Sol or Leah.
Yeah, so I think like we say, when you have the man to run first, maybe they are thinking the best strategy here is to get down the beach quicker if possible and take the advantage at the start of the race.
Yeah, but on the other hand, when the man is already on the boat, he can use his power to build up that speed and put that advantage when already you are on the water. So, on the first meters, Vincent Zwick from Austria versus Leah Sanders from Great Britain. 2 minutes to start. Second quarterfinal, Causa under 19 mixed double sculls.
Yeah, and these athletes, like we said, it's 4:30 now on the day. They have been waiting all day for this race. They had no last 16 or anything like that this morning to kind of give them a feel of the day. So they've had to wait all day, which is difficult. You're sitting around all day waiting, hydrating, keeping yourself powered up, and now it's your turn to race.
Yeah, I think it's way better to start earlier in the morning, because too much time to think, too much time isn't too good as well.
It's difficult, and as well as that, everybody's trying to help you. You have lots of advice, lots of coaches giving advice, and sometimes it can be a bit of overload as well too. But everyone is trying to do their best. So
everyone have to find his way, listening to this advice or not letting it up. But after all, it's only up to themselves. Leah Sanders and Sol High from Great Britain versus Vincent Zwick and Antonia Gigache from Austria.
Yeah, so the boats are in the water now. This is the moment these athletes have been waiting all day for now to get their chance to perform here. And we see as you said, on the Austrian side, the man is doing the running, Vincent Zwick. Very focused.
But look at Leah, how relaxed she is.
She is, yes, she is. And now they must go through that 10 or 20 seconds of tension. And there's that boom, 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 which doesn't make it easier.
Heartbeat. Get ready before the race starts, before everything. In silence. The flank goes down and they are out. Very, very strong start from Vincenz.
Vincenz is away down the beach. Fast runner, big man, and he's into the boat quickly. No delays there on the Austrian side. Takes his oars. Very calm entry as well too. Nothing rushed about it. It's as calm an entry as you've seen any athletes get in and out of the boat.
Yeah, it's worth to mention they are juniors. So despite of being very young, the showing their calm is very, very important. The experience comes from that.
Yes, and fantastic rowing here by the British crew as well. Really lively stroke. They're rowing really well, and I think they're rowing through the Austrian crew. They're more dynamic in their stroke.
Yeah, very, very nice start from the British side. Leah Sanders also high, very, very strong rowing on them, and I think now they are slightly. We are looking forward to the changing point of view.
Yeah, I think that the higher stroke rate of the British crew has got them into the lead, and they're coming out for about half stroke, but their faster stroke rate appears to have got them into a chance for challenging for the win in this one. But again, the rounding of the mark is crucial. We see there Saul Hyde on the bow seat. He is constantly checking to see what that mark is, because he cannot take his eyes off it, and now they must swing, and it looks like they've managed to stop the boat very well. Very good rounding by the British crew.
It seems to be done better than by British side than Austria. As you said, this is the most technical, the most difficult part of the race, that spin. Yeah, but I think Austria did it pretty well too, and both teams are now in the straight line, 250 meters straight line to the beach. After that run, where Sol Hyde from Great Britain will face Antonia Gigache from Austria.
Yes, and very, very well done there by Leah Saunders in the stroke seat. Now she's keeping an eye on where the Austrian crew are, and Saul Hyde in the bow seat, he's keeping an eye on where their boat is. So, like you say, very mature navigating and tactical work by the British crew. And you can see Saul Hyde there, he's every 3 strokes he is checking to make sure that they're not taken off course. So important to keep an eye on where you're going. And I think they've put themselves in a very good position here to take this.
The navigation here is crucial. Of the waves got a bit bigger right now. British side seems to be up front over the Austria.
Yeah, so you can see there the British crew seem to have a better command of the conditions. They seem to be rowing strongly, and they're coming into the beach now. So even though they had a slower time in the time trial, as we say, the time trial counts for nothing, and we see Saul Hyde coming up the beach, fast runner, and he can relax a bit as he comes to the buzzer and conserve energy. Very well done by the British crew.
Very, very well done. And the British side, Leah Sanders and Saul Hyde, joins Italians in the semi-finals. Austria, after, I would say, nice performance.
Yes, and we saw there with the woman Antonia was doing the run up the beach. Very fast runner as well too. So it was a very good performance from the Austrian crew. As we say, faster in the time trials, but just there and in this rougher, windier conditions, the British crew, even though they were slower to come off the start line, they just seemed to be able to get into their rhythm of rowing quicker, and their rowing was more solid, more together, more longer.
Yeah, exactly. But being the fastest on the time trials isn't the same as the race face to face. When you see when you are on the time trial, you have the comfort. You are alone. You have space. but when you see that someone is next to you, it's more challenging, it's more difficult. And we now are moving to the quarterfinal number 3. Spain versus Ireland. Ireland versus Spain. In Spain, Carmen Harabo Perez and Nicolas Iborra Mira versus Irish side Anna Verling and Oran O'Donovan.
Yeah, very young Irish crew here, 15, 16 years of age, so crews for the future. Bringing them to these events, it's very important that they get a taste of the quarterfinals of the junior championships. And the Spanish crew, I think, had the faster time of the time trials. But again, as we said, time trials count for nothing. Different day, different conditions, different everything. So Anna Verling is on the start line.
Yeah, I think the conditions are getting more challenging every minute right now. So we're gonna see. First to cover the run part of the course will be Anna Verling for Ireland and Carmen Harbo Perez for Spain.
Yeah, so the two women will start the race on this leg. Both athletes now, they look relaxed, both of them. Focused but relaxed. They look like they're getting ready for...
As they say, fake it till you make it. I think they are very, very far from being selected because they are in quarterfinal of European Championships. The semi-final is in the reach of the hand, it's really close to them. You just need to do everything perfectly. This is only doing everything perfectly or doing everything perfectly. It's not that easy, especially when it's not only about you.
Yeah, I think that was the secret of the British crew in the last race. They relaxed quickly and they were able to row efficiently then. You know, they weren't trying to drive the boat into the waves with shorter strokes. They were using length, using power. The two of them are very strong athletes, and I think they will be very happy with that performance. Didn't use a lot of energy in it and saved a lot for the semi-final.
Exactly, because it is part of the tactic to save something for the next races, because if you are winning your race, you are still have two of them in front of you in the semis and in the final A or final B. Now Anna Verling and Oran O'Donovan for Ireland gonna challenge Carmen Harabo and Nicolas Iborra from Spain. As you said, Iborra and Harabo done better in the time trials. They selected from themselves lane number 1, the wider one. We're gonna see if they're gonna pay off or it's gonna be a wrong decision. 1 minute to start. There is a order to put a boat on the start to the water, and as we can see, handlers and the other athletes securing down Oran and Nicholas.
And we see there the handlers for the Irish crew is Donna Verling, that's Anna's dad, and her sister Kate. So very nice to have the family members. You can train together and then you can come here in the national team and you have your family to support you as handlers as well. So
yeah, that's true. But as I've seen so far, rowers are one big family. They are know each other very well. This very, very nice and good atmosphere.
And now the tension builds again. Anna Verling down in the sprinter position. Carmen Jaroba also focused on that flag. They know they have to watch the flag. It is not the hooter, it is the flag. And again, the starter allows the seconds to drift by. Every second seems like a minute, like an hour when you are down on that start line.
Attention.
Yeah, especially in the quarterfinal of European Championships.
And
being very, very young, because as you said, representing Ireland, Anna Verling is just 16 years of age.
Yes, and they are two very fast runners. Both of them are fast. Anna Verling and Carmen Jarabo, two very quick runners. Irish crew are away safely, and the Spanish crew are away safely as well too. So I think the Spanish got a push off there from the boat handlers, which has given them maybe half a length. And
yeah, they are now in front, but the Ireland team is close to them. We're gonna see now navigation may play a big part. As we see, the Spain going wide as Ireland going straight line. Gonna see in a while how it's gonna perform near the second buoy, because I think that Spain is about to take a bit sharp turn very, very soon.
Yes, the Spanish crew are using the shorter half stroke and really hitting it hard at the back end, and you can see how fast they're swinging the hands ahead. Irish crew are just about maybe a length, not bad, just about a length behind, close on that marker going out, just tipped it there on the way out, but they are still in touch. It is up to Spain now at the rounding to make sure that they get a tight rounding, but they just had a tip off the marker there with the blades, which has knocked them back about a length.
Yeah, they are still very close. Stick to the Spaniards, to Ibora and Harabo, that they are now making a spin around the buoy on the market, and they are struggling. That's
Yes.
not as smooth as they wanted to do.
Yes, if the Irish crew of Anna Verling and Oran O'Donovan, if they can capitalise on that rounding, they have closed a small bit, all right, but the Spanish crew are straightened and heading for home. We have Nicolas Ibora and Carmen Jarabo have straightened their boat now, and they're heading for home.
Yeah, nicely done by the Spaniards. That's the biggest difference we can see between youngsters and the mature athletes, that how they deal with that spin. As you can remember, Miramon Quiroga, the European champion, was almost sticking to the buoy as the team's going wide, but this is the double score. That is a way different than doing it in a single. But look at now why the Spaniards are aiming, so maybe Ireland still have a chance. We can see.
Ireland are still hanging on. They're not being left behind altogether, and the Spanish crew have gone wide, so they have a lot of correction to bring them back in. So
But they have already done it and then maintained a lot of speed. They've done that correction very smoothly, corrected early enough. I think they're gonna secure the place in final. We're gonna say in about a minute and a half, a minute maybe.
yes, and you can see Nicolas Ibora. He looked around, saw where he was, made a correction, and they're really driving the back end of the stroke hard, not really reaching it up so much. And Nicolas Ibora, very clean exit, fantastic exit.
Yeah, and he is very happy about that. The
Yeah.
Spain going to the semi-final. So we know the 3 or 4 semi-finalists. We know about. We have a Spain, we have a Great Britain, and I think it was Italy as the first semi-finalist.
Yes, and solid performance from the Irish crew, from Anna Verling and Oran O'Donovan. Young crew, building for the future, like we say, 16 years of age. So there is a lot of development in these crews yet to get all the ways up to the J19.
There is a time to shine for them. Now the 4th quarter final of the junior junior mix. Sorry, the France against Portugal. For Portugal, Thomas Neves and Laura Faustino against representing France, Maile Irazoki and Samuel de Buzak.
Yeah, so again, two nations who are doing very well at this event so far. France and Portugal already on the podium, both nations. So this is their chance for another crack at the semi-final and another crack at a medal.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, both Lara Faustino and Thomas Neves were competing in solo races, and Irazoki surname sounds familiar, but it was in Maida. It was Amaya taking silver in solo races.
Yes, we saw earlier these athletes in the solo races, like you say. So definitely a relation there in the French squad, and we can see the athletes now are just starting to get ready for the run. And it looks like on the French, the woman is doing the run, and that is
that's
Maida
must be a sister from Maya, because they are very similar to each other.
Yes, so Maida is she is 17 years of age, and we have doing the run for the Portuguese. We don't see the athlete at the start line yet.
He's going. I think it's Thomas Neves. Yeah,
Thomas is just coming now. So Thomas is doing the run for Portugal.
Yeah, so it will be at the first meters. Thomas Neves for Portugal versus Maida Irazoki for France. Samuel Debusa, and we'll be waiting for Maida, and Lara Faustino gonna wait for Thomas in the boats.
So
it
again,
is the last
the wind is
quarterfinal. After that, we're gonna know exactly who takes a spot. Who we're gonna see in a while in the semis.
Yeah, and the wind is picking up again. It's amazing. It's gusting up every now and again, but it's really strong at the moment. But these junior athletes in the doubles, they seem to be coping very well with the conditions. It's very noticeable. Their navigation is spot on, and they're having no issues with riding down the backs of the waves.
Yeah, but I think that the direction of the wind is gonna help them when they going home, as you say, because it isn't going sideways. It's going from the sea to the beach, and you're gonna see in a while about a minute to start the race between France and Portugal. Portugal and France for the last spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, so the boats are in the water, and it's a challenge too for the athletes in these doubles, because it's deep out there, so you have a choice between, do we push out the boat a bit more and it's hard to get in, or do we bring it in and make it easier on the runner and maybe risk the fin getting caught in the sand. So it's a very fine line down there. So we see the runners are ready under starters orders, and we see Mader still giving instruction to the handlers.
Yeah, same did Amaya. Amaya was until the end making the adjustments, making push it at the back.
Yeah, so it just tells you how tuned in these athletes are. You're ready for a start, but you're still able to control the boats down on the strand. And
everything played a role, and they started both very nicely. Thomas very rapidly, very strong and fast run, very nice spin, but I think slip a bit,
but he's in and he's away and he's got the oars in his hands. But Mader is in, and they just lost the oar there at the very start. That's very hard luck for France, but very good recovery by Mader. Irizaki there, the oar came completely out of her hand, but she grabbed it again and got up and running again.
But she's still calm, still focused. She's trying to catch up, to stick to the Portuguese, or are now leading. I'm not sure if the French didn't start correcting the position too early, losing much speed on it.
Yes, and that start has given the Portuguese an advantage already of maybe 1 length. You can see in the bow seat there of the Portuguese, Laura Faustino, obviously, as you say, well used to navigating the single, doing a fantastic job there of navigating the double. And that allows her partner, Thomas Neves, on the stroke seat to focus on the rowing and the stroke and the rhythm. You can see Thomas, he hasn't looked anywhere once, he is just only concentrating on rowing.
Yeah, he fully trusts on the Lara Faustino, on the aiming on the third buoy, and they are now on the spin. Going very, very wide, Portuguese side.
Yes, they might have opened the door for the
French. Opposite to
crew.
the French, they are very aggressive, very tight, maybe even too tight. The Portuguese are already on their way back, as the French side is still struggling, but yeah, now they are getting straight line. But Portuguese still up front for about a length, so it's still not that far.
I think Portugal's rounding, that wide Portugal rounding, has given France a bit of a hope of a comeback. It has gained them maybe a length or two, but Portugal still have that lead that they built up earlier.
Yeah, and they're going very nice, very smoothly. They have everything under control. The Portuguese side, Thomas Neves and Laura Faustino.
Yes, and Laura Faustino doing an absolutely fantastic job of navigating that double. We see Thomas, all he is concentrating on is getting as much power as he can into every stroke. And they're really rowing down the back of that wave now. The Portuguese have caught a wave and the French have caught a wave. So between the two of them, it's all who can keep control of their boats.
There's some trouble from the French side. They lost a little bit of course. I think the Portuguese are already, they are already at the dismount line, as the French are far away. So the last spot in the semi-final is already being taken by the Laura Faustino and Thomas Neves, representing Portugal, the fourth and the last semi-finalist of today's races.
Yes, and not the fastest in the time trials as we see here, but again, as we said, there's maybe 3 out of 4 of the faster time trials have not proceeded through to the semi-final, so it just shows that the time trials don't mean anything. A very composed performance there by the Portuguese crew.
Yeah, and they done perfectly, Portuguese side. Now, in the first semi-final, in about 5 minutes, we're gonna see representing Great Britain, Leah Sanders and Sol Hoyt gonna face Italians.
So Great Britain is here.
Yeah,
so
Yuri had the
Italy is under yours.
And with me, the winner of this race. Kogo następne zdjęcie?
Do you think? I don't think so. I'm not sure that. Oh, maybe you are right. Yeah, of course you are right.
The first semi-final on the way here. We have Italy, Great Britain. We saw a very strong performance in the quarterfinal from Great Britain, very composed.
But it was very nice performance from the Italian side as well. Lucio Costolini, Azzurra Severini. I think it's going to be very, very tight since the beginning until the end.
Yes, and I think for these two crews now, the two women are doing the run down the beach. We see Azzurra Severini keeping loose, keeping limbered up, keeping relaxed. So she will race against Leah Saunders. We saw her going down the beach into the boat, very clean entry into the boat, and immediately got her rhythm. There was no sprinting it out, got their rhythm, got their power and got their length, and work their way through the race.
Yeah, and what we mentioned, when we noticed that Great British side is Sol and Leah very smoothly, very confident, going on very cold-blooded since the start until the end, securing that spot in semifinal. You're gonna see how they're gonna perform facing now Italian internationals.
Yeah, so we had Azzurra Severini was fast on the run, so if she can produce the same run again, she may get into the boat that bit faster. But we see the Great British crew, they definitely have a lot of power on that boat, and their navigation was very good as well too. So we're at semi-final stage now. We expect these crews now to step it up another level, because they know this is
the time.
This is the
if
time.
If you want the medal, if you would be sure that going back with medal, you now need to win, because being in the final A makes you sure you're gonna have a medal, whether silver or gold. Being in final B is another fight, going back to home with medals or with nothing on the 4th place, as this whole height in the previous race showed how good sprinter he is. So I think it might be between Sol and Lucio on the last meters, but we're gonna see how Gdansk perform on the water. Leah Saunders showed that she is a good runner too in the first start.
Yes, solid start to the previous quarterfinal from Leah Saunders, and very good stroke as well too. Very strong, technically very good as well too, which counts for a lot.
Yeah, 2 minutes to the start, even less. The teams are waiting to put the boats on the water. They are waiting for the order that is already given. So the boat went to the water, and the girls, Leah and Azzurra, are waiting on the starting line.
And we have seen, not so much in the quarterfinals all day, but what you've seen in the semi-finals, you could be ahead in the start, then you can be behind at the rounding, ahead at the rounding, ahead coming in, and even past on the way in. So as it tightens up to the semi-final stage, being ahead at any given time means nothing. And we have even seen people ahead on the beach, and still.
Yeah, as you said, this is it's both run and rowing. It's everything plays a part. Now this spinning point, the third buoy, is a bit tricky, because in doubles it's more difficult than doing it solo. You're gonna see Azzurra and Leah already ready.
And it looks
nice
like
start for both of them.
Azzurra Severini seemed to get away first. She did. Azzurra Severini is definitely going to enter the boat in first place.
Yeah, she's a sprinter, she does nothing, but Leah stays close to her, and very nice, clean.
So,
but I think the Italian side need to correct a lot. Yeah, they are not doing it, but British side, as they did in the previous quarterfinal, very smoothly, very nicely rowing, very strong pulls, nicely done by Leah and Sol.
yes, you can see there it didn't phase them that they were down a length at the start due to the run of Azzurra Severini. They settled immediately into their long, strong rowing. Stroke rate is definitely higher on the British side than it was in the quarterfinal, which you expect, but rowing really well. You can see the focus there on the face of Leah Saunders, and an odd look to keep check on the Italian crew, but Sol Hyde has just missed a stroke.
Sol lost the control of his back, but he recovered very quickly. Didn't lose much, but Italians are very close to them. I think the British side going very wide on this buoy.
Yes, I think that slight error there, losing the oars, has caused them to be moving out from the buoy, and it looks like the British crew really have to correct to bring it in. The Italian crew have taken full advantage to close up the lead that the British crew has, and we can see the Italian crew now looks like that they can pull into the lead.
Yeah, they done it better. The British side, that second that Sol lost control of his blade, that's gonna pay for them. But I think now Azzurra had some troubles with controlling the blade, but now Italy, Azzurra and Lucio are in lead. Azzurra Severini, Lucio Costolini leading over Sol Hyde and Leah Saunders from Great Britain. But we're gonna see if Leah and Sol will be able to find that way for them, but yeah, they have a wave, but the Italian side also have a wave for them too.
Yes, I think Lucio there on the bow oar there at the rounding, he saw a chance. The door opened there when the British crew went slightly around, and he took the chance, and the minute they were straightened for home, he got the boat up in a wave, and the Italian crew are up in a wave, as are the British crew at the moment, so still very close though. It's still going to come to the run.
Yeah, and as I said, Sol showed really nice run in the quarter, but Lucio did well too. You're gonna see if they're gonna make enough advantage before dismounting and entering the beach. I think Italy is gonna secure that, but let's wait a while. We've seen a lot this day.
Yeah,
and
I
they
see.
are a bit aside, losing some time.
And very well done by Azura trying to row in there. Her hand slipped and she kept her hand
Nice
in, but
clean.
she managed to keep her hands on the oars. And here comes Lucio Cozzarini. He is going to make it. He's a fast runner. He will not be caught.
But look at that!
But Sol Hyde is also a fast runner.
I told that Sol is a real sprinter. 17 years of age. What a run from him. So the players in the final A for the Italy: Lucio Costolini and Zura Severini. Final B for Leah Sanders and Sol Hyde. And now we are moving to the next semi-final, when we're gonna have representing Spain Iborra and Jarabo against representing Portugal Neves and Faustino.
Yeah, so two very impressive performers out of the quarterfinal
Just a
stage.
second.
Yes, it was that close. And it was Great Britain were in the position at the rounding where they just had to hold on to what they were doing, but there was just a slight trap of the oars on Sol Hyde in the bow seat, and the Italian crew, they didn't blink. They just pulled up a length on them, took out the rounding, and
Details, that
faced for
small
home.
details play, even small detail plays a big role. That is that Italians are in the final instead of British side, that they're gonna fight in the final B for the bronze medal. Now you're gonna see who is gonna face Italians in final B. It'll be Spain or Portugal, Iborra and Jarabo, or maybe Faustino and Neves. It seems that Carmen gonna run as first. And if I remember correctly, for Portugal side in the previous race it was Thomas. So Portugal is probably looking for early advantage over Spain.
Yes, and I think it worked well the last time around, because Thomas had a good run into the boat. But on the way up, on the approach, then you had Laura Faustino. She is quick as well too. So I think the idea that the man runs down into the boat and gives you that extra length or two advantage at the start is a good idea, a good tactic, you know, because you can relax, you can settle, you can get to rhythm.
You have everything under control. You see when your opponent is, it's up to you to keep that space, to keep in distance. And now Carmen is waiting for Thomas.
So the athletes are just here behind the start line there, keeping themselves limbered up, keeping loose, keeping focused. We can see the focus on the face of Carmen Jarabo, extremely focused on. And it was very noticeable to see the athletes as well instructing their boat handlers where they wanted the boat, turn it this way, turn it out, in, out. These young athletes, these J19 athletes, they're in complete control of what they are doing here.
Yeah, they need to, because as I said just a minute ago, every little detail plays a big role, as Carmen is waiting for Thomas Neves to join her. And there is Thomas. He showed how strong runner, how fast he can be in to the boat. Even in the previous quarter, when he slipped a bit, he managed to enter that boat very smoothly, very nicely, and start rowing very, very strongly, fully depending on the Lara navigating himself to the buoy.
Yes, and we saw there the Carmen Jarabo. She is a fast runner as well too, so she will not be left behind too far, even though Thomas, as we said, is an extremely quick runner. But we're under the starters' orders.
Yeah, less than a minute, boat goes to the water, as the Carmen and Thomas waiting on the start line for the run, for the start this race, for the run, for the semi-final number 2, for a spot in the final A and a chance to fight for a gold.
We just see Laura Faustino there just getting ready to get into the boat. Interesting use. She has one oar jammed in the boat, the other in her hand. Normally you hold the two of them together and hop in, but very interesting approach being taken by the Portuguese crew.
Look at Thomas, how deeply he's breathing, how he's getting ready for that sprint.
Good start from Carmen Jarabo.
Wow.
She is not
very
being left
nicely
too far
by
behind.
Thomas, but Carmen doing extremely well too.
Yes, Carmen was not left behind. I know Thomas had a slight advantage, but Carmen did a fantastic job. And the Spanish boat handlers giving their crew a ferocious send-off there.
Massive speed boost from the Spanish handlers. And Spaniards, I think, are slightly in front, but just about an inch or two very close gap, very close Portuguese are, and we see, and as we see in previous video, if Lara Faustino gonna navigate that perfectly as she did in previous.
Yes, that was very interesting by the Spanish. They had the woman doing the run down the beach very fast, didn't lose too much, but the push from the Spanish handlers really made a massive difference. But they have to oversteer massively now to come around this marker, whereas the Portuguese crew have a far straighter line on the second mark and take it on the rigger. Expertly done by the Portuguese crew, take it off the rigger.
Very nice. And Portuguese side, Lara Faustino and Tomas Neves are front of the Spaniards, Carmen Jarabo and Nicolas Iborra in the semi-final of junior double sculls.
And we see Laura Faustino doing a fantastic job navigating the Portuguese, but she's off her seat. Oh, that's terrible for Laura Faustino. She just lost her seat for a split second, and again that has opened the door for the Spanish crew, who are taking full advantage.
And they are joining the race, they are back on track. The Carmen Jarabo and Nicolas Iborra took an advantage of that, going very wide, but Portuguese, and I think now they are up front. They are about a length or so in front of Portugal.
Yes, the Spanish crew, they were merciless in punishing that slight error there by the Portuguese crew. They were behind at the mark and they just swung the boat tightly around the mark, and we see Nicolas Iborra powering home and keeping an eye where he's going as well. But the Portuguese crew have decided they're not just going to let this race go due to a bit of navigation at the rounding. They are hanging on to that Spanish crew.
Yeah, I would say that the Spanish spin was the cleanest, the best from the all junior mixed sculls races so far. So they've done perfectly. They found their way back to the race. They found their way to the to the final A probably, but we're gonna see in a while because there is a still race to cover.
Yes, it's going to be a very tight race. Fantastic stroke being given there by the Spanish stroke seed Carmen Jarabo. So determined, so strong, and she has given the advantage to Nicolas Iborra now. He is out, but he must watch.
Nicolas is on the shore, as well as is Laura, but it is for Spain. Spain. Nicolas and Carmen to the final A, and now very difficult, very challenging final B for Lara and Tomas. Lara Faustino and Tomas Neves for Portugal to final B. They're gonna face very strong team from Great Britain, Leah Saunders and Hyde Saw, in just about a minute.
Yes, and so hard luck on Laura Faustino, such a fantastic navigator. She just had a problem with the seat, came off the seat just before the mark, but the reaction of the Spanish crew, they immediately punished that mistake. There was only one chance for them to get into this gold medal final, and they took it with both hands.
And they did. The chance of it, they were right after where they should be. Now it's time for the final B of the Costa Under 19 mixed double sculls. It's gonna be between Great Britain, Leah Saunders and Sol Hyde, and between Tomas Neves and Lara Faustino in final B. Later on, final A, creme de la creme. And in final A, we're gonna have representing Italy and Spain. Italy with I'm looking forward. So Spain with Carmen and Nicolas, and Spain with Lucio and Azura are of course in the second final.
So unfortunately for Laura, she now must face another race in 3 minutes. And hopefully that things didn't go right there in that race for them with that seat coming off, but maybe they can make amends and take a bronze medal and have something to come from the race.
It's doubly painful for the Portuguese side because they had the race under control. They were leading, and that small mistake they paid for the Spain was that the Spaniards took advantage of them and made that final A.
Yes, and you could see the stroke of the Spanish seat there, the Carmen Jarabo, the ruthless punishment of that error. She picked the stroke right up and she was powering that boat home, giving every chance for the exit. And we saw a great celebration on the exit then by her partner Nicolas Iborra. He knows he has a medal. Which colour is all he has to wonder.
It's up to them, only up to them and up to their opponents, represented by Italy, Lucio and Azura, Cozzolini and Severini, in a team that's gonna face the Spaniards in the final A. But before final A, we gonna see who gets the bronze today. it will be Leah Sanders and Sol High for Great Britain, or maybe Thomas Neves and Lara Faustino for Portugal. We're gonna see in a while. They gonna start in 2 minutes from now.
And we see all the handlers now. The oars are coming out of the boat. They don't have much time either, the handlers, to get set. And you have to go through a checklist of take out all the oars, make sure they're the right length. Sometimes you have to swap lanes, as we see here, and they're getting from one lane over to the other.
Look, they are running. They are getting everything prepared, because this really short time gap between that semi-final and the final B. It's very challenging, as we've seen in previous for Portugal side, Lara Faustino and Thomas Neves, because Sol and Leah from Great Britain had a bit more time, few more minutes to rest, to take a breath.
Yeah, so definitely the extra break will count in favour of Great Britain. But the run down the beach, we have seen Thomas Neves running down the beach. He is very fast runner. So we see Laura Faustino now. She has literally only just been at the finish line 5 minutes ago after finishing that last race, and she has to get ready to go again. It's a tough ask for the Portuguese crew. They really need everything they can get out of the start line here and get maybe 2 lengths
and
clear.
Look how they are struggling to keep that boat in place, keep that boat in position as the heartbeat comes up.
Yes, the handlers working so hard there to make sure that they can give Thomas Neves the best possible chance to get this boat off the beach.
Yeah, Leah and Thomas are waiting for the start when the flag goes up, and after that flag goes down, and they are ready to start, ready to run and fight for the bronze medal during European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships 2024 in Gdansk in junior mixed doubles.
And Thomas is already away as
wow, what a speed, what a run from Thomas. Oh my goodness, really nice. He's a really good sprinter.
And if they can get away cleanly, they are away cleanly.
But this is same scenario from Great Britain once again. They are starting to row as the second, but after a few strokes they are in the lead because they are doing so nicely. But the Portuguese side, Portugal, Lara Faustino and Thomas Neves doing so nicely so far.
Yes, Portugal are rowing very well, and so soon after having a tough race already, but they're rowing really well, same as they are doing the quarterfinal.
But the British side doing very well too. So we're gonna see, as we've seen before, the Portuguese side were leading. They lost on the spin. We're gonna see how they're gonna handle it right now. If they had enough time to clear up their heads to get ready for that run for the bronze, or the British gonna take that out. We're gonna see in a flash, in a second.
Laura Faustino there again doing fantastic navigating. She's just so good at navigating. And we see Thomas Neves, he doesn't have to look left, right, he can just trust that she knows exactly where she's going. And the Portuguese crew are giving an absolutely superb display of rowing to take the marker first ahead of the British crew.
And Portuguese again going very wide. Gonna see how British side gonna handle it, and they are going away too. I think Portuguese gonna be first on their way back, on their way home.
Yes, Portugal have just taken the lead from the British crew. I think Portugal have actually increased their lead slightly from the rounding mark, so this is a consolation if they can hold on to this and take a bronze medal after their fantastic performance already just 5 minutes ago in the first of the semi-finals.
Yeah, for the very long time they have seen themselves in the final A in fighting for the gold. They didn't make it. They are in the final B fighting for bronze, and
the Great Britain have hit the mark.
The British.
And the Portuguese crew, they must be just delighted to see that bit of breathing space there, giving them a chance to put some more lengths on. So it looks like Portugal definitely have the bronze medal within reach.
Exactly. Thomas Neves, Lara Faustino getting bronze medal, earning a third place during 2024 European Rowing Coast and Beach Sprint Championships in Gdansk under 19 juniors mixed double sculls.
And Lara Faustino, she will definitely come out of that boat. Look, they've just picked a wave and gone sideways though. Can they correct? And the handlers are panicking, trying to get that boat stopped to get Lara out of it, and she's out. Fantastic work by the Portuguese boat handlers.
But the Sol wouldn't be far away for her, and Sol is great runner, so take a look at that.
Lara must give everything she has to get onto that buzzer.
Yeah, it's third place and the bronze medal going to Portugal, but again great finish from Sol he wasn't that far. I think it's about 2 seconds. We're gonna see in a while on the times table before moving to the final A of today's races.
And what a recovery by the boat handlers. They reacted in a split second. They could see that the boat was turning sideways and they immediately sprinted through the water, caught the boat before it went any further and got Laura out and running up, because as you say, Sol is very fast coming up the beach and they did not want to be giving Sol any more advantage in that run up the beach.
Yeah, exactly. Sol proved that he is very, very strong runner. And we see 2 seconds. Great Britain lost to Portuguese, getting a bronze medal of the European Championship. And now 4 minutes to start a final mixed doubles cars for juniors, representing Italy. Lucio Cozzolini and Azzurra Severini is gonna face, representing Spain, Carmen Jarabo and Nicolas Iborra.
Yeah, and the Italian crew are really going to have their hands full here with the Spanish crew. I think the Spanish crew, their performance in the semi-final, that has inspired them. We can see the rowing that Carmen Jarabo was doing on the stroke seat coming home in the semi-final, and now you can see her there just getting ready for the race, totally focused. This is going to be a serious clash of two really good crews.
Yeah, Carmen is very, very focused, but as focused is Azzurra. We're gonna see if the Azzurra are gonna start dancing as the Italians do. But there is no dancing from the Carmen. Carmen Jarabo fully focused. She wants that gold for her. And as Azzurra Severini is standing next to her, getting ready, getting prepared for that sprint to put that early advantage that's gonna be very, very important on the rest of the race or race of the course.
Yeah, two fast runners too. These two women, two very fast runners, and as we see, the Spanish boat handlers doing an absolutely superb job below. They're giving every advantage they can to their young athletes in these races. So these athletes, they won't have long more to wait now. The last junior race of the day, and
yeah,
we see there
the final, the grand final of junior mixed double sculls. Who will be golden, Spain or Italy? Italy or Spain? Gonna see.
And we see there Azzurra Severini staying loose, staying limbered, but the
I
focus
think it's
of Carmen Jarabo, the total
it's time
contrast.
of game. It's type of game, that mind game, that getting that advantage ahead of Spaniards that are fully focused. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna start better and make a better position since the beginning.
So we are getting ready for the 1 minute, and we have the 1 minute. The boats are going to the water.
Yeah, the boats goes to the water. Italian and Spain and Italy. Many medals already for both sides. Let's see who gonna add a next gold to the collection. Is it gonna be Carmen and Nicolas, or maybe Lucio and Azzurra? Gonna see now. They are prepared, guard. They're getting ready. The silence appears.
The silence, the boom, the heartbeat, the boom.
Yeah, waiting
ba-boom.
for the
Not
heartbeat.
even a boom. Here it comes.
Here it comes.
Just to build that
heartbeat.
tension. These two girls know what's ahead of them. There's a gold medal waiting for them in 3 minutes' time. And I think Carmen has reacted first. Carmen Jarabo
very
has
nice
reacted
and
first,
clear
and
start
she is
for
down
both
first.
of them. Carmen slightly up in front, and she proved that she's very, very agile and very comfortable at entering the boat, and she done it very, very nicely.
Yes, and look at the Spanish handlers giving them the push. What a push by the Spanish handlers.
But Italian done the same, giving massive speed up as they are now even. It's all up to them right now.
Both handlers delivered for their athletes. And we have a serious race here. The Italian crew are rating higher and powering into the lead.
From both handlers, it looks like youngsters, go. I've done everything I could. Now it's up to you. Now Italy, Azzurra and Lucio, Severini and Cozzolino are in front. But Spaniards are very, very close to them. Nicolas and Carmen not letting away the Italians.
Yes, Azzurra Severini is outrating the Italians by at least 4 strokes, and it looks like her tactics are working. She is after getting the Italian crew up into the lead with clear water now. All they have to do now is bring that boat into the mark.
That now comes the spin. The spin when the Spain won a spot in that medal. But that is a big lead by Italians. But they are going wide, they are struggling. Gonna see how the Spanish side gonna cover that.
Yes, and we know what happened the last time the crews went wide. The Spanish crew took full advantage, but Italy have recovered. I think the power up in the bow seat of Lucio has brought the Spanish bow back around,
Yeah.
and they are powering it home.
As the Italians are on the way back home, the Spanish is now to take a turn, to take a spin and set a course on the beach, set a course on the shore. So now Italy, Lucio Cozzolini and Azzurra Severini going for the golden medal of mixed double sculls in junior.
Yeah, I think that Azzurra Severini, on the way out there, she just outrated the Spanish crew by so much that it got them into the lead. 3 lengths of a lead at the rounding. Like you say, the rounding was a bit more of a challenge for them, but the power of Lucio Cozzolini was able to bring the boat back around and get them into the first place.
Yeah, they are very nice straight line, very nicely navigating to the shore, right to the point, right on the spot to dismount and get that golden for themselves. The bow hunters are waiting.
They've just lost an oar in the stroke seat. Azzurra Severini has just lost a grip of her oars, but she's got it back again, and the handlers are working as hard as the athletes to get these boats in.
Yeah, and we can say that Italy, golden goes
Gold
to
medal for
Italians.
Lucio Cozzolini. What a
Lucio
performance.
Cozzolini and Azzurra Severini are European champions in mixed double sculls in Gdansk 2024. Going for the silver medal for Nicolas Iborra and Carmen Jarabo.
Fantastic performance also by the Spanish crew, but you could not deny the Italian crew. The stroke seat gave the stroke, and at the rounding then Lucio Cozzolini was able to bring the boat around. So the two athletes combined together, mastered all the components of beach sprinting in the final when it matters. A fantastic display.
Fantastic
and they're
race.
so
And
happy after
so
the
much
race.
happiness. Look, you don't see that. We can see how happy Italians are. They are European champions. Gold going to Italy. Mamma mia, what a performance, what a race.
Yes, and we see the senior crews are already warming up, getting ready for the quarterfinals, but such exciting racing in the semi-finals and the finals of the junior mixed.
So as the youngsters finish their runs, golden for the Italy, silver for the Spain, and bronze for the Portuguese. Now it's time for the mature, for the elite. And in the first round of mixed double sculls, you're gonna have representing Slovenia Marko Boha and Pia Muzik against representing Lithuania Martina Kazlauskaite and Dominikas Jancionis. Yeah, like 7 minutes away. So, last races of today's day. 4 quarterfinals. After that, 2 semis and 2 finals. Final A and final B. Last medals, last rewards are on the table. You need just to take it. In the first round, first start, Slovenia versus Lithuania in mixed double sculls 2024 European Rowing Coaster and Beach Sprint Championships. All the day until the start of the races till now. We have a cloudy and windy day, a little bit cold, but I would say the conditions are even all the day long. From time to time the wind goes up, gets stronger, but for now it's about 25 up to 30 kilometers per hour going still from the west, from our left hand side. So last 8 races of these long and beautiful races we have seen in Gdansk this week, from finals on Friday when endurance on 6K course where finals were taken both for clubs and nations, Now we move to the beach sprints, the Olympic discipline. They're gonna be Olympic discipline for the first time in 2022 in Los Angeles. So as we previously said, it's very worth to pay attention to the sport. Very worth to pay attention to the youngsters, to the mixed doubles, to the singles that were racing just a few minutes ago. Because in next 4 years in LA, they are going to play big role. They will be looking for medals. Now Lithuania and Slovenia getting prepared from the set. As we can see, both preparing Italy and France in the second row, because their quarterfinal goes as second. For France it will be Chloe Briard and Matthias Notele, and they will be facing Italians Federico Cesserini and Trippi Silvia from Italy in the third quarterfinal at the 5:44. We're gonna have from Czechia Lucy Heranova and Ales Suski, and from Spain Lola Garcia and Ander Martin. And in the last fourth quarterfinal you're gonna have Portugal and Great Britain. For Portugal, Claudio Rodriguez and Patricia Batista, against represent Great Britain Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager. About 4 minutes to start first quarterfinal. Lithuania or Slovenia.
74 mixed double sculls, quarterfinal 1, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Who gonna get that spot in semis? Lithuania or Slovenia? Gonna find out in about 6 minutes from now. 3 minutes to start, 6 minutes about to finish. And the wind getting stronger right now. I'm barely hanging my cards with start list. The waves got bigger. It's going to be very interesting if the conditions gonna go even worse, or worse might be a better word, more challenging for the athletes.
Słoweńcy bliżej mola, Litwini oddaleniu.
Of course, we're back here ready for the start of the senior mixed quarterfinals. First two crews in the quarterfinals. We have the two women are doing the run into the boat. From Lithuania we have Martina Kazaskiti, and from Slovenia then you have PM Music.
Represents Slovenia, Marko Borla and Theo Muzic.
1 minute. Put your boat in the water.
Conditions have picked up again now. We just see the breeze has picked up a lot, and the swell on the beach also is making the entry into the boat difficult for these athletes. Both handlers working very hard to keep these boats straight.
Get ready.
And we just see the boat handlers for Slovenia just getting the boat ready. Lithuania boat handlers are set, and now the tension builds for the start of the first of the quarterfinals. We had Lithuania with the fastest time from the time trial, giving them the choice of lane. They've gone out for lane 1. The starter just checking to make sure both doubles are okay.
Attention. And the
And a first start by Lithuania. What a start by the Lithuanian sprinter to get into the boat. Martina Kazdaskita. She is absolutely flying down the beach and into the boat first. And the Lithuanians are already away and rowing. So definitely at the start of the race there it is advantage Lithuania. And we see Slovenia now are getting into their stride, but what a fast start by the Lithuanian crew. That is Dominiskas Jakonis and Martina Kazdaskiti. The Slovenian crew are starting to pull their way back into the race, though slightly slower stroke rate and definitely a lot more swing and power going to the back end of the stroke. And I think the Slovenian crew are making ground on the Lithuanian. Lithuania have to do a substantial correction now to get themselves over around that second mark. I think they're just going to take it off the rigger, which is a good... Oh, they've gone the wrong side. Oh, they've both gone the wrong side. Both crews have gone the wrong side of the mark. Never seen that done before. They're both going to get the same penalty. That is incredible. So 30-second penalty for both crews after going the wrong side of the mark. And the race positions have really tightened up now. They're pretty much level going to the mark. Advantage slightly Lithuania, but Slovenia slightly slower on the turn. You see the power of the bowman of the Lithuanian boat, Dominiskas. When power was needed, he was able to apply the power, but unbelievable to see the boy being missed on the wrong side by both crews. A giant penalty. But Lithuania are now trying to take advantage of that lead that they have got at the rounding. They just need to keep the navigation straight on the way home.
But as I said, the wind got stronger, so the tricky. Once again.
Oh, they have collided with the mark again, Lithuania, which is going to cost them speed. But Slovenia are coming down the middle of the course.
How they loafing from left to the right, trying to find that best straight line. By now, Lithuania having a nice wave. They are surfing on top of it, going very, very nice, very, very smoothly to the shore, to the dismount line.
Yeah, so Lithuania took full advantage there at the rounding. They just managed to get the bows around and powering home, but they're gone sideways. Oh, this is an open race. Anything could happen yet. We see Lithuania there just struggling to get in. Can Slovenia take advantage on the other side? There's about a length in it, but maybe the beach comes too soon for Slovenia.
Very, very nice spot. Very, very nice nice landing from Lithuania. Nice and clean. Getting off a boat by Dominikas Jansionis, and Dominikas first on the finish lane.
So yes, a very action-packed race there. Lots of stuff going on all over the place. Oars being dropped, oars being picked up, boys being missed, roundings being rounded.
Now, yeah, we're gonna see seconds what referees want umpires gonna say.
So I think from what I see, we have a penalty for both crews, from what I see anyway. So it looks like they will both finish on the same time, but we will let the umpires, of course, adjudicate on that. We are just making the call looking at the screen here. But very exciting.
Yeah, for now, Lithuania makes a spot in the semi-final, but it's still unofficial. We are looking forward for the decision from umpires. They are now discussing, and we are slowly moving forward to the second quarterfinal. Italy versus France. Chloe Braillard and Mathias Notolev for France versus Federico Sesterini and Silvia Trippi for Italy. Two strong teams, very, very strong teams on the start in about 4 minutes.
Yes, two strong teams and two countries with a very, very long and proud coastal tradition. The umpires will make the call on that last race. Now they take their time, they consult, they don't make an instant decision. They get full confirmation first before making any decision, because of course at this level it is so important that everything has to be perfection in the decisions. So we will hear the announcement shortly.
Not no. Both missed.
Both missed.
Both teams missed.
Went the wrong side. Both teams went the wrong side. But don't say yes until the...
We are still waiting for the official information from the previous race, as the athletes Lithuania getting close to the umpires asking, because they need to know if they are out of need to prepare for the next runs, next races. Now France and Italy, Italy and France. It looks like the Chloe Briard is going to be running as fast for the French side. You're gonna see, yeah, it's Federico Cesarino. Federico Cesarino waiting for Chloe to join him on the start line and begin the second quarterfinal of mixed double sculls during our European Championships.
Yeah, Federico, young athlete, 21 years of age. So he is doing the run. He will be hoping to gain advantage from the run and get off the blocks quickly. Italy had the faster time in the time trials, so they have picked the outside lane one. But as you say, we are waiting for Chloe. She is going to come at the last minute. Maybe it is fairly cold, fairly windy, so the athletes are staying covered, using dry robes, etc., to try and stay warm as much as they can.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then tugging off at the last
Keep
minute
that
because
warm,
it
keep
is
prepared
cold.
to give everything, to show everything, that full power, full speed since the beginning to the end. We are still waiting for the official confirmation. I think it's tough one to make.
1 minute.
So while that confirmation is coming from the last race, we are starting the second quarter-final. So we see Chloe Briard has come to the start line, and Federico Cesarino is already down in the sprint position. He is absolutely focused on this race. You can see he is planning on making the advantage he has on the run and getting away from the shore quickly.
Yeah, we're gonna see in a like a minute, because the boats are ready. The silence comes in. We are waiting for the heartbeat.
The silence, like the Depeche Mode, Enjoy the Silence. I wonder will they play that song, Enjoy the Silence, just
Both
at the start.
handlers are ready. They are waiting. And there it is, the silence. And they've started. That was very, very good. Oh, what a speed, what a start from Federico Cesarino. Very, very rapid, very, very nicely done.
Yes, Federico is fast, but you see the run of Chloe Briard. She is super quick as well. And Italy have a slight advantage, but Chloe Briard did a fantastic job.
I think they are a bit wide. I think France are on the better course for right now, so they may be even. And it is Italy is slightly, but no, I know that's hard to say. I think about half a meter, or not much.
Yeah, I see the French crew just caught on the oar there. It might have cost them maybe half a length on the Italian crew, but if the French crew can get ahead of the Italian crew and pull this race off, Chloe Briard has done absolutely fantastic work to get down that beach and get into the boat. And I think that the French crew have pulled in front. They are rating it at 45 strokes a minute. The Italians are rating high as well, but the French are rating higher.
Yeah, but Matthias Notele, who is Chloe's partner, proved that he knows how to finish a sprint. He knows how to run. So it's everything in their hands. Everything is on. They are now making that spin. Italy in France, France in Italy.
I think that Italy have gone slightly wide and France are trying to take advantage, but Italy are swinging the boat in. And we see there the Italian crew are just lined up ready for home, but the French are still there. The French
they
are still
both
there.
Very even. Italy slightly in front, but it's very, very close. And as we said, it will be run between Silvia Trippi and Matthias Notele. Matthias is such runner, but they lost a course for a bit. Italy navigating much better for now, but they are both doing really, really well. Both Italy and both France. Now Italy is about a length leading over the France.
Yes, Italy rating very high now. They've really jacked the stroke rate way up, but their rowing is still composed even though the stroke rate is so high. And we see on the stroke seat there, we see Federico Cesarino. He has shortened up the stroke and he has brought the rate up as high as he can, and it seems to be working. The French crew are surfing down the back of a wave also, but they are not able to close the gap substantially.
But we're gonna see, as we said, Matthias Notele is very, very strong runner. But I think the French side is going very, very wide. As Italy is right now on the shore. Italy.
And Silvia Trippi is coming in. I think she is already on the beach running, so she will comfortably get
Silvia
home.
Trippi next to us. Silvia Trippi comfortable, slowing down and pushing the button. And the semi-final is for them. Semi-final for the Italy. Federico Cesarino and Silvia Trippi. And now we are moving forward to the run number 3, third quarterfinal of mixed double sculls. Spain versus Czechia, Czechia versus Spain. For Czechia, Lucy Heranova and Alice Suski. For the Spain, Lola Garcia and Martin. It was very close for the Czechia as they were fighting against Austria. Yuri, now commentating with microphone, lost by just a second, maybe second and a half, to Alice Suski on the last meters. So we are looking forward for Alice Suski, highly experienced, very good athlete, very good rower. What he gonna show? Because take a look at the age. Far more experience is on the side of Czechia, but very young athletes in Spain. Lola Garcia, just 19 years of age, so is still junior.
Yes, and she also has the power and the experience of Ander Martin, the world champion, with her. So it's going to be a big handful for Alice Suski and Lucy Heranova to take on the power of Ander Martin and the Spanish crew. But we will see how they do if the Czechia run, if they can get into the boat that bit quicker and get an advantage. Because we see Ander Martin running, we see him getting out of the boat. He is super quick, very athletic.
Yeah, Alice Suski is, as I remember, vice-European champion from last year, where European champion, the title of European champion was taken by, it was Italian, I just forgot the name.
For last year.
Yeah, for last year. But let's move forward to the race that's going on right now. Alice Suski versus Lucy Heranova. Lucy Heranova and Alice Suski together. Sorry for that, but so many hours after us, and still some time before in front of us on the last races. On the Spain, Lola Garcia and Ander Martin. It will be between Lola and Lucy on the first meters. Lucy Heranova on the line 2 for Czechia and Lola Garcia on the lane 1 for the Spain.
Yeah, and I see the advantage that the Spain have as well too, as the athletes as well are very good obviously, but the boat handlers are doing a superb job down there. They're able to keep the boat straight and give it a push off, which is worth from anything up to half a length to a length before you get rowing at all. So it's very important to have all the ingredients together, the boat handlers, the athletes, coaches, everything. It's a real team sport.
Yeah, it is real team sport. It is very joy to watch. I'm very happy that sports like that taking a part, going to the Olympic Games in LA 2028.
And we see Lucy Heranova there. She is very relaxed, ready for the start of her race, just getting ready to come to the start line. And it's all about being able to relax on that start line as well. You know, you can't be tense, because if you're tense coming down into the boat, then you're tense trying to pick up the oars, and next thing you get stuck.
But look at the waves.
The waves are crashing over Ander Martin up in the bow of the boat.
So it's very important role of the boat handlers to help the athletes on the first strokes, first meters, to overcome these waves, to get some speed up on the boat.
And it looks like there in the Czechia boat, you can see the oars, they have wrapped the handles with something to grip, because everything is wet now and it's hard to keep the handles of the oars inside in your hands. So now the heartbeat comes, the
boom,
tension.
Boom, boom, boom.
Spain versus Czechia in the third of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Spain looking closely at the flag to time it perfectly. We're gonna see Lola or Lucy. Lucy or Lola, who gonna be first to the boat on the first that sprint down to the beach?
And it's a long hold again for these athletes. And I think that Lola Garcia has got away to a flying start. Lola Garcia is definitely going to be down into the boat. Ander Martin already sitting in the boat, getting ready to unload all of his power into those oars up in the bow seat.
Yeah, Spain is slightly ahead of Czechia, but not too much. They are very close to each other. Now it's in their hands. Now it's up how hard, how strong they can stroke with blades, with oars.
Yes, and look at the concentration on the face of Ander Martin. He knows that his job is crucial here now to the effort of trying to keep the Czechia crew at bay. He is watching over both sides of his shoulder to make sure he knows where that mark is. I think he's done a very good job. He's got the Spanish crew into the lead again. using half stroke, using lots of power at the back end of the stroke. But the Czechia crew are not going away anywhere. They're staying there with the
They
Spanish.
are still close, and remember that Czechia is more experienced side. We're gonna see how each team gonna handle at the spin, because now it is even. The spin is gonna be crucial. It's gonna decide who is gonna enter the last 250 meters straight line towards the beach before they're taking the run.
Yeah, and we see Ander Martin having to make a last minute correction. We see he loves to crash into the buoy like that as hard as he can and keep it tight. But Lucy Heranova just coming there at the second mark, clipped an oar off her, but Ander Martin
Very
has brought the boat
aggressively
round.
taken by the Spanish team. Lola Garcia and Ander Martin and Garcia are now in front. Yeah, they done it very nicely. Overtaken, run away from Alex Suskin and Lucy Heranova from Czechia.
Yes, Ander Martin, big, strong man, very powerful. And when he gets to that mark, like you say, unlike other crews who like to keep out a bit from it, he likes to hit that buoy as hard as he can with the rigger and swing around. And Ander Martin, you can see him there now looking over his shoulder. Stroke rate is good and high by Lola Garcia, and that is what Ander Martin likes. Half slide, high stroke rate, and keep the momentum in the boat.
Yeah, very nice surfing from the Spaniard. Very nice taken that spin around the third buoy before the last straight line before going home. Spain, Martin and Garcia as third team going to the semifinals of the European Rowing Coast and Beach Sprint Championships.
And this is such a performance too from Lola Garcia. She's there rowing with the world champion. Ander Martin, flawless dismount as always. Conserve energy up the beach. You can see the big man, he knows he doesn't have to sprint. He knows there's a lot of work ahead.
Yeah.
Conserve energy, tap the buzzer.
A lot of
win.
applause he received. Very nice, very consistent the Spanish team was. And there he comes, representing Czechia, Alex Suski. Not this time, Alex, not this time. It's for the Spaniards. And now we are moving to the last fourth semi-final. Now it's gonna be Patricia Batista once again and Claudio Rodriguez for Portugal going to race, going to try against Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager from Great Britain. Last quarter-final ahead of us. After that we are moving to semis and to the finals. Last minutes, last races of this beautiful weekend in Gdansk. Multiple great races, tight finishes, emotions. I think, how you gonna remember that Gdansk before it even ended? I think it's been a beauty.
Yes, I remember when we were in Oeiras in Portugal, and I remember I speak with Manuel after the race, and he said he was on the beach the day after the event ended, and you know, he said all the energy that was on the beach over the week, it was all gone, all quiet, and he felt so lonesome. And that is what comes on these events, energy of people competing at the highest level on the beach.
Yeah, highest level of sport, highest level of athletes. Some people gathered on the grandstand watching what's happening today in Gdańsk, in Plaża Brzeczna. It's first time in Poland when we have a coastal rowing event, and it is European Championships. That's such a good debut, such a good time for us to be in Poland. Unfortunately, the weather is, as it always used to be at the beginning of the summer in Poland, so it's windy and cloudy, especially when you are at the sea. Want to have that sun and heat. But you had it in Friday when the weather was way better.
Yes, and again, no difference to the weather in Ireland. So for us to come from Ireland to Poland, it is pretty similar. You know, no change.
I have a request to you. When you are going back to Ireland, take that weather with you. Leave us a sun, leave us a warm, nice days. And now Sam Scrimmager, and alongside him Claudio Rodriguez.
Yes, and Sam Scrimmager, very fast runner we saw earlier in the earlier rounds, very quick out of the blocks. So Claudio Rodriguez, he will have to go as hard as he can now to make sure that he gets them off the start line, because Laura Mackenzie also very strong oarswoman as well too, and they're very good double together. Laura Mackenzie and Sam, they've done a lot of rowing together, which counts for a lot as well over a couple of years. So we're still awaiting on the decision of the first race. We might check and see.
We haven't heard still official statement what's happened between Lithuania and Slovenia, sorry.
So equal penalty. 30 seconds for both of them.
We have confirmation.
Yes.
40 seconds penalty for both teams, Lithuania and Slovenia. So Lithuania is in semis. Lithuania, after them we had the Italy, after Italy, Spain, and now we are looking forward who's gonna be last to the semis, Great Britain or Portugal.
Yes, very unusual, and I think it's the first time I've ever seen the same penalty awarded. Both boats missed both boys at the same time, so both crews got a 30-second penalty. Very unusual, but we're now in the 1 minute for the final race, and again the wind just gusting up there really strong. Sam Scrimmager is on his tips of his toes, ready to explode out of the blocks here for the last quarter-final. He's down low in the sprint position, ready to go.
And the first quarterfinal in the mixed double is already
But Claudio Rodriguez did very well too, as some slightly better, but they are entering at the same time. Gonna see who gonna get a better. Great Britain, very nicely done, very smoothly on the water, and they are now in few strokes and they have a speed. They are now going through the course.
Yes, I think the Great Britain handlers gave them a great send-off, and look at the stroke rate. Sam Scrimmager is giving about 50 strokes a minute there. He knows they're in front and he wants to extend his lead as much as he can. He does not want to have the Portuguese crew close to him, but the Portuguese crew are starting to come back at him now. They're a very strong pairing as well too, Patricia Batista and Claudio Rodriguez.
Yeah, Claudio Rodriguez and Patricia Batista sticks very close to the British side. Sam Scrimmager and Laura Mackenzie in this last fourth quarter-final of today's mixed doubles cast. And now it seems that Portuguese are slightly in front, but we are heading to the spin that's may change everything. Gonna see how they handle that.
Yes, we see in the last 3 quarters the spin is everything, but the Portuguese crew, I think, have rowed their way back into the race, and they are sticking the oars into the water, trying to get a tight rounding on the Great Britain. Great Britain just caught a huge wave just at that critical part of the turn, and it has opened the door for the Portuguese crew to take the lead.
Yeah, but despite of having that huge wave on when they are taking the turn, the Britain done really well, and they are on their way home, even really slightly next to each other. I think Portuguese slightly in front, and it can be a race until the end between Patricia and Laura. Gonna see now. It's for Britain. It's easier for Laura, but gonna see in a while. One mistake can change everything.
Yeah, but look at Laura Mackenzie up in the bow seat there, completely focused. She doesn't look around half as much as we have seen other navigators, but she has got an absolutely fantastic line for the shore coming in, and it looks like they have done enough to get their boat home in first place. But we cannot write off the Portuguese crew. If they catch a wave, everything changes.
Yeah,
Laura
but
Mackenzie.
the British team doing so good so far. British Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager are leading over the Portuguese Claudio Rodriguez and Patricia Batista.
Yes, and Laura Mackenzie, pretty fast runner as well too. All she has to do now is get a clean exit, and she is going to book her place in the semi. Flawless exit, and Laura Mackenzie, she is pumping the legs hard. Very fast runner, very strong athlete. Fantastic navigating by her to come back into the race.
And very nicely done, but Laura Mackenzie. Now you have Patricia Batista on the finish line. So the quarterfinals are now over. We are moving to the semis. In the first semifinal, we're gonna have Lithuania side facing the Spain. Italy. Lithuania, Dominikas Jancinis and Martina Kazlauskie versus Italy, Silvia Trippi and Federico Cesarino. Now is no time for mistake for Lithuania. They need to take that buoy by the correct side, because if they are getting penalty now, I think they're gonna be so lucky as they were right now in before race.
Yes, I think there's no room now for 30-second penalty, not even 2-second penalty. We see there on the rounding markers, one slight error, one slight catching of an oar, and next thing you know, you're down a length, and it is so hard to bring those lengths back. But the Great Britain crew, they had an eventful run there. It was hard work, but they managed to pull back into the race. And as we saw on the exit on the beach, Laura Mackenzie, very clean exit, fast runner, powerful, able to get up that beach quickly. and secure the semi-final spot. So they have gone away past us. Sit down, relax, maybe get a energy gel, glucose, something to power up the battery for the semi-final.
Yeah, Lithuania or Italy. Who's gonna take a spot? Who's gonna take a medal already? Because if you are in a final A, you already are silver medal. You are European vice-champion, but everyone wants a gold. It's gonna be between Federico Cesarino and Martina Kazlauskaite on the first meters. Jansionis on the lane 1.
Yes.
Italy on the lane 2.
And as we say for the other semi-final then, Laura McKenzie, Sam Scrimmager for Great Britain. They must now take on the power of Ander Martin, the former world champion, and Lola Garcia in their other semi-final. So two very, very high quality crews going head to head now. We have Lithuania and Italy, and then we have Spain and Great Britain. So Italy are hoping to use the power of Federico Cesarino to take the advantage at the start of the race with the run.
Yeah, about 3 minutes to start, but they are both ready. They are both on the starting line as the handlers and the partners, waiting on the show, waiting for the order to put boats in. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for the first semi-final of today's mixed doubles.
And our compadre and commentating Yuri, he is just demanding applause from the crowd. But I think they are always applauding. He is just demanding more. He is never satisfied. He wants more applause for these athletes.
Yuri definitely running the show on the beach in front of the grandstand. But it isn't easy because it's very cold. Look at those audience. They are very... you can see how interesting the spot is as they are still there.
Yes, and I see Lithuania and Italy, they were very early to come to the start line now. You know, you see a lot of crews there now using dry ropes to stay warm, but they were on the start line ready to go at the 3-minute warning. So
yeah, and we had 1 minute, boat goes to the water, and it is last minute until the semi-final, finally or final B. We're gonna find out in 4 minutes from now. Lithuania versus Italy. Federico Cesarino and Silvia Trippi for Italy versus Lithuanian side. Martina Kazlauskaite and Dominikas Jansionis. I'm looking for a tight one.
yes, Martina is fast runner too. She is well able to run down the beach and very high stroke rate as well too. So I think they will be looking for advantage from Federico, but I think Martina will be very close in the run as well too. So now the tension builds for the first of the semi-final of the senior mixed double. And the starter again is holding them for a long time. He wants to make sure that both boats are lined up below. That both
the legs of Martina, they are shaking.
Yes, and the starter is doing a fantastic job there by making sure the boats are ready. He does not want anybody to go off with the boat turned the wrong way. Look at the speed of Martina running down the beach.
But what a start from Federico Cesarino. But Martina is close to him. Now, who's gonna do it better?
And
the boat handlers doing best what they can do to help the athletes on the rowing part.
Yes, Martina has done a fantastic job to get down the beach quickly and into the boat and rowing. I think that Martina has actually got Lithuania in front, and now you can see her high stroke rate, short stroke, high stroke rate. And her partner then in the bow, Dominicas, he has to make sure of navigation. I think he is a bit too far in the middle, but he is making correction to get out.
Yeah, they are making corrections, right time, not losing too much, maintaining the boat speed, and they are leading, they are pushing very, very strongly, very, very high stroke ratio for Lithuanian side. Martina Kazlauskaite and Dominikas Jansionis.
Yes, and you see the more short stroke from the Italian crew, but rating not as high. So Martina Kazlauskaite has done a fantastic job on the stroke seat. She's lengthened the stroke now, as you can see, but she just caught an oar just at the worst possible time, just before the mark. Oh, I think Lithuania are going to be in a lot of trouble in this mark now. They've lost a pile of ground just coming into that marker. If Italy can capitalise.
Yeah, they made that harder for themselves, but they are exiting the spin as first. They are first on the last 2.5 meters of straight line. Lithuania Dominika Jancionic and Martina Kazowski in front of Federico Cetrino and Silvia Trippi, but it's very, very close to each other. Italians are changing. Italians are trying to get a spot in final A.
Yes, I think that error at the rounding has really opened the door for the Italian crew. Lithuania is still in front, and I see Martina has seen the danger of the Italian crew, and she has picked the stroke rate right up again, shortened up, picked the rate up to try and keep the Italian crew at bay. So I think it's working. Lithuania, it seems to be working, that they are managing to keep their bows ahead of the Italian boat.
And that is the race I was looking for. Lithuania seems to lose away for a while, struggling, losing some boat speed. It's a gate open for Italian, but no, Lithuania in front. Lithuania, representing by Martina Kazlowski and Dominikas Jansons, going straight to the show, going for the spot for the silver medal and the chance to fight for golden one.
Yes, very well done by Martina. She did so well there, picking the stroke rate up at the crucial times, recovering from that disastrous rounding, and still getting Dominicas in a position to hit the buzzer to bring him into a place in final.
Yeah, so Lithuania side going to the final A. To the final B goes Italy with Federico Cesarini and Silvia Trippi. Now it's time for the second semi-final. We're gonna see who gonna join Lithuania side in the final A. Will it be Portugal with Patricia Batista and Claudio Rodriguez, or maybe Spain with Juan Garcia? Lola Garcia and Ander Martin. Very, very young crew on the French side, but very strong, and they prove they are capable of doing such a great things.
Yes, we see the Lithuanian crew there now straight away on with the tracksuits, keep warm. They must be delighted with that performance there, because they had a lot to deal with there at that mark, but they managed to pull through and win and come through to the final. But Ander Martin, he has had a longer break, longer recovery before he comes into his semi-final, and we saw him there using all of his experience, even though he's very young athlete, using all of his experience to conserve energy in the run up the beach and hold on to every bit of his power for the challenge of the semi-final.
Yeah, 4 minutes to start, and we'll know everything. Who's not gonna fight for gold and who gonna fight for bronze. Gold means you're a European champion in coast in mixed double sculls. 2024 European Championship in Gdansk are about to end very, very soon. Last 3 races in front of us, 1 semi-final and 2 finals. Now first BB, final B, after that as the cherry on the cake, final A. But before the finals, we are looking forward what's gonna happen in second semi-final, when Spain, Lola Garcia and Ander Martin gonna challenge Portuguese Patricia Batista and Claudio Rodriguez.
Yes, like you say, the last 3 races, we don't want it to end, but it has to end at some stage. On schedule all day long. It has been absolutely fantastic day of racing. It has been... Yes. No, we have Sam Scrimmager lining up on the start line across from Lola
Britain
Garcia.
by Spain, Mackenzie Scrimmager versus Garcia and Martin on this second semi-final.
So we see Sam Scrimmager on the line at the last race. The focus on the sprinting. He will be hoping to get into the race quickly and get them away.
So at the first it will be Sam versus Lola. Lola showed that she is a good sprinter too, proving that in quarter earlier on.
Yes, the Great Britain crew, very experienced crew from last year, got all the ways as far as the final last year, where they were took a silver medal behind the New Zealand crew. So as we line up now for the second semi, and the boats are under starters orders.
1 minute. Great Britain, Sam Scrimmager and Laura Mackenzie against Spain, Lola Garcia and Ander Martin. Lola, very, very young athlete. Alongside her, older, more experienced Sam Scrimmager. Gonna see how they can cover that first running part.
Yeah, I think if Lola Garcia, like you say, she's a fast runner. If she can get down there reasonably within, a couple of meters of Sam Scrimmager, then she is giving herself and Andrew Martin a fantastic chance in the semi-final. Sam Scrimmager again down in the sprint position on the start line, totally focused. And Lola Garcia has done very well. She has done very well. But Sam Scrimmager in front, obviously, but Lola Garcia not far behind.
Yeah, it's such a nice run from Lola. Again, she's shown that she's a good runner, but look how hard, how strong British side started. Sam and Laura, and they are leading for now over the Spanish team, Garcia and Martin.
Yes, the British boat handlers did a fantastic job there. Gave everything they had to send Laura and Sam out into first place, but now they're in first place, and now they have to hold that first place and keep at bay the power of Andrew Martin and the high stroke rate of Lola Garcia. Andrew Martin is looking across. He won't face him being in second place. He's been there many times before. He knows what needs to be done to bring himself up into first place. But I think Laura McKenzie and Sam Scrimmager, they have increased the lead slightly.
Yeah, Sam Scrimmager and Laura Mackenzie are leading, but the Spaniards are challenging Andrew Martin and Lola Garcia, and we are now at the near to the boy number 3, the spin, the turning point. Gonna see who can do it better.
Yes.
British side very, very close to the boy, very, very aggressively, same as the Spaniards. There is no turning back. There is a fight until the end, and it will be even. British might be slightly in front, but Spain is really, really close to them.
Yeah, we saw the aggressive power of Andrew Martin at that rounding mark, and Andrew has brought Spain right back into this race. There was about maybe 2 lengths before the mark, but now there was very little, and Andrew is calling to.
And on the running part, it's gonna be
Garcia
between
pick the
Andrew
rate up.
Martin and Laura Mackenzie. Andrew is a strong one. They now making their way. They are getting closer to the British side. It isn't anymore 2 lengths. It's about half a length or something like that. So the Spain is fighting hard. It's fighting hard for the spot in the final A, and they're being sure of having a silver medal, and they are going on.
And Great Britain have just caught a wave there. I see Laura McKenzie just navigating down the back of a wave. Andrew Martin is calling for a rate from his stroke woman Lola Garcia, because he knows he can outsprint Laura McKenzie, but he does need. And look at the stroke rate of the Spanish crew. They are surfing off the wave. You fancy Andrew Martin in a foot race against Laura McKenzie, and Andrew Martin is out. Laura McKenzie is ahead. Laura McKenzie is going to sprint like she never sprinted before, and yes, Laura McKenzie somehow has managed to take the power of Andrew Martin.
Martin knows he's gonna do it once again in about 5 minutes from now in Final B. Final A for Great Britain, Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager.
What a performance though from the Spanish crew. They tried everything. Every trick in the book that they had, they tried. Stroke rate, rounding, sprinting. But Laura McKenzie delivered for Great Britain. She was out of the boat quickly and up the beach. She sprinted as hard as she could, and now she will have a break until the next one.
Yeah, so in the final, Italy versus Spain. In final, Federico Cesarino and Silvia Trippi in the
Mistrzostw Europy w wioślarstwie morskim. Pozostałe już tylko 2 wyścigi.
Italy versus Spain for the bronze medal on the final B. So Andrew Martin needs to recover very, very fast, because him and Lola gonna race Federico Cesarino and Silvia Trippi just in about 4 minutes from now.
Yes, and we saw there the advantage now of the recovery. Martina Kazdaskaiti and Damaniskas Jakonis, they have put on their tracksuits maybe 20 minutes ago and gone away to recover, so the longer recovery time definitely will make a difference in the final. But Laura McKenzie and Sam Scrimmager had to work very, very hard to get themselves into the final position, but they know they have at least a silver medal and a chance for a gold.
But Lithuania wouldn't be easy opponent in that final A, in that gold medal fight. But before the final A, the last start, 2 last starts of today's days in front of us. Final B of Coast Mixed Doubles during European Rowing Coast and Beach Sprint Championships 2024 Gdansk, Poland.
And we see Yuri is giving a performance. Barefoot Freddie Mercury walking up and down in front of the crowd.
Yeah, he's a showman, isn't it? Yeah, and the confirmation. Final B, Spain versus Italy. Italy versus Spain. Silvia Trippi and Federico Cesarino for Italy against Lola Garcia and Ande Martin for the Spain.
And we did request this particular song to back before the athletes go out to start. Queen, We Will Rock You. You could not pick better music. Whoever was in charge of the playlist for this day, it is magnificent.
Yeah, the best music for the best starts for the finals. Last start of the today's day. Last start of the very very long week in Gdansk during European Championships.
I think we are delaying the start so that we can enjoy the full length of the We Will Rock You all the ways to the finish of the song. Then we will start the racing.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm looking forward to it, and looks like that. The crowd is here, the athletes and the audience, the visitors.
And
Some
there is
people got it on the grandstand.
And there is Freddie Mercury on the screen just at the bottom there, organising the music, organising the crowd. And now the fun must stop. The athletes must go racing.
Yeah, there is an order to put the boats to the water, so it means it's less than a minute to start race when the bronze medal is on the table. Who gonna take that, Italy or Spain? We're gonna find out very very soon. Lola and Federico on the first run.
Yes, we see now Lola Garcia. She's still trying to get her breath back, and we see beside her Federico Cesarino. He is recovered. He knows he has had more recovery time, but Lola Garcia, she had to give everything she had to try and get herself and Ander Marter into that gold and silver medal challenge. And now they must somehow recover, regather, and get ready for a crack at the bronze medal.
Yeah, it is very important for Lola Garcia to stay as close to the Federico Cesarino as she can on this run course and enter the boat smoothly.
Yes, it's a tough challenge. But like you say, she is a fast runner. She is doing very well. Federico is in front, but Lola Garcia, she is doing a fantastic job. And we know that the Spanish boat handlers, they are so good at getting these boats going.
And nicely done by Lola, nicely done by Spain. But I think that after the first meters, the Italy is front. Silvia Trippi and Federico Cesarino next to them, challenging Ander Martin and Lola Garcia.
Yes, we can see Federico Cesarino had a very good run into the boat, and he's giving about quarter slide there now. But Ander Martin has actually lengthened out his stroke a bit, rowing a bit longer, so it'll be interesting to see if Italy can hold off Spain, only rowing at quarter slide. And they're keeping an eye. We know that Anders' rounding is definitely going to give an advantage to Spain, but he needs to be in touching distance of Italy.
Very nice race so far for Italian side. Silvia and Federico, they are leading in this final B. They are leading in the race for the bronze medal.
Yes, the Italian crew have settled down. The rate is still high, but their rowing is composed. They're rowing very well. And I think it is for the Italian crew now to make sure that the rounding mark, everything goes smoothly and they get face for home as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's the tricky time for the spin. But the Italian Federico and Silvia done it very nicely, going, setting their course, setting their direction right back home. Italy on their way for the next bronze medal, this time during our finals.
Yes, all they have to do now is just keep the concentration. Navigation is crucial, but we can see there that Federico Cesarino, he is keeping the stroke rate as high as he possibly can because he knows the power of Ander Martin and he knows what Ander Martin can do. So he is making sure that the Spanish crew do not get too close to his stern. He does not want to be in a foot race with Ander Martin going up the beach.
Yeah, just a second and we'll know everything about the bronze medal. I think Italy is on the right direction. They put a nice spawn. They're gonna have a nice and probably clean landing. And after that, Silvia Trippi gonna run to the finish line, but under Martin from Spain is working very, very hard alongside Lola Garcia, trying to catch them, but there are Italians. And Silvia Trippi, she is running for bronze. She is done in.
Oh, she's missed the flag. She's missed the flag coming up the beach. Oh no, she hasn't. She has got the flag. What a fantastic bronze medal performance from Silvia Trippi.
Impressive. So bronze medal goes to Italy, to Silvia Trippi and Federico Cesarino. On 4th place, representing Spain, under Martin and Lola Garcia. So it is time. It is time for the last race of today's day. Final of the mixed double sculls. Lithuania with Dominikas Jansionis and Martina Kazlauskaite gonna face British side, Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager. Medal, both of them know they are going home with medals. They don't know yet who is gonna be gold, who is gonna be silver. It's about 4 minutes to start.
I think maybe Sam Scrimmager, Laura McKenzie, like we say, they had that silver medal in Barletta last September, so they will be hoping to go one more for bronze. I think when you get as far as silver medal, you like to go the next step to gold. And we see there in that last race, Andrew Martin just going around the corner, how hard it is to recover.
Of course they won, but I think the Lithuanian side, Martin and Dominikas, are looking forward for the gold and too. They would go hard to them. They had some more time to recover after the semi-final before that. The most important race from them during a final in mixed double sculls during our European rowing coast and beach sprint championships.
Yes, and we will see Martina Kazlauskaite sprinting down the beach. And even though Sam Scrimmager, very fast runner, fast sprinter, but Martina is also extremely quick. So the advantage that the British crew would have in the start may not be as much up when you come to the level of the final semi-final, due to the fact that the woman is as fast going down the beach as the man in some of these mixed crews. So we are coming into the last couple of minutes.
Martina is there as well, as they are getting ready to start. Laura Mackenzie and Dominikas going to wait in the boat and run to the finish and secure medal for them. Which one gonna see in about 5 minutes from now.
It's gonna be the final 8 of the mixed double, and here gonna be decided who can call himself European champion 2024 here in
Sam Scrimmager on the start line, keeping himself warm. Martina Kazlauskaite, what an athlete she is. What a high stroke rate she is able to maintain after sprinting down the beach. And her partner, Dominicas Jakonis, very good also at navigation. So an interesting contrast now with the woman and the man doing the run down the beach, and the opposite on the way up, obviously. But Laura McKenzie has shown them the last race she is fast as well.
for the gold medal. Just a big applause, shouting, screaming, whistling, whatever you have. Just show them some love.
Yeah, you can see Yuri in that red.
Yuri is getting emotion into the microphone. We can see in the background of the two athletes as they stand on the start line.
He's showing all he have running the show, and the minute to start as the boats are going into the water. And you're gonna see who will be European champion, Lithuania or Great Britain.
So for the last time, the music stops and the tension builds. Both athletes down in starting position.
Sam once again very, very low on the tip of the fingers.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
For the last time today, that boom, boom.
The last time. Two athletes totally focused on a gold European medal. The starter is holding them for a very, very long time. He knows that they need to have every fair chance out there on the boats. If they're pointing the wrong way, if there's an oar not in, it's unfair to the athletes running down.
Attention.
Very well done by the race starter all day.
And they started.
And they're away.
The final A is on. How fast is Martina? Look at that. Wow, what a sprint she did. Very, very nice from her.
But again, the British boat handlers have done a fantastic job in getting their crew out in the start. And I think the British boat handlers have managed to get Laura McKenzie and Sam Scrimmager out in first place again.
They are even slightly in front, representing Great Britain, Sam Scrimmager and Laura Mackenzie. But Martina Kazauskaite and Dominikas Jansen for Lithuania, they are sticking very, very close. About a half length lead or something like that. Very, very close. Smallest mistake can change everything. So they need to stay fully focused for the race.
Yes, and both crews are at half slide now. They know the conditions have picked up, and Great Britain just hitting the mark. Slight error there, catching the oars. Can Lithuania profit from that slight error there, hitting the marks? It looks like Lithuania, yes, have profited slightly from that error by Great Britain. So very interesting as we come into the rounding marks. Who will take these marks first? I think Lithuania are slightly in front.
Yeah, they are slightly in front, entering that spin. But if they be in front, exiting that, we're gonna see another. And it seems they gonna be Lithuania, but Great Britain just next to them. They are very, very even. That's the final we are looking for. That's a very, very interesting and tight final in mixed.
And Januskis doing fantastic work at the rounding, got his angles right and dug his oar right in and got that boat to spin, and he has just brought his country into first place for the gold medal position. We have Martina Kazlowskaite. She is keeping that stroke rate as high as she can at half slide, and Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager, they are going to have to pull something magical to get up on the Lithuanian crew.
Both teams showing all they have, doing everything what they can do. Now it's Lithuania, but very, very high difference, very low difference, very, very small advantage for them before landing. It's very, very tight. It's gonna be very close between Laura Mackenzie and Dominikas Jansenis on that run to the beach.
I think Martina Kazlowskaite has done enough. She has picked up the stroke rate 3 or 4 notches above Great Britain, and
look at that. Look how close they are. It's very, very nice.
It's Laura Mackenzie. Look at the speed of Laura Mackenzie.
That.
But Dominicus powers through for the finish. What a finish.
What a finish.
And what a performance by Laura Mackenzie. She gave her country every chance of taking that gold medal. What a runner.
Yeah, very, very nice sprint for Laura Mackenzie, but wasn't enough for Dominikas Jansenis from Lithuania. He secured that gold medal for Lithuania. Very, very nice.
Yes.
Nicely
and what
done.
A celebration for Lithuania. A gold medal, and their nation is celebrating in front of us here. Fantastic performance. Dominicus had one chance at the rounding, and he took it with both hands.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very great way to finish that weekend in Gdansk. What a final in constant mixed double sculls. The Lithuania are European champions. The vice are Great Britain, Sam Scrimmager and Laura Mackenzie. Great run, great race. Wow. I'm looking forward for the next events.
And we can see on our screen here, we can see Yuri on the bottom of the screen. He cannot let the energy go.
Yeah, so we are now looking forward to the victory ceremony, and after that, after party, that I think Yuri gonna take a part in and gonna play a huge, even maybe main role, because he is showman, really going showing all he have.
Yeah, fantastic personality and a fantastic oarsman as well too, and has been there in coastal rowing from the start. You know, really, really brilliant personality to have involved in the sport. A real character.
Yeah, some great races, some great memories. The European Rowing Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships in Gdansk are officially not really over. We're over in races. Now it's time
Tutaj obok członków zespołu folklorystycznego dziewczyny i chłopaki będą przyozdabiały przepięknie tę imprezę, a teraz potrzebni jesteście wy wszyscy, którzy tak pięknie
Raz, dwa, trzy, 5, 7, 9, 15, 75.
The victory ceremony for the 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Championships under 19 men's solo.
Ceremonia dekoracji Mistrzostw Europy w wioślarstwie morskim, beach sprint, kategoria jedynek mężczyzn, kategoria do lat 19.
The medals will be presented by
Medale wręczą
European Rowing Board member
członek zarządu European Rowing
Algirdas Raslanas.
w towarzystwie
Accompanied by the president of Polish Rowing Association,
prezesa Polskiego Związku Towarzystw Wioślarskich Adama Korola.
the winner of the bronze medal
Zdobywcą brązowego medalu
from Great Britain, represented by
Tom Walker. Mr. President.
the winner of the silver medal
Zdobywcą srebrnego medalu
from France, represented by
reprezentacja Francji reprezentowana przez Ugo Tarsignano.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the winner of the gold medal and 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Champion.
Zdobywca złotego medalu i tytułu mistrza Europy w wioślarstwie morskim w konkurencji beach sprintu.
From Italy,
Licio Fucacciotto!
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Prosimy o powstanie, wysłuchajmy hymnu narodowego Włoch.
And now, let's hear for our medalists.
Time to photo and it's time on interview. So Lucio, you won a gold medal last year in France and another gold medal this year. So how does this one compare to last year's?
I think that both equally are exciting, and I'm very, very happy that I achieved this goal. I don't wanna say that one is more important than other, but no one is more important than other.
Well, congratulations on this win, and maybe we see you in Los Angeles in 38. 28. The 20th.
See you in Los Angeles 2028. Do zobaczenia w Los Angeles. Gratulacje. Na razie żegnamy Gdańsk. Thanks.
The victory ceremony for the 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Championships under 19. The winner of the bronze medal
Zdobywcą brązowego medalu
from Italy, represented by
Maria Lanciano! Viva Maria!
the winner of the silver medal
Zdobywcą srebrnego medalu
from
France, represented by Anna Irasowi!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for the winner of the gold medal and 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Champion.
Zdobywcą złotego medalu i tytułu Mistrza Europy w wioślarstwie morskim w konkurencji beach sprintu
From Spain,
Lucia Velasco Navarro!
ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Panie i panowie, hymn narodowy Hiszpanii.
Applause, congratulations, and interview for Lucia.
You can have the. So you won last year bronze in the junior mixed double, and this year gold in solo. What do you prefer, solo or mixed double?
This year I prefer the solo. I enjoy rowing in the skiff, so I prefer solo, but...
Well, good luck for the future. Thank you. Congratulations.
Jednakowoż szczęśliwa ze zdobycia medalu indywidualnie, jak i w ramach hiszpańskiej osady. Chwila dla fotoreporterów i za chwilę kolejna kategoria, kolejna konkurencja. Dziękujemy bardzo. Congratulations. See you next time. Maybe next year.
The victory ceremony for the winner of the bronze medal,
Zdobywcą brązowego medalu
from Lithuania, represented by Zygimantas Belisonskis. The winner of the silver medal,
zdobywcą srebrnego medalu
from Portugal, represented by
Gonzalo Delgado.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the winner of the gold medal and 2024 European Rowing Beach Spin Champion.
Zdobywcą złotego medalu oraz tytułu mistrza Europy w wioślarstwie morskim 2024 w beach sprincie został...
Let's have it now, Spain!
Adrian Quiroga Nurmon!
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Wysłuchajmy hymnu narodowego Hiszpanii. For the photo operator and short interview and big picture from Gdansk.
Adrian, so you've won gold again. I believe you compete in endurance and in beach sprint. What does this mean? Does this mean you'll be more focusing on beach sprint now it's an Olympic discipline?
I love the endurance, but now the future is beach sprint. Is the reality. I tell world rowing, European rowing, and all organisms put the endurance after or in other day. For all the sport come to endurance and all the sport come to beach sprint.
Thank you, we got that message. Good luck for the future. Thank you.
And I tell other thing for the European rowing and world rowing. Think in the future for open the market in beach sprint. If I like row with other boat, I come with my boat and I row with the boat I prefer. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Najistotniejszy wątek tej rozmowy to dylematy, które ma mistrz w beach sprincie, dotychczas specjalizujący się w endurance, ale w perspektywie igrzysk w Los Angeles. Na tę chwilę nasz mistrz stawia na beach sprint, już jest mistrzem Europy, zamierza być mistrzem olimpijskim.
The victory ceremony for the 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Championships Women's Solo.
Ceremonia dekoracji Mistrzostw Europy. Medal. Zdobywcą brązowego medalu
From Netherlands, represented by
Wysłuchajmy hymnu narodowego Austrii.
6 years ago you were playing football. 6 months ago you were rowing flat water rowing. And now you have a gold medal in beach sprint. What is your next step? Will we be seeing you in Genoa in September for the World Championship?
Yeah, probably yes. We have the trials in Austria, and then we'll see if I win. Then yes.
Excellent, bravo, congratulations.
Dziewczyna rozległych zainteresowań, nie tylko specjalizująca się w wioślarstwie morskim, ale konsekwencją tych innych uprawianych przez naszą mistrzynię dyscyplin jest mistrzynią. Thank you, congratulations.
The winners of the bronze medal.
Zdobywcą brązowego medalu
From Portugal, represented by
Tomasz Neves Lara Faustino.
the winners of the silver medal.
Zdobywcy srebrnego medalu
From Spain, represented by
Carmen Perez Jarabo, Nicolas Mira y Morra.
Throughout the years, so bring your good times and your laughter too. We gonna celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a
And now it's time for the winners of the gold medal and 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint Champions.
Zdobywcami złotego medalu i tytułu mistrzów Europy w wioślarstwie morskim Beach Sprint 2024.
From Italy, represented by
Azzurra Severini Lucio Cozzolino.
It's a celebration.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Wysłuchajmy hymnu narodowego Włoch. Po hymnie, photo and interview, of course.
So one day you'll say to me, I love my life. I am powerful, I am beautiful, I am free. I love my life. I am wonderful, I am magical.
So Azura, you competed last year in the women's quad, and now you win gold in the mixed double. Will you be continuing in mixed double? Now it's an Olympic discipline. You can reply in Italian. Are you going to compete in the mixed double?
I hope. I don't know.
Thank you.
Krótko I na temat.
And you, what did you think of the course in Gdansk? Did you like the course? Something. Well, good luck.
I ostatnia konkurencja.
The winners of the bronze medal.
Zdobywcami brązowego medalu
From Italy, represented by
Federico Ceccarino Silvia Trippi.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone.
and the winners of the silver medal.
Zdobywcy srebrnego medalu
From Great Britain, represented by
Sam Screamer Laura Mackenzie.
The start of every night and every day. In your eyes, I get lost, I get washed away.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the one and only winner of the gold medal and 2024 European Rowing Beach Sprint champion.
Zdobywcami złotego medalu i tytułu mistrzów Europy w wioślarstwie morskim Beach Sprint 2024. From Lithuania! Martyna Kazlauskaite i Dominikos Jančionis.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the national anthem of Lithuania.
Wysłuchajmy hymnu narodowego Litwy.
So
It's
just
time
maybe
for-
one question to you
Okay.
both. You used to row classic rowing, and now you're in coastal. How do you like coastal compared to classic?
I love it. It's a totally different story here and a lot of chaos. I love it.
Would you want to continue doing beach sprint, or you want to go back to classic rowing? You?
I don't know. I'm so cold now, so I can't think now.
Well, go and warm up. Thank you very much. Good luck.
This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place. A place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. That will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you. Run. Run. No, better stay in Manhattan. Get an apartment in Berlin. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Don't listen to the poets who have been here. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. Ay, ay! But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.